And conflicts occur, that's because you want to be yourself. If you do not want to be yourself, but melt yourself into the other party, where are the conflicts and contradictions from? Why do couples divorce? Because they both want to be themselves. China and the United States are in conflict because they both want to be themselves. In a collective, if everyone gives up on being himself, the collective will be harmonious and auspicious. If everyone wants to be himself, the collective will be a mess of quarrels and fights. Readers may want to ask, what if I give up on myself, but the other party is uncivilized and barbaric? Should I bear insults, be lowly, and be bullied and oppressed by him? Here we need to trace history, to track down the reasons, and ask ourselves why I met him or her. The debt is to be paid, and we must believe in karma. At the same time, we must firmly believe in the fairness of Tao. Since Tao is fair, then leave everything to Tao to arrange and deal with. What we need to do is to be non-attached and abandon ourselves. The world is faultless. All faults lie within ourselves. The absolutely beautiful things are only for the enjoyment of absolutely beautiful lives, and no soul in hell has been wronged. Do you think that you are in your current situation because you have been wronged? Hasn't everything been created by yourself? Reality is the projection of one's own consciousness. If there is something wrong, the problem lies in your own consciousness. Sometimes it is easy for us to blame the government and the leaders for all of our problems. In fact, the root cause is still our own. It will take a long speech to explore this truth, so I will just end it here. I'm conducting an experiment of copying the 1,000-year world of the kingdom of heaven in the human world. This experiment has been going on for 11 years. The Chanyuan celestials who have participated in the experiment can testify what are the results of being oneself and abandoning oneself. All those who have insisted on being themselves have left, and those who have abandoned themselves have stayed. If what Xuefeng has said is not right, then what the God, Buddha, and Celestial has said must be right. 成为你自己的提法是无稽之谈. The idea of be yourself is nonsense. Xuefeng, March 23, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. There are a lot of expressions of be yourself on the internet and in WeChat groups, which means not to compare yourself with others, not to listen to others' opinions about yourself, and not to imitate others, but to live as who you are and live your life yourself. The thought is good, and the purpose is right, but it's an unattainable aspiration. First, you is difficult to determine. This is an ambiguous concept that can neither be quantified nor clearly defined. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where will I go? Without solving these three problems, how can I find myself? From the perspective of reincarnation, some people may be reincarnated from pigs. Being yourself and be yourself means continuing to live as a pig. Some people may be reincarnated from rats, and being yourself means to be a rat. So, where are you from? Being yourself means go back to where you came from. People are the products of society, and social changes will lead to changes in people. For example, with communication, people used to send letters delivered by people or delivered on horseback. Later, it was conducted by the post office and then by telephone. Today, communication depends on the internet, WeChat, and video channels. I wonder what kind of communication does become yourself use? Can you not change with the changes in society? How can you be yourself? People are malleable and flexible. No one knows what kind of person he will become in his lifetime. Ask the prisoners in a prison if they had planned to be prisoners before they were imprisoned. Ask Hitler if he had made the choice to become the culprit of World War II. Are they trying to be themselves? Or haven't they become themselves? Being yourself has a terrible consequence, that is, to isolate oneself from society, to live in the state of beauty that you have imagined, entertaining yourself without knowing that danger is approaching you, to feel that you have become a Buddha or a celestial, indulging in self-intoxication and self-delusion, but the actual situation is that you have been abandoned by society. The reality is, I cannot become myself. I must abide by the laws that control society. I must abide by the current social operating rules. I can't lose my temper and kill people if I wish to. I must compromise when I should, retreat when it's time to retreat. I cannot just go my own way. I cannot help but consider the feelings of people around me. If people around me hate me, and I still stubbornly choose to be myself, then am I a granite-headed walking dead? Other things that cannot be quantified and clearly defined are conscience, mind, self-nature, love, and so on. These are deceptive concepts, such as conscience. Who can quantify and define conscience? Who knows whether someone's conscience is red or black? The best way is not to talk about good or bad conscience, but deal with each other in accordance with the contractual relationship. For example, with self-nature. What is self-nature? In the so-called perfect self-nature, all things are the manifestation of our nature. These all cannot be quantified and clearly defined. How do we perfect our nature? Can our nature produce 10,000 kinds of dharma or not? If yes, please show it to everyone. Another example is love. Originally, love is just a state of life. Once love is spoken from the mouth, it is no longer love. When you say, I love you, how do you love? Is it that you will give me $10 million or a bouquet of roses? Or will you wash my feet? Or cook me a potato to eat? Words that sound beautiful may just be deceptive tricks. In Western society, there is no Buddhism, no Wang Yangming, no Rinpoche, no Karmapa, but there are many Nobel Prize winners. It is easy to be a master in the East, but it is not easy to be a Nobel Prize winner, because the former can play with concepts. Whoever plays with the concept well enough can be a master, but the latter must be rigorous, meticulous, and must work hard. Being yourself can go to hell. Abandoning yourself is the correct path. We welcome the birth of craftsmen, scientists, sages, and people who are unselfish and selfless to work for the happiness of the working people. 冲突发生在野蛮与野蛮、野蛮与文明之间. Conflicts occur between barbarism and between barbarism and civilization. Xuefeng, March 23, 2021. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. Conflicts will occur between barbarism and between barbarism and civilization, but no conflicts will occur between civilization and civilization. If we see two people, two tribes, two ethnic groups, or two countries fighting, there is no doubt that either both are barbaric, or one is barbaric and the other is civilized, but there will never be a conflict between two civilizations. If the fight between the two parties is extremely brutal, it must be a conflict between two groups of barbarians. If the fighting between the two parties is not so cruel and sometimes a compromise is made, and occasionally there is a truce, but overall, the fighting always continues, it must be a conflict between barbarism and civilization. Where there is conflict, there must be barbarism. The so-called barbarian is not keeping promises, not following rules, not fulfilling a contract, always wanting to take advantage of the other party, always wanting to control the other party, and always wanting to take the other party's possessions as his own. If there was a conflict between two people, and each believed that he was right, but in terms of the nature of the conflict, either the two people were both barbarians, or one of them must be a barbarian, it is impossible for both of them to be civilized. From this, we can draw the conclusion that those who often clash with other people must be barbarians, and are definitely not civilized people. Generally speaking, it is the barbarian who acts unjustly and forcefully in a conflict. The more one is good at compromising and self-reflecting, the more civilized they must be. There is a special phenomenon that when two or more barbarians encounter civilization, in order to deal with civilization together, the barbarians will temporarily unite and confront the civilization as allies. At this time, there will be peace between the two barbarians. They will not be in conflict with each other. But when their common enemy disappears, the temporary peace between the two barbarians will be broken, and mutual conflict will definitely occur between them again. This fact is determined by the nature of barbarism. 人与人之间冷酷一点好不好? Would it be good if people could treat each other a way that is more uncaring? Xuefeng, March 22, 2021. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. Undoubtedly, people like to be warm, concerning, caring, soothing, comforting, supporting each other, and jointly resisting their misfortunes and tribulations on the journey of life. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, I found that people spend too much time and energy in taking care of emotions between people in their lives. Therefore, I will offer an unconventional way of thinking. What if people would treat each other in a way that is a little less caring? In the animal world, in order to survive, all birds are uncaring. Once they hatch and feed their children to the stage where they are foraging on their own, the adult bird decisively implements an uncaring policy on the children. They pull out and expel the children from the nest and let them look for food and survive in nature. It is almost the same for mammals. As soon as they can find food for themselves, parents generally do not care very much for their offspring. Humans are different from animals. People care for each other. Even when parents are very old, they still want to find ways to care for and look after their children. It was reported that there is a mother whose son obtained a doctorate degree in the United States. After the son's returning to China, he did not look for a job. Instead, he stayed at home and played games all day even when he reached his 40s. All his living expenses depended on his mother, who was in her 70s and suffered from poor health. Most parents have this experience. In their children's childhood, when their children are upset, rolling around and crying on the ground, the parents will try to persuade their children to be happy. Especially the grandparents, who may love their grandchildren more, will try by every means to make them happy. In fact, husbands and wives will consider each other's emotions even more. When one is unhappy, the other has to try to persuade the other to be happy. From the beginning of a romantic relationship through marriage and into old age, couples spend an enormous amount of time and energy caring for each other emotionally. To maintain a good functioning of the relationship between people, one must take care of the other's emotions. Even if they make trouble unreasonably, the other one must also take care of their emotions. The problem is that people are imperfect, and there will always be emotional outbursts. The price people pay for taking care of emotions is huge. Is it okay to be less caring with people? For example, when a child rolls on the ground and cries, not only do you not persuade him to behave himself and instead, you give him 2 slaps on his bottom, what will happen? I do not think he will roll around and cry anymore. For example, after having raised your child to 18 years of age, you then let him find his own means of livelihood. Even if he goes to college, let him find a way to pay the tuition fee on his own. In this way, the child will become a person with a strong ability to survive independently in the future. As for buying a house and getting married, it all should depend on the child's own ability to pay for it, and parents should no longer have to worry about how to pay for them. For example, what if between husband and wife, once the wife cries, makes trouble and threatens to hang herself, the husband scolds, beats, and threatens to kill her? Good grief! Do not give in, and do not consider her emotions. In this way, the relationship may become more harmonious, beautiful, and healthier. Let the strong live beautifully, and let the weak linger out a feeble existence. This is in line with the laws of nature. Here is one point. People who are unable to work, such as the elderly and disabled, need to be taken care of by the strong. As long as they have the ability to work, they on no account should be taken care of. If you have the ability to work, why should others take care of you? I am not interested in charity and relief services. Human beings should encourage the strong to do something more substantial. People should follow the strong. In international relations, unite with the strong countries. As for weak and poor countries, best to let them die. In Xuefeng-style communism, I emphasize dictatorship and Superman philosophy and deny democratic mechanisms. Whoever is strong can take charge. Whoever contributes the most can be the leader. Whoever has the greatest ability can be the leader. Whoever can be selfless can be the leader. Isn't this fair and just? In Xuefeng-style communism, all people must participate in labor, and whoever does not work, throw them out. Whoever is lazy, throw them out. Whoever is always in a bad mood and disgruntled, throw them out. Whoever bullies people, throw them out. Everyone must be of value, must create value, and if they have no value, throw them out. In Xuefeng-style communism, the most annoying people are those who talk a lot and do nothing, and those who give advice. And the most favored people are those who say, I will take care of it. Do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. This is one of the values of life genuine. Isn't it uncaring? Is this correct? I do not know. Only practice and time can prove it and give the answer. 好无止境坏无底线. There are no limits to goodness and badness. Xuefeng, March 18, 2021. Translated by Qinyu. Edited by Peter. What is the highest state of goodness? Answer. There is no highest state for goodness. It has no limit. What is the lowest state of badness? Answer. Badness has no lowest state. it has no limit. Due to the needs of entertaining guests, I have grapes available for 365 days a year. American, Canadian, and Brazilian grapes are all available. Red, purple, black, and green grapes are all available. Large, small, round, and long grapes are all available. I have tried all kinds of sour, sweet, sour, and sweet, and astringent grapes and have gotten the impression that these are all of the grapes that exist in the world. However, on March 10th, 2021, I got to eat a different kind of grape, which is Mexican, green, big, seedless, with thin skin, sweet, and very moist. I never thought that there were such high-quality grapes in the world. Do not mention streams to him who has seen a great ocean. The clouds that circle Wu's peak are the only clouds for him. After eating this kind of Mexican grape, I am afraid that no other grapes in the world will be as appealing to my mouth anymore. But wait a moment. Goodness has no limit. There may be grapes that are better than these Mexican grapes on the earth, and if not on the earth, they must be in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000 world. With the changes of time, space, and climate, grapes better than Mexican grapes may be discovered one day. In 1988, I was a teacher in a middle school. Once, the principal held a dinner and asked each teacher to bring 2 dishes so that we could taste the cooking of each teacher. When I tasted a teacher Kai's dishes, which were extremely unpalatable, considering teacher Kai's face and dignity, I held my breath and swallowed them. 30 years have passed. This scene and the unpalatable dishes at that time are still vivid in my eyes. How could people make such unpalatable dishes? Is there any food in the world that tastes worse than teacher Kai's dishes? It's definite, because badness has no bottom line. I know from the Mexican grapes that there are better spaces in the universe, and they must be more beautiful than the most beautiful place on Earth. There must be species that are absolutely beautiful in life. Where are they? These absolutely beautiful things must be waiting to be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. When our own quality becomes more and more beautiful, we will certainly encounter an absolutely beautiful time and space and an absolutely beautiful life. Goodness has no limit, and there must be absolute beauty above perfection. I have no doubt about this. From this, we can infer how precious life is. Imagining an absolutely beautiful time and space makes one so excited. As long as we continuously improve and perfect the quality of our own lives, all the good things will appear on the journey of our life. From teacher Kai's dishes, we know that there is a kind of badness in this world that is unimaginable, such as poisonous steamed buns, poisonous fruits, poisonous vegetables. Badness has no limit. There are many things worse than toxic food, like cutting off a man's limbs and drowning him in a wine jar with only his head exposed and slowly torturing him to death. There is no limit for bad things. Knowing that badness has no limit, we should be cautious on the journey of our lives, cherish our time, and run towards the light every day. Otherwise, once we fall into the mud of badness, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Goodness has no limit. Let's constantly trek and climb toward the new oasis for life, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. 看看你是否正走在前往天国的路上. Check and see if you are on the way to heaven. Xuefeng, February 1st, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. I clearly remember an evening in the summer of 1963. At that time, there were no newspapers, no radios, and of course no TVs and mobile phones. People's knowledge was passed on through chatting. At that time, every evening after dinner, the adults gathered together to brag and chat. The children either sat or stood quietly listening to the adults bragging, or just ran around and played. The reason why I can clearly remember that evening is because an uncle said, "When it is noontime where we are, it is midnight in some places. When it is summer where we are, it is winter in some places." I remember that everyone burst into laughter and said that uncle is whimsical and what he is saying is nonsense. In the thinking of people in the countryside at that time, as long as where I am is daytime, everywhere is daytime, and as long as what I feel is summer, it is summer everywhere else on earth. Then, when I say that there is a heaven in the universe, and that heavens are different everywhere, would you say that I am whimsical and talking nonsense? Do you think that heaven is the same as on earth? If I say that there is no sun and no night in the 1,000-year world of heaven, and the sun in the 10,000-year world of heaven is always fixed in the same place, and everything in the Elysium Celestial Islands continent is created by transformation. Do you think I am out of my mind? People's understanding of the great world is based on their own limited cognition, and to understand the infinite world with limited cognition is like a blind man trying to figure out what an elephant is by just touching one part of it. The first time I went abroad was to Zimbabwe, Africa, where I felt the beauty of heaven for the first time. On the third day in Zimbabwe, I secretly made up my mind that I would never leave Zimbabwe again. I stayed there for 17 years. What I want to say is that there is an infinitely beautiful place in this universe that no one can imagine, and that is heaven. Now, please check if you are on your way to heaven. There are 3 steps to see if you have crossed the path to heaven. The first step, you often yearn for distance. You feel that there are respectable, amiable, and lovable people in the distance, and there are endless beautiful sceneries in the distance. You love life, but you feel that you are a little out of place with the environment that you are in. You are busy every day for your survival, but deep in your heart, you do not like, even hate this kind of rushing. Inside, you do not like to work for money, power, status, and reputation. You just want to be happy, joyous, free, and blessed in life. You hate to see people controlling other people, hate being swayed and controlled by people and your environment. You hope that one day there will be a great person in your life who will take you far away, to a place you have missed very much. When you have these thoughts and feelings, you are actually on the way to heaven. The second step, you do not want to get married. You instinctively hate family life. You want to escape from marriage and family life. From the people you know before your eyes, you do not want to fight for the few people in front of you. You are crying inside. You feel very tired. You are eagerly looking for another way and channel out for yourself through the internet and WeChat and other media. You do not want to foster secular ties with anyone anymore. You like light association with people instead of deep ones. But in your heart, you are willing to meet a beloved one to whom you can deliver your whole body and soul. You are struggling between ideals and reality, hoping to end your current life trajectory and to immediately step into another unfamiliar field that is completely different from that of your past, the field that you have been waiting for a long time. When you think, feel, and work toward your ideal direction and goal, you are already on the way to heaven. The third step, you have completely stepped out the maze of affection. You are working hard to end your secular ties. You are actively and optimistically accumulating mental and spiritual wealth. You are pulling out the jealousy, comparison, complaining, anger, and other weeds and toxic weeds from your soul garden. You start to feel only the messages that make you happy. You are gradually moving away from the concepts and shackles of country, nation, political party, religion, and family and are looking for people who resonate with your own wishes. Happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness have become the norm in your daily life. You will never hurt anyone, any life, and the natural environment. You are especially eager to integrate into the idyllic life of nature as soon as possible, to live a life of working and resting as the sun rises and sets, where no one pockets anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night. All these phenomena show that you are on your way to heaven. Whether or not you can go to heaven has nothing to do with your diploma, wisdom, status, wealth, appearance, reputation, whether you have read the scriptures or chanted sutras, whether you have formally acknowledged someone as your master and met many masters and capable persons, and has nothing to do with whether you are talkative and eloquent, has nothing to do with how many good deeds you have done in the past. It is only related to your nature of Tathagata and is closely related to your state of mind. May the wise men who are walking on the road to heaven not hesitate and not stop in their steps. As long as they are sincere and continue to trek and climb, they will be able to achieve their dreams and realize their ideals to reach heaven. 事实是最好的审判官. Facts are the best judges. Xuefeng, January 27, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. No matter how charming, how beautiful, or how extravagantly colorful your words may be, they are worthless. Let them be confirmed by facts. Any theory or preaching that is not supported by facts is not credible. Any conclusive discourse that cannot be verified by facts is the resorting to sophistry and is irrational. Theories that have been proven to be unworkable, including those in the so-called classics, have all been fabricated. All theories and discourses that have not been verified by facts are falsehoods and should be dismissed. If in the face of facts, you still resort to sophistry, try to cover them up in every possible way, try to find all kinds of excuses, and argue with others about them, it can surely be said that you are unreasonable. We cannot prove the rationality and correctness of one theory using another theory, just as a lie cannot prove itself not a lie by still another lie. The only way to prove its rationality and correctness is to show the facts. If the facts cannot prove that you are right, then all your theories and preaching are false. If you say that you can grow a 200-kilogram Chinese cabbage, well, do it and show us your 200-kilogram Chinese cabbage. If you say that you are a Buddhist master, okay, first, educate a Buddha and let us see the result. If you say that you are a master of traditional Chinese culture and are proficient in traditional culture, okay, please let us see the facts about your respect for your parents, harmony between you and your wife, harmony in your neighborhood, and the filial piety in your children. It's easy to speak big and beautiful words, but they only count when you can put them into practice. Otherwise, they are only catchphrases and are all a form of self-deception. To verify whether a person has real talents, real connotation, and whether he lives up to his words, we should not listen to what he says, but we should see what he is doing and what he has done. Facts are the best judges. To verify whether a set of theories and a doctrine are reasonable, legal, and will conform to human nature, we can only let the facts speak for themselves, because facts are the best judges. If there are no facts, they are just nonsense. Respecting facts is the basic morality of a human being. 观世间百态明天国之路. Observe the human natures of the world and understand the way to heaven. Xuefeng, November 14, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. I have traveled 20 years on the path of life genuine, the way of the greatest creator. Looking back, I feel more and more that I have chosen the right path. This path is the way to heaven. Other than that, I haven't seen any other way that is simpler, easier, clearer, and more direct. The most direct evidence is that more than 70 Chanyuan celestials have become celestial beings. Among them, there are 3 families. 8 out of 10 members of one family have become celestial beings, a family of 5 have all become celestial beings, and a family of 3 have all become celestial beings. Old people can enjoy their twilight years, the children can grow up healthily and are all outstanding, and I have to admire the magic and ingenuity of this path. With 20 changings of the seasons, I have thoroughly and clearly seen through the world, the shortcomings of Western and Eastern civilizations, the state of life and the confusion of everyone, and the root cause of the suffering of human beings and its effect on everyone. Looking at this magnificent picture of history in the world, I thus understand the limitations and helplessness of Jesus, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, and the saints and sages of the past. I also understand the confusion and defects of capitalism and socialism. The most valuable thing is that I understand that the presidents of various countries are not celestial beings, but mortals, and that the philosophers, scientists, professors, experts, artists, celebrities, rich men, and masters that appeared in the world are also in confusion. They are also living their lives in a muddle-headed way. The most interesting thing is to look at the lives of the toiling people, which are pathetic, sad, pitiful, and regrettable. The more stubborn that people are, the more they do not understand the truth and reason. The more stubborn that people are, the more miserable they are. There is another interesting phenomenon. The more people like reasoning with others, the more they do not understand the truth. Fall into a pit of one's own digging seems to be very suitable for people who like reasoning. People who pursue the extraordinary and enjoy being ordinary are very pitiful. People who pursue the extraordinary seem to stand and shout in the wind, a bit like a madman does, while people who indulge in the ordinary are a bit like pigs reared in a pigsty, they just know no other way. Those who truly understand the truth of the world are those who have returned from the extraordinary to the ordinary, and they are the ones who enjoy life. The ordinary that has never been extraordinary is mediocre, and extraordinary that has not returned to the ordinary is impetuous. The plot of the world will never be played out according to any individual subjective will. Presidents cannot do it, sages cannot do it, and the general public cannot do it. That is how the Tao is running. All conditioned dharmas will be in vain like bubbles. Only those who know that it will rain tomorrow and go out with umbrellas are those who know the plot in their hearts. And those who know the plot and give guidance to others are the enlightened masters of the world. As a human, no matter what you say or do, you will attend to one thing and lose another. Life without an ultimate goal is a life of confusion. No matter how great and brilliant one feels, it is a life of clouds, a life of contradictions, and a life of misery, because when death comes, you will feel sad because of fear and helplessness. Without a frame of reference and a reference object as the benchmark of self-improvement and self-refinement, people will be at a loss. All people's words and deeds will be a form of blundering. When the sun comes out, they will be happy for a while, and when the sun goes down, they will be lost for a while, and they cannot achieve long-lasting tranquility, joy, and peace of mind. A truth needs to be revealed, that is, the more one is ordinary and lacks material wealth, the easier it is for him to become celestial. And the more knowledgeable, capable, and materially rich one is, the more difficult it will be for him to become celestial. This is probably also the reflection of the justness and fairness of the universe's balance mechanism. That is, if you have obtained the benefits of this shore, you will no longer have your welfare on the other shore. A tiger cannot grow wings on its back. With the blessings of the world, you can no longer look forward to the happiness of heaven. According to the practice of life genuine, what Christ Jesus says is true. Happy are you who are poor. Happy are you who are in need of food now. Happy are you who are weeping now. Those who have become celestials in life genuine were all once poor, hungry, and weeping people, while those who are wealthy, full of food, and laughing did not become celestials. It turns out that the greatest creator has been protecting his disadvantaged people. From the laws of the world, people are right no matter what they say and do, and there is no one who is wrong. From the perspective of the law of sublimation of life, people are wrong no matter what they say or do, and there are few people who are right. The chicken soup for the soul is delicious, but it is mostly made of the insight of people with elusive thinking. If you drink too much, you will be drunk and fall into the dust. 与我交往，不要诉说你的烦恼痛苦. When associating with me, do not tell me about your troubles and your pain. Xuefeng, November 18, 2020. Translated by Yu and edited by Peter. I follow the philosophy of the Superman. This world should be given to those who work hard without fear of hardships, but are always optimistic and romantic. People who talk about their misfortunes and worries all day long should withdraw from the historical stage of this world. Passive, negative, pessimistic people radiate negative energy, and it is too exhausting to associate with people who are full of negative energy. I do not owe you anything, so why should I bear your misfortune and pain? When surviving and living in this era of the world, which one of us is free from troubles and pains? It is just that the strong bury their worries and pains deeply in their hearts as nourishment and motivation to forge ahead. Only the weak talk about their worries and pains all day long and treat others as their emotional trash cans into which they dump the trash that is in their minds. With people who often tell others about their misfortunes and pains, their energy level is below 200, which is a kind of pathological psychology. Not only can they not live out their own lives, but they will also pollute the spirits and souls of others. As the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of gods, Buddhas, and celestials, I, Xuefeng, came to the world to look for healthy people, not to look for sick people, not referring to physical diseases, but to spiritual diseases, let alone to cure people. I harvest ripe crops. Ripe crops are full and flawless. Do not think that I am here to help people in distress. Some people say Xuefeng is a Ziwei saint. That's only your wishful thinking. I won't do a stupid thing like that. I do not even have enough time to flirt with and seduce my sisters-in-law. So how can I have time to take care of your mess? Do not pretend to be pitiful in front of me so that I can feel pity for you. If you help yourself, I will help you. If you want to destroy yourself, I will help to destroy you. To whoever wants to hang himself, I will secretly prepare a rope for you to hang yourself with, and then you cannot live out a life of sunshine and color. If you want sunshine, I will give you light. If you want darkness, your wish will be fulfilled. In addition, I hope netizens do not give me advice, do not try to point out the right way to me, and do not insult my IQ. I follow the concept of do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. If I didn't ask you, do not help me. Of course, if you think your EQ, IQ, and SQ, spiritual quotient, are higher than mine, then teach me. But once you start teaching me, I'm going to ask you 100,000 questions, and if you cannot answer them, then shut up early in the conversation. Either follow me or go your own way. If you follow me, then do exactly what I say. Xuefeng will never collaborate with anyone, let alone ask anyone to teach me how to walk and how to handle my affairs. Oh people, live out your life of sunshine and colors. In this way, you will benefit endlessly and add a bright splendor to society. That is the correct way of living. 成就别人才能成就自己. You can only fulfill your mission in life by helping others. Xuefeng, December 4th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. When flour is made into steamed buns, its mission has been accomplished. When the fruit of the tree is ripe, its mission has been accomplished. When people say farewell to the world with no regrets in the end, their missions in their lives have been accomplished. When a person is sublimated into an immortal or Buddha, his mission in life has been accomplished. When a person dies, no matter what his status has been, rich or poor, famous or wise, if he still has concerns, remorse, resentment, regret, nostalgia, and fear, it proves that his mission in life has not yet been accomplished. On the contrary, if his life is fulfilled, his mission has been accomplished. The process of helping others is actually the fulfilling of yourself. The more you help others, the greater your achievements will be. The more a person serves others, the greater his achievements will be. The reason why Jesus and Sakyamuni became God and Buddha is because of the great number of individuals that they served. Of all the services, the number of beneficiaries of formless almsgiving is the widest and most extensive, so those who give formless alms have achieved the most. Whether I, Xuefeng, can achieve my mission in life or not in the end depends entirely on what Chanyuan Celestials can achieve or what they can't. If Chanyuan Celestials achieve much, I will definitely have achieved much. The more Chanyuan Celestials achieve, the greater my achievements will be. If Chanyuan Celestials cannot achieve anything, then Xuefeng is just a bunch of stinky shit, nothing more. So, what I will achieve in life will be by helping Chanyuan Celestials in fulfilling themselves. The recent phenomenon of great freedom, transformation of Lotus, network name, has fully proved this point. To help others is to fulfill themselves. Great freedom, transformation of Lotus, not only forwarded and disseminated a great amount of life-genuine content in many WeChat groups, but also wrote articles explaining the values of life-genuine and the essence of Xuefeng. By this, she is helping others. As a result, the reputation of Lotus Celestial herself is getting better and better. At least more than 100 Chanyuan Celestials are full of praise for her. Think about it, many people can only receive praise from a few others, while Lotus Celestial has been praised by more than 100 people in a short period of time, which is not a small achievement. If it is not for helping others, how can she receive praise from them? If you do not help others, who will help you? I have been in contact with many people. Take WeChat group netizens as an example. Most of them add me on WeChat just to promote themselves, to absorb the nourishment of others, but they never want to pay even a little. Not to mention forwarding Chanyuan articles, they are not even willing to pay me by clicking a like. It shows how stingy and selfish they are. So how can they make any achievements? Some netizens really have profound wisdom and understand a lot of truths, but they do not understand the truth that they cannot achieve anything themselves unless they help others. As time goes by, they will completely be submerged in the long river of history, and everything they did will have been pointless. From this, we know that the more selfish we are, the less we will accomplish ourselves, and the more selfless we are, the more we will accomplish ourselves. No matter how much and how profound is truth that we have understood, if you do not put it into your own actions, it will only be a fleeting cloud. No one will trust a man who talks a lot without any actions, or if his actions are inconsistent with what he says. In today's world, as far as the group is concerned, Chanyuan Celestials are persons who understand truth the most. Just think about it. After suffering so many devastating blows for over 10 years, Chanyuan Celestials are still full of confidence and are optimistic, romantic, and keep on building new homes, playing and laughing, moving on together happily. Why? This is only because Chanyuan Celestials are all selfless and unselfish people who want to help others and fulfill the cause of life at Chanyuan. Chanyuan Celestials only want to give and dedicate, never care about personal gains and losses, and never think of themselves. What is the result? Of course, their lives have all been fulfilled. I said the above just to point out a bright way ahead for those who are predestined. If you want to fulfill yourself, then go all out to help others. Otherwise, everything you do, and you yourself, will come to nothing. 女子如何征服大丈夫? How a woman will conquer a real man. Xuefeng. January 1st, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. We know that a real man does not bully weak women. This is a real man's weakness. As long as you focus on this weakness and exert your strength, you will surely be able to conquer the real man. How do you exert your strength? Being cutesy, acting flirtatiously, showing weakness, showing softness, and being obedient. With these 5 actions, a real man will surely be under your control. When encountering a real man, women must never show rigidity, indulgence, toughness, willfulness, and viciousness. These characteristics cannot subdue a real man, because a real man is rigid inside, and if you use rigidity to control his rigidity, it will lead to conflict and both will get hurt. Only with softness can you overcome firmness. At the same time, in the face of a real man, women must not use words and expressions of grievance, blame, condemnation, and resentment. These characteristics will keep a real man 1,000 miles away, and a real man is free of all passive, negative, and pessimistic emotions. These words are something that a real man is unwilling to accept or bear. Treating a real man in the same way as treating an ordinary man would be extremely inappropriate. If you do not believe me, try it. 人生的又一个奥秘. Another mystery of life. Xuefeng. January 17th, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Someone was going to build a luxury villa somewhere, the drawings were ready, and the materials were ready. At that time, a geologist came and told him, I can tell you 100% for sure that in 4 years, there will be a big earthquake where you choose to build the villa and then all the buildings will be razed to the ground. Could you tell me, will the owner of the villa continue building it? Someone's child was admitted to a famous university in the United States, and the whole family celebrated. Then a fortune teller came and said, it's better for your child not to go to study in the United States, because in 4 years, on the day of his graduation, he will be involved in a car accident. I would like to ask, will this person still want to send his child to go to the university in the United States? Someone was going to invest 1 million yuan in a real estate business, when a stranger came and said, you'd better stop doing business in real estate. You will make 100 million in the first 10 years, but in the 11th year you will not only go bankrupt, but also be taken to prison and all your property will be confiscated. The question, is he still planning to get into the real estate business? When a person knows exactly that what he is doing will bring him misfortune in the near future, generally speaking, he will stop acting on it. The problem is that when a couple are about to conceive and give birth, they do not need to ask anyone. Everyone knows that the child they give birth to will surely die when he grows up. Even if they know that the child will surely die, people will still give birth to children. Throughout the history of human beings, the vast majority of people's lives will end in tragedy, and their lives will be spent in trouble, pain, anxiety, and sorrow. Even so, people will come to the world and have a try at it. They have all devoted themselves to the hard work and struggle in life with the fluke mentality of, I will live well. Generation after generation, they have been multiplying like this, which can be described as, in the Changjiang River, the waves behind drive those ahead, and no tears will come when you do not see the coffin. Why are you so irrational? The reason is that people do not know what will happen tomorrow, so they live with hope and anticipation. They can't help themselves but are pushed by their survival instinct and by the tide. There is no other way but to do so. This is the mystery. People enter the world to experience life. The process of life is a process of experience. Apart from this, these people have nothing to gain. Knowing this mystery, we will find that the geologist, the fortune teller, and the stranger mentioned at the beginning of the article did a bad thing. They should not tell the truth to the builder, should not tell the parents what will happen to their kid who will go to school in the United States 4 years later, should not tell the one who is going to become a real estate businessman what will happen in 10 years, because the truth deprives them of the process of experiencing life. Just imagine if you tell a newborn pig, when you grow up and you will be fattened, people will stab a knife into your heart to kill you and then they will eat you. Can this pig still have a happy and joyous life? It is cruel to tell the truth. It is more in line with human nature and natural law to let people live in a daze. Even if the truth is told, few people are willing to believe it. Sometimes lies are more compassionate than the truth. Live happily. Every day should be a happy day, and life experience is very important. 背西洋面朝阳. Will you go backwards to the sunset or face the rising sun? Xuefeng. November 27, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Toward evening, feeling indisposed and listless, I drove my chariot to an ancient elevation. The setting sun looks glorious indeed, only it is so close to dusk. Since it is near dusk, the sun will set, and darkness will consume the earth. The red sun rises in the east with majestic momentum, and the first rays of the sun color the gown of the green mountain. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers receive their charm from the sun, while the rain and dew lead the literary excellence for the ages. When facing the rising sun, always start the new day full of energy, throw yourself into the embrace of the rising sun, and your future will be assured. Sunset industries will soon be eliminated. For example, with mobile phone cameras, who will make Kodak cameras and point-and-shoot cameras anymore? Who wants to make ox carts and carriages when there are cars? Who wants to buy a flashlight when you can have a mobile phone? Who wants to buy a city traffic map when you have mobile phone navigation? With the popularity of cars with an automatic transmission, who will make cars with a manual transmission? Who will hire workers on the assembly line since robots are now available? With more powerful social software, who will go to QQ? With 800G mobile phones, who will make 20G mobile phones? Yesterday, a lot of industries disappeared. Today, many enterprises have closed. Tomorrow, many people will lose their jobs. The sunset industry is on the verge of bankruptcy and close and entering the history museum. Do you feel sorry? There is no time for regrets or remorse or no chance to repent or hate. It is worthless and meaningless. When the Qing dynasty replaced the Ming dynasty, those patriots who opposed the Qing dynasty and tried to restore the Ming dynasty became synonymous with reactionary, and their ending was bound to be tragic. With the iPhone 13 Apple mobile phone, other mobile phones will gradually be eliminated by the mobile phone market. And with the Musk Starlink mobile phone, the iPhone 13 will also enter decline. It is an inevitability of the development of human society and an inevitability of history that old generations will be replaced by new ones, and the waves behind will push forward the waves ahead of them. When we stand on the top of the mountain in the Life-Genuine era and look down at all the activities in the world, we will find that many people's pursuits are blind, and they are desperately chasing the sunset, such as the men and women racking their brains and making real effort to get married and start a family. They are running into the darkness and are both pathetic and pitiful, while the Chanyuan celestials who have already climbed to the peak will enjoy the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, but they are still worrying and anxious about whether to plant radish or corn on their small piece of land at the foot of the mountain. With the second home model, who wants to save money to buy a house for themselves? Who wants to sharpen their brains and become a civil servant? Who wants to start a business for their own family? Who will engage in making social connections? With the 800 values for new era human beings, who would study law to become a lawyer or judge? Who still racks their brains to become an official? Who wants to be a soldier and die for his country? Who wants to join a political party or a church? In today's world, only Life-Genuine is a sunrise industry, which is breaking through the horizon and preparing to rise to illuminate the mountains and rivers, while all other activities are sunset industries. In the near future, entering the second home will be the equivalent to owning one of Musk's Starlink mobile phones, with all its powerful functions, and the rest will be like flashlights, cameras, calculators, televisions, newspapers, magazines, ox carts and carriages, all of which will disappear on the horizon of the setting sun. Those who engage in sunset industries are wasting their time and energy and are working diligently in vain. Those who enter Life-Genuine are creating a sunrise industry. Although in the beginning it will be difficult, they will definitely develop with vigor and their futures will be bright. 理想人生全景文解 The panoramic interpretation of an ideal life. Xuefeng, April 2nd, 2022. Translated by Yu, edited by Peter. From birth to death, what is the best way to live one's life? Birth, 3 years old. Being accompanied by the mother, since having a mother's company is the safest, warmest, and most comfortable life during infancy. 4 to 6 years old, being accompanied by friends of the same age to live a collective life, supplemented by the guidance of a caring aunt. The whole process is mainly about games and entertainment. 7 to 12 years old, eating together, living together, and going to school together with friends of the same age, learning the knowledge of life, the relationship between man and nature, and properly participating in the labor of all aspects of life, cultivating the ability to live independently, being taught by teachers. There should be more female teachers than male teachers. 13 to 18 years old, should keep on living a collective life, mainly learning science skills, along with music, dance, art, and gymnastics, etc., supplemented by the physiology of puberty and the knowledge of health. Allow them to fall in love freely. Those who are tall and mature early are encouraged to try to have sex. Let them be full of longing for life, full of reverence for life, and full of enthusiasm for life. During this period, they should be guided at least by sage-level adults, preferably celestial guides, and there should be more male than female. It is strictly forbidden for an ignorant person, the laity, and mortals to enter the sphere of adolescent children's lives. 19 to 22 years old, living in a semi-collective life, eating together, but no longer living together. They should carry out high-intensity training in groups according to their different hobbies and specialties, reading extensively, practicing a lot, letting their intelligence explode, and letting them solve all the problems that arise in their lives. Let them understand and master all the historical knowledge and the scientific frontier of knowledge accumulated by human beings. Encourage adventure, uniqueness, completely let go of their sex lives. Let them fully experience the beauty of sex. 23 to 28 years old, this is a period of burning passion, a period full of vitality and creativity. Education and guidance should be stopped to allow everyone to create and live according to their love, giving them maximum freedom to do what they want. Don't interfere with them, don't preach morals, just let their nature fully bloom. During this period, each person should have at least 1 or 2 children. 29 to 46 years old, are ripe peaches, the most vigorous time, the most creative season. They should maximize the creation of material wealth and spiritual wealth in their respective positions and fields and create the living environment they want the most. 47 to 60 years old, having accumulated a wealth of life experience, tasted the ups and downs of life. This is the stage of transcendence and the sublimation of life, to fully create spiritual wealth and soul wealth, to become a teacher for children and a role model for young people, to create the most ideal humanistic environment. 61 to 70 years old, mature and fruitful years. They should live like saints, with a benevolent and kind countenance, being calm and steady, like Mount Tai. Beloved by children, consulted by young people, respected by middle-aged people. They are the ballast stone in collective life, the lights in the night. 70 to 120 years old, living a leisurely life, enjoying their carefree and happy old age. The 8 crises of life. There is no maternal love in infancy, a childhood without playmates and a lack of play. There is no education in the knowledge of life in a juvenile. There is no school and sweet love in adolescence. Having no faith and only rushing about and working for food, clothing, housing, and transportation at a young age. In middle age, being tortured by family conflicts and suppressed by the anxiety of survival. In elderly age, being afflicted with illness and having no one around to take care of them. In old age, living a lonely life and being unaccompanied till death. The above 8 major crises in life are perfectly eliminated and resolved in the second home of life genuine. Therefore, the production and living mode of the second home is the most ideal way of life for human beings. 包容 equals 纵容. Tolerance equals complicity. Xuefeng, January 21, 2021. Translated by Yu, edited by Peter. There is a kind of tolerance that is tantamount to complicity. I am here to talk specifically about this kind of tolerance. I left 3 WeChat groups yesterday. The reason for my leaving was the uncivilized language in those 3 groups. In 2 of these groups, a person named Lunatic Wong is always saying fuck your mother and using other vulgar and crude words. Barbarians like him and many people not only praise him for his knowledge and wisdom, but also tolerate him as well. Feeling helpless and unable to bear the foul atmosphere in the group, I left. The reason why Lunatic Wong used swear words unscrupulously was because he found that people would tolerate his barbaric behavior. So, he feigned madness and acted like an idiot, acted irrationally, and cursed heaven and anyone he could. The language he used is so nasty, vulgar, filthy, and dirty that no one in the past and no one in the future will be able to surpass him. Other people tolerate this despicable and shameless person and are even singing praises for him. This is the pure acceptance of evil. As a spiritual practitioner, I cannot connive with evil to such a degree or even associate with him, speak with him on the same stage, which shows how far the world of spiritual cultivation has fallen. When evil occupies the platform of discourse and morals degenerate to their extremities, no one should blame others. We should blame ourselves for being too tolerant of falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. This tolerance is complicity, and it is when we are compliant of ugly deeds and ugly words by each of us that it leads to the indecencies that are swaggering through the streets and running rampant. Tolerance refers to the non-interference of personality differences under the same attribute. For example, various flowers have the same attribute. Under the same attribute, peonies need to tolerate thorny roses, chrysanthemums need to tolerate winter plums that bloom in cold weather, and bougainvillea that blooms all year round need to tolerate epiphyllum, whose flowering period is only a few hours. Another example is that truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, sincerity, peace, and harmony should mutually tolerate each other, because they are all the same attributes. When things are completely different in nature, they cannot tolerate each other. Here tolerance equals complicity. Truth, goodness, and beauty cannot tolerate falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. The sun cannot tolerate darkness, fire cannot tolerate water, and a beautiful environment cannot tolerate garbage. Imagine that there are 8 dishes on the dinner table, and someone brings a plate of feces. May I ask, will you tolerate it? The Chinese nation regards bearing shame and humiliation as a positive virtue. This kind of value is problematic. The cultivated world praises tolerance highly, to show that they have broad minds and noble feelings. How hypocritical this is. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all emphasize tolerance, so Chinese people are particularly tolerant, but it is precisely because everyone can tolerate that the Chinese characteristic of tolerance has been formed. This tolerance for humiliation makes people feel angry, but they do not speak and dare not stop and resist in their behavior, and all take the gentleman style of, if you are patient in one moment of anger, you will escape 100 days of sorrow. In the long run, people will live awkwardly, but they have nowhere to vent. In the end, they can only swallow their anger and comfort themselves with having a tolerant mentality. In China, the phenomenon of queue jumping occurs often because the Chinese are good at tolerance. I lived in Zimbabwe for more than 10 years. The commercial, industrial, and living areas of this country are completely separated. Office workers who work in the city during the day need to take the shuttle bus to go home after work. Every day, there are many people waiting in line for the bus, but queue jumping rarely occurs there. Why? Because people are not tolerant of line jumpers, so it is impossible to cut into a line. Once, I was queuing up at a place to pay electricity and water bills. Suddenly, a black guy walked to the window without queuing up. Several old white ladies in the back immediately protested. They not only yelled, but an old lady also even stepped forward and dragged the black guy to the back of the line. They just would not tolerate the behavior of queue jumping. Just because everyone was not tolerant, so an overall good sense of order was achieved. A Canadian mayor slapped his subordinate, and this subordinate called the police. The police rushed to the spot and took the mayor to the police station in handcuffs. That night, the mayor was detained in a cell with no windows, no bed, no bedding, and no urinal. When he wanted to go to the toilet, he would knock on the door and make a report. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the police handcuffed him again, added anklets, stuffed him into an armored prison car, and he went straight to the local court. The judge sentenced him to go to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation to see if he had any mental problems that had caused the violence and sentenced him not associate with this subordinate whom he had beaten at any time. If he encounters this subordinate by chance, he must immediately and unconditionally maintain a distance of more than 200 meters from him. Any violation, it will be treated as the crime of contempt of court. After returning home, the mayor had to resign. 3 months later, the court's final decision was, 1. He is not allowed to carry knives or guns or ammunition with him for the rest of his life. 2. For the period of 1 year, he needs to report his situation to the Community Crime Prevention Agency every month, and he must ask the Community Crime Prevention Agency for leave and report back after a leave of absence when he leaves his residence to do business and then returns to his residence. It can be said that Chinese people will tolerate the mayor slapping a subordinate in the face, and even if a ruffian beats somebody up, Chinese people generally will tolerate it. It's mainly because of this tolerance that the offender can act boldly and arbitrarily. This is all caused by tolerance. This kind of irrational and no bottom-line connivance-style tolerance can be seen everywhere. In the family, when the children are unhappy, they lie on the ground and cry. Grandparents and parents not only fail to instruct them in time, but also coax them. Some students in the school will bully other students, and teachers and principals are also tolerant of this. More cases are between husbands and wives, who often have trouble with each other, but then they tolerate each other. Most of the WeChat groups on the internet are tolerant of those who speak rudely and humiliate others. Over time, the whole society becomes tolerant, so crimes are rampant. In the new oasis for life created by Life Genuine, why do people behave in a noble way, and why is everything in order? The reason is that we never tolerate bad words and deeds. Not only do we not tolerate fighting and swearing, but we also never tolerate the behaviors of boozing, whoring, gambling, and smoking, and we even never tolerate the behavior of the wasting of food and property. No one can leave any food in the rice bowl after eating. Not just leaving food behind, but even leaving a few grains of rice in the bowl is not allowed. Anyone who dares to throw trash down casually can try it. Anyone who dares to sexually harass women can try it. Anyone who dares to hide public goods privately can try it. Anyone who dares to peep into the privacy of others can try it. Anyone who dares to take indolence and covet enjoyment can try it. If one recommits this act after being warned, he will be expelled from the home. Someone taught me and said, "You need to be more tolerant and accept everything." I answered immediately, "I am not a trash can or a trash pit. How can I tolerate and accept everything?" Some people call those creatures that talk filthily and often say, "Fuck your mother," as superior and master. Their values are reversed to such a degree. No wonder that these superiors and masters have sprung up like mushrooms in the land of China. 分工负责的价值和意义. The value and significance of division of labor. Xuefeng, January 30th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. First, let's look at these equations. Which equation do you think has the greatest power? 1 plus 1 equals 0, 1 plus 1 equals 11, plus 1 equals 21, plus 1 equals 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me explain. 1 plus 1 is equal to 0. When two people live together without division of labor, regardless of the size of tasks, they work together and are busy all day without time for leisure or study. Due to differences in personality and views, they criticize, nitpick, and attack each other, wasting their time and energy on pointless arguments. They end up achieving nothing, and their life accomplishments equal 0. 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. When two people live together and work on tasks without internal conflict, their results equal what one person could accomplish alone. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Two people living together, each doing their own thing, without interfering with each other, results in the achievement of two people. 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. Two people living together, dividing responsibilities, cooperating seamlessly, and working together on specific tasks, results in the achievement of 3 people. 1 plus 1 is equal to 9. Two people living together, with clear division of all tasks, sharing common goals, and no internal conflicts, results in the achievement of what would normally take 9 people to accomplish. The above is a theoretical analysis, but what is the actual situation like? Please carefully consider how your own living situation with others is like, especially the achievements of 2 people living together as a couple. What I want to tell everyone is that based on my analysis and practical experience, whether it is 2 people, 3 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, or even all the people on Earth living together, the greatest achievement comes from dividing tasks and responsibilities. If tasks are not clearly defined and everyone wants to meddle in everything, or if you are building airplanes, I am also building airplanes, and he is also building airplanes, it will not only waste resources and human effort, but also create competition. The result of competition can be lower costs, increased efficiency, and better quality, but it will also lead to enormous waste of resources and moral degradation, which is not worth it. By playing to each person's strengths, refining tasks, sharing common goals, and cooperating seamlessly without interference, this kind of team, whether it is a team of 2, 8, or 10,000 people, can achieve results that are multiples of what individuals can achieve. This approach does not waste resources nor create tensions between individuals, because there is no internal friction or competition. From a couple to various countries around the world, if we follow the theory of dividing tasks and responsibilities, humanity will enter a golden age where there will be no more wars, waste of Earth's resources will be eliminated, and social turmoil will be eradicated. Border controls between countries will no longer be necessary, and we will enter a harmonious era of global integration. Of course, to achieve the above ideal, it seems that only the Life-genuine values and the second home model can bear such a heavy responsibility at present. 请看看你是不是你自己. Please take a look and see if you are yourself. Xuefeng. October 5, 2020. Edited by Qin Yu. If we have interacted with many people, we will find that people change and are unpredictable. We cannot figure out what kind of person they really are. There is a saying that human hearts are hard to fathom. Even after decades of being together, we may still find the other person to be a stranger, causing us to feel lost in life. At this time, when we feel that others are difficult to fathom, we need to have a self-recognition. Who am I really? Am I myself? Am I also a fickle and unpredictable person? It is not difficult to know oneself, and we can reason it out this way. You see a peach tree with ripe peaches hanging from its branches. You pick one, take a bite, and feel the sweetness and fragrance in your mouth. You like it from the bottom of your heart and believe that this peach is a fairy peach. However, someone comes over and tells you that this peach is a demonic peach, which will turn people into demons when eaten. Later, someone else says that this peach is a desire peach, which will generate desires in people. Desires are like the chains that drag people down to hell. The question is, what will you do now? Will you continue to eat or stop eating from now on? If you follow your own feelings and continue to eat, then you are yourself. If you listen to the evaluations of others and stop eating, then you are not yourself. You are just a puppet, possessed by the consciousness of others. Have you ever experienced the taste of sexual love, especially the excitement brought by having an affair? If you feel excited, wonderful, and blissful and want to enjoy this happiness for the rest of your life, what will you do when you see an article that describes the harm of sex, such as your energy is going to drain from below and warns of the difficulty of becoming enlightened due to lustful thoughts? If you continue to enjoy the sexual pleasure and ignore the teachings of others, even ignoring the teachings of Buddhists and gods, then you are yourself. On the other hand, if you restrain the driving force in your heart and no longer engage in sexual activity, then you are not yourself. You are a puppet controlled by the thoughts of others, without any intellectual or independent consciousness. You cannot be considered a complete and independent person. Suppose you are a Chanyuan celestial. You have lived in the new oasis for life, and you sincerely like this new way of life and want to live in it for the rest of your life. Now, someone says that Life-genuine is a cult and an illegal organization, and Xuefeng is a big demon who cheats people out of money and sex. What will you do? You start to waver, gradually moving away from Life-genuine and no longer daring to live in the new oasis for life, fearing that you will be deceived or suppressed. At this point, you have betrayed your own heart, abandoned your true feelings, and you are no longer yourself. You have been kidnapped by fear, and have lost your true self. People often say that they should stick to the truth. But what is the truth? At the most basic level, the truth is your inner feelings, your inner driving force. When you listen to external judgments and preaching and go against your innermost driving force to speak and act, you have violated the truth. When you violate the truth, you are not yourself, you are a fake person. The words you speak do not come from yourself. You are just a megaphone. You will always be influenced by the outside world, and you have no roots. During my time at the Beijing University of International Business and Economics, I had a roommate who always said, "My wife said." Regardless of the topic, he always said, "My wife said." Later, we gave him a nickname, Mrs. Said. Is he still himself? Of course not. He is just a shadow of his wife. There are many such people. Some say, "My mother said." Some say, "My master said." Some say, "The guru said." Some say, "The Buddha said." Some say, "The organization said," and so on. These people have no selves and cannot find themselves. Of course, this no self is miles away from selflessness. Every day on the internet, we can see articles that come like a tsunami, but upon careful reading, we find that they are all things taken from others. Some have only been slightly decorated, but fundamentally, they are not their own true voice and feelings. It is very unfortunate that once you cannot find yourself, cannot live out your true self, you will ultimately regret it, and regret it for the rest of your life. Don't believe me? Go ask people over 60 years old who have lived their whole lives following others' correct and instructive ways, never living according to their true desires. As they near death, can they not regret it? Yesterday, in a WeChat group, I saw a woman say a few words. She said, "People around me always ask me to be more stable." Be stable, my ass. I am like a grasshopper in the autumn, and I can't jump around for many more days. What stability? After reading her heartfelt words, I felt that a true person had emerged. Only the world of true people is the most exciting world, and only in the life of true people is there a heavenly life. If the surroundings are full of fake people, floating like ghosts, how can life be happy and fulfilling? How can one not be lost? 走出他人设置的程序圈圈 Breaking out of the program circles set by others. Xuefeng, January 29th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. I installed a towel rack yesterday, which gave me a revelation. If I followed the manufacturer's complicated installation process, I would have had a difficult time installing it, and it may not have even been successful. So, I thought, it's just a towel rack. Why must I follow the manufacturer's installation process? I discarded almost all of the parts that the manufacturer provided and thought of a solution that followed the principle of least resistance. In the end, I easily installed the towel rack, and it not only looked sturdy but also perfect. Think about our lives. We are born into this world and must live until we eventually enter the grave. We only have a few decades to navigate the great river of life. Where can we find the easiest and simplest path through this journey? Think about all those celebrities, officials, wealthy individuals, experts, professors, judges, lawyers, and so on. No matter how illustrious and honorable their lives may have been, they also only lived for a few decades. Once they die, they become nothing. Those who live their lives in a constant rush, busy pursuing their goals, before they know it, they are old and about to enter the grave. They competed and struggled throughout their lives, only to have everything they gained become nothing. If we play out the process of human birth to death, we will discover that human life is both sad and pitiful. Some people take pride and arrogance in the prosperity of their descendants, but what is pitiful is that they themselves have only been living in a dream. As they die, their dreams shatter, and few of their descendants will visit their graves to burn incense and pay their respects. Even if their descendants come to burn incense and pay respects every day, they will never feel the memory and mourning of their offspring. Let's take a look at the life trajectory of an ordinary person. Birth, education, work, marriage, children, supporting their family and children, retirement, and then death. What have they experienced throughout this journey? They have experienced joy, sickness, struggle, sexual happiness, fatigue, hardship, anxiety, worry, pain, anger, frustration, and fear. we suddenly realize that human life is simply replicating the path of our predecessors. Except for changes in tools and material prosperity, the essence of human existence has hardly changed. Have you noticed? Everyone is following someone else's program circle, just like home buyers taking out loans and making monthly payments according to the program designed by the seller and the bank, being misled by the program into having unrealistic dreams. And marriage, starting a family, having children, and retirement are all programs designed by others, and the vast majority of people spend their entire lives in this magical program. I discarded the manufacturer's design and complex program and installed the towel rack in a simpler and easier way. To make life more valuable and meaningful, one must step out of the program circle designed by others, otherwise they can only follow in the footsteps of those who came before. In life, there are only two things that are most valuable and meaningful. One is to make oneself happy, and the other is to find the path to heaven. Everything else is nonsense. From the perspective of maintaining happiness and finding the path to heaven, 95% of people spend their lives talking nonsense, doing nonsense, and worrying and being anxious about nonsense. 看看自己有没有生存的价值. Take a look at whether you have any value in existence. Xuefeng, June 11, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Everything in the world has its own value, and every person has their own value in existence. If something loses its value or a person loses his value, it doesn't mean that the value itself disappears. It means that the thing or the person is in the wrong time and place or engaged in the wrong occupation. A pile of cow dung has value when placed at the roots of plants, but it loses its value when placed on a sandy beach. A diamond has value when set in a crown, but it loses its existence value when buried in the ground. Someone with a great singing voice has value as a singer, but they have no value as a coal miner. A person skilled in gardening can create enormous value in a field, but if they engage in artificial intelligence research, they cannot demonstrate their value in existence. A shallow but sexually appealing girl has value in engaging in nightlife work, but if she manages a company, she not only fails to demonstrate her value but may also bring chaos to the company. When treasures are misplaced or used incorrectly, they become garbage. But when garbage is placed correctly, it becomes a treasure. A genius engaged in the wrong profession becomes a fool, while a fool engaged in the right profession becomes a genius. If Elon Musk had continued to live in South Africa, he would have been just a minor employee in some company. If he had lived in certain countries, he would have been labeled as mentally ill and sent to a mental institution. But by entering the United States, he became a world-renowned genius among geniuses. I believe that there are no idiots, mediocre individuals, or wasted talents in the world. Everyone is a genius, outstanding, and capable. The reason why there are many fools, mediocre individuals, and wasted talents is that they haven't been placed in the right positions or given the opportunity to showcase their natural talents. What causes geniuses to become fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents? The answer is marriage and family, national consciousness, state consciousness, religious ideologies, and centralized management systems. Why are there no fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents in heaven? Because there is no marriage and family, no national or state consciousness, no religion, and no centralized administrative management. Why do many people spend their whole lives practicing cultivation or Buddhism but ultimately fail to achieve enlightenment? Because if they lose their true nature and act according to their heart, how can they become immortals or Buddhas? True cultivation lies in not deliberately cultivating, true achievement lies in not striving, true planning lies in not scheming, and the divine will lies in not desiring. Any deliberate cultivation, education, guidance, or effort to achieve a purpose is the most effective way to turn oneself and others into fools, mediocrities, or wasted talents. Can you breathe fresh air while living in smog? Can you become a philosopher while living under autocratic rule? If you cannot demonstrate your value in existence, or even live a life without value, subjective factors account for 3 points, and objective factors account for 7 points. Even if you are a unique and extraordinary plant, you cannot emit a hint of greenness in the cold winter covered in ice and snow. It can be attributed to timing, luck, and destiny. 人造环境，环境造人. Humans create the environment transforms humans. Xuefeng, June 7, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Nature has bestowed upon humanity all the resources for life. How to utilize these natural resources to create a beautiful and comfortable environment depends on the richness of the human spirit and soul. We can observe the yards of different households. Some families, although not economically affluent, have clean and tidy yards with blooming flowers and fruit trees. On the other hand, some families have lifeless yards filled with garbage, dirty and unkempt. With the same conditions, different individuals create different living environments. When we look at the social living environments in countries like the United States, China, and Japan, we find stark differences. In the United States, private property and territory are sacred and inviolable. In China, there is a promotion of wealth equality and common prosperity. In Japan, private enterprises are protected, allowing century-old businesses to thrive. This indicates that the values of Americans, Chinese, and Japanese are completely different, resulting in vastly different social living environments. For example, there is a piece of land in front of a house. Some people prefer to transform it into a lawn, while others prefer to grow vegetables. Some may turn it into a small square. Different consciousness leads to different environmental choices. From this, we can understand that the environment is a product of human consciousness. The kind of consciousness one possesses determines their living environment. Conversely, the environment can transform individuals. The story of Mencius' mother's 3 moves best illustrates the impact of the environment on a person. Mencius' mother moved 3 times in order to provide a better environment for her son's growth. Initially, they lived near a cemetery, where Mencius would play among the graves. His mother realized that staying there would ruin her child's potential, so they moved next to a market. However, Mencius would spend his days playing as if he were a merchant. His mother felt that this place wouldn't allow her son to grow healthily, so they moved again, this time next to a school. There, Mencius would engage in games of ritual and respect. The environment, being a graveyard, led Mencius to learn funeral customs and blow trumpets. The environment being a slaughterhouse, Mencius learned how to butcher pigs and sheep. The environment being a school, Mencius developed a love for reading and learning etiquette. Understanding the principle that humans create environment and environment transforms humans establishes a guiding beacon for human development. As individuals, we should first determine what kind of person we want to become. If we aspire to be materially wealthy, we should go to places where money is abundant and markets are prosperous. If we want to be skilled debaters, we should go to places with many people and lively debates. If we desire to become celestial beings, we should immerse ourselves in the serene beauty of nature with few inhabitants. If we aspire to become a Buddha, we should seek environments where we have nothing but possess everything. Living with virtuous people is like entering a room filled with fragrant orchids. If you stay there for a long time and will not smell their fragrance, that's because you are influenced by and used to them. Living with wicked people is like entering a fish market. If you stay there for a long time and will not smell the stench, that's also because you are influenced by and used to them. If you want to emanate a pleasant fragrance, surround yourself with flowers. If you want to emit a foul odor, stay in the toilet. If you deeply understand that you are currently in the toilet and aspire to live among flowers, the best way is to leave the toilet, break free from its confines, and enter an environment where flowers bloom. The principles are clear, the path is well defined, but the dilemma lies in how to break free from the barriers of the toilet. It's difficult, especially when there are entanglements of family, emotions, and debts. Escaping the toilet is as challenging as reaching the blue sky. In the end, we will realize that heaven exists, but we cannot step beyond the door of the toilet. The greatest obstacle that prevents us from transcending is the ties of family, emotions, and debts. Once we are free from these attachments, heaven is not far away. However, who among ordinary people can truly overcome the threshold of family, emotions, and debts? 谁在卡中国脖子? Who is strangling China? Xuefeng, June 5, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Once someone's neck is caught, the symptoms include difficulty breathing, sore throat, headache, dizziness, loss of motivation, facial redness. Online, It is said that American imperialism has been strangling China. Has China really had trouble breathing and a loss of motivation? Absolutely not. China is the world's second largest economy, known as a powerful nation, and a country that vows to take revenge no matter the distance. How can a country composed of over 1.4 billion people be strangled by a country with a population of just over 300 million? Are we pretending to be pitiful, as if someone is strangling our necks? Is China really that pitiful? It is a contemptuous and insulting statement to portray China as a helpless victim. The claim of being strangled is purely a contemptuous and derogatory view towards China and its people. The argument that the evil American imperialism is strangling China is unfounded. If our neighbor cultivates a new type of apple and neither sells it to us nor shares it with us, that is their right. Can we say that our neighbor is strangling us? If the wicked American empire produces chips but refuses to sell or share them with us, can we say they are strangling us? If such an argument were valid, may I ask if you have sold or shared your newly invented treasure with your neighbor? Imagine you have just married a beautiful and charming wife, and your honeymoon is not even over, but your neighbor demands that you sell or share your wife with them. If not, they claim that you are strangling them. Is this reasonable? If you invent a new type of solar battery, but the raw materials must be purchased from your neighbor, who refuses to sell them to you, then we can say that your neighbor is strangling you. Who is truly strangling China's neck? A significant number of talented individuals from China have joined the enemy camp. Who forced them? A substantial amount of wealth from China has flowed into the homes of the enemy. Who orchestrated this? A large number of foreign investments and foreign companies are withdrawing, while numerous domestic businesses are shutting down. Who is responsible for this? The returning to mountains for rice cultivation. An intellectually deficient and nonsensical idea that goes against basic natural laws. Who came up with it? One moment it's returning forests for farming, then it's returning farming for forests, and then it's returning forests for farming again. Who is responsible for this wasteful and inconsistent act? Instead of using limited steel for blades, we have created urban management, agricultural management, and cultural management, which consume vast amounts of resources and manpower. Instead of focusing on construction and creating wealth, efforts are being made to control people and seek wealth through fines. Who has such farsightedness? Someone has invented a new model for production and life, which brings happiness to the Chinese people, but they have been labeled an illegal organization and subjected to long-term suppression. Illegal actions of those in power are deemed legal, while the legitimate actions of ordinary people are considered illegal. The truth is silenced, while lies run rampant. Who is confusing right and wrong? You see, the ones truly strangling China's neck are not the evil American imperialism, but the Chinese people themselves. 寄予联合国 Message to the United Nations. Xuefeng, May 16, 2023. Translated by ChatGPT. Edited by Jiejing. Dear United Nations, to speak honestly, I am a bit disappointed with you. You are already 78 years old, dedicating your whole life to promoting international security, economic development, social progress, human rights, civil liberties, political freedom, democracy, and global cooperation for peace. Especially in assisting people affected by natural and social disasters, you have made tremendous efforts and done your best. However, what is the current state of the world? Have your ideals been realized? Have your wishes been fulfilled? Russia's aggression against Ukraine has left you powerless, with nearly 100 million refugees worldwide that you cannot handle. You are unable to assist nearly 1 billion people threatened by hunger, and you are powerless in the face of escalating climate change and humanitarian crises. Where is the crux of the problem? The crux lies in the fact that you should prioritize teaching people to fish before giving them fish. However, you always focus on giving fish instead of teaching to fish. You fail to address the root causes and instead find yourself constantly fighting fires. It's like trying to eradicate flies without improving environmental hygiene. Can flies ever be completely eliminated? By always giving fish without teaching, how many fish do you have to give? Isn't it a constant struggle? How can we teach people to fish? By completely transforming the traditional modes of production and life of humanity. All the disasters and problems throughout human history stem from our modes of production and life. Unless we change the traditional modes, the conflicts, contradictions, and disasters of human existence will never end. How can we change the traditional modes of production and life? Life Genuine has already prepared both in theory and practice by proposing the model of the second home, which replaces the traditional modes of production and life. If you have countless questions and don't understand, come to me. I will provide a detailed explanation for you. 呼吁美国无条件接受非法越境者. Call for the U.S. to unconditionally accept illegal border crossers. May 14, 2023. Xuefeng. Translated by ChatGPT. Edited by Tongxin. Hello, America. According to online news, on May 11th, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security announced during a White House briefing that illegal border crossers would be deported. As a common citizen, I appeal to the U.S. to unconditionally accept illegal border crossers for the following reasons. If legal entry were possible, no one would choose to cross the border illegally. Illegality is a result of being forced, not a choice made by individuals. When people feel hopeless and have no other options for survival, any nonviolent, illegal means for survival are legal. The so-called law that blocks people's livelihood is itself illegal. A person who travels 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles and endures countless hardships to seek refuge in the U.S., but is refused entry and then deported as illegal, is inhumane, cruel, and unworthy of respect. With abundant resources and as the world's leading superpower, the U.S. has the capacity and ability to accept illegal border crossers. As long as they can survive in their own country, few people are willing to risk their lives and travel great distances to seek refuge in the U.S. Those who come to you have already trusted you. Do not reject those who trust you. Otherwise, any claims of democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law are all false. Don't assume that all illegal immigrants are coming to reap the benefits of America's economic prosperity. If you accept them, 95% of illegal border crossers will become diligent wealth creators and steadfast defenders of the American system. The fewer people who abandon you, the more who come to you, the greater your glory. Glory is a noble symbol. The more illegal border crossers you accept, the more dignity and strength you will have. The whole world is watching you. If you deport illegal border crossers, you are extinguishing the flicker of hope in the hearts of the kind, hard-working masses of the world. You will betray the creed of "In God we trust" and lead to decline. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. He who loses the hearts of the people loses the world. Where the people's hearts go, there will be prosperity, civilization, strength, and eternal life. Where the people's hearts do not go, there will be poverty, ignorance, barbarism, and backwardness. May you be a land where the people's hearts go, rather than where their hearts do not. 平等平均民主背离文明. Equality, uniformity, democracy deviating from civilization. Xuefeng. June 22, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Ideas of equality, such as equality before the greatest creator, all men are created equal, equality before the law, and equality of all beings, have deeply ingrained in human consciousness. Upon reflection, I believe these notions of equality have given rise to inequality and deviated from the path of civilization. Ideas like egalitarianism, equalizing wealth, and common prosperity seem aimed at eradicating oppression and exploitation, allowing everyone equal access to resources and welfare. However, in essence, they generate greater oppression and exploitation. Democracy may seem to leverage everyone's intelligence to make decisions and address all emotions and demands. Yet, in reality, it suppresses the saints, stifles the future, allowing erroneous thoughts and flawed systems to persist without correction, spreading continuously. Is equality before the greatest creator true? It depends on our understanding. If we acknowledge that everyone must face death, then equality before the greatest creator is right. If we understand that everyone will receive rewards or punishments based on their actions, then equality before the greatest creator is also right. But if we believe that everyone before the greatest creator must be equally handsome, equally beautiful, equally tall, enjoy the same benefits, eat 2 buns every meal, and meet the same fate, then equality before the greatest creator is wrong. Is all men are created equal true? Are they all born in royal or wealthy families or in slums? Are they all born with attractive features? Undoubtedly, everyone is not born equal. The true meaning of all men are created equal is that no one should face discrimination or oppression due to factors like birth, wealth, or intelligence, rather than being identical in all aspects from birth. Is equality before the law true? The laws of the wolves towards sheep are definitely unequal laws. Those in power can arbitrarily label others as illegal and impose sanctions. Therefore, equality before the law is an empty phrase. Whether it's equalizing wealth, egalitarianism, or common prosperity, all entails severe exploitation and oppression. If A produces 10 watermelons and B produces 2, then dividing 6 each between A and B is a form of exploitation and oppression for A, as well as a strike against one's initiative, creativity, and enthusiasm for work. What is civilization? Civilization is about justice, not equality, uniformity, or democracy. Civilization involves ensuring that the creators of wealth can securely enjoy the fruits of their labor. Protecting homes built through one's labor from external disturbances is civilization. Safeguarding the weak from the bullying of the strong is civilization. Allowing every individual's nature to flourish without constraints is civilization. Ensuring provisions for the elderly and care for the young is civilization. It is just for someone who hasn't contributed to face starvation or death by hunger, but it is undeniably unjust for someone who consistently contributes to experience the same fate. If laborers have food, clothing, shelter, and freedom of movement, that signifies a civilized society. If laborers have no way out, it contradicts civilization. Justice treats everyone impartially, without favoring a minority or majority, those in power or the masses, the rich or the poor, the elite or those with average intelligence and abilities. Immediate punishment for wrongdoers symbolizes societal civilization. A delayed punishment for wrongdoers, by 2 or 3 years, indicates that the entire society has not yet embraced the path of civilization and remains in a state of barbarism. My viewpoint is that the pursuit of equality, uniformity, and democracy will not lead humanity into a civilized society. Only by pursuing justice can humanity enter a civilized society. 雪峰大魔头又要妖言惑众了. Xuefeng, the great demon king, is spreading deceitful words again. Xuefeng, July 1st, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Throughout my journey, those who have deceived and wronged me were the poor, the unfortunate, and the powerful. The affluent have never deceived or harmed me. Reflect on your experiences. Is it the same for you? I have grievances against Jesus Christ. You had divine powers. Why didn't you directly lead humanity into the kingdom of the greatest creator, instead of letting ordinary people endure over 2,000 years of suffering? How much longer must the people suffer under your watch? Haven't 2,000 years been enough? I have grievances against Buddha Shakyamuni. Supreme in heaven and earth, your teachings are boundless in power. Yet, after over 2,000 years, countless beings still cannot escape the sea of suffering. Is it your teachings' incompetence, or do they pale in comparison to the sorcery of demonic forces? I have grievances against Confucianism. Since Emperor Wu of Han adopted Dongzhongshu's, suppressing all other schools, venerating Confucianism policy, you Confucians have wielded power. However, over 2,000 years, how many common people have suffered and perished? What kind of life have they led? Your Confucian ideology ruled China for over 2,000 years, and the common people endured suffering for the same duration. You Confucians have truly deceived the common folks. I have grievances against the Chinese common people. For thousands of years, you have always hoped for the appearance of a wise ruler, yearned for an oriental sage to descend. Yet, for over 2,000 years, no wise ruler has emerged, and no sage from the east has descended to save you. Are you still waiting? Keep waiting. When your great-great-great-great-grandchildren are on their deathbeds, the wise ruler will finally appear. The sage will descend. You are irredeemably ignorant. I have grievances against Communist Party members. I do not know if I can voice my grievances against Communist Party members without facing censorship and suppression, but I'll cautiously raise a question. Is your oath to struggle for communism throughout your life genuine or false? If you encountered real communism, would you be afraid? What exactly is sinology, Guoxue? Is it the study that upholds the country, or as Lu Xun put it, when I open up China's history, there are no timelines. On every crooked page are written the words benevolence, righteousness, morality. I could not sleep. After careful scrutiny in the dead of night, I saw between the lines, the whole book was filled with two words, eating people. Following Lu Xun's speculation, sinology is the study of eating people. Since then, I'm too scared to read or listen to sinology. Contact with a virus causes infection. Does contact with the unfortunate infect you with their plight? Does contact with barbarism infect you with barbarity? No, it does not. Does contact with a black person infect you with blackness? Contact with a white person infects you with whiteness? Contact with an Asian infect you with Asianness? Contact with the poor infects you with poverty? Contact with the rich infects you with wealth? Near vermilion, one turns red. Near ink, one turns black. That cannot be true, right?
如何走出自己的认知边界？
How to break out of your cognitive boundaries. Xuefeng, July 13, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Cognitive boundaries are like walls. They both protect and limit us. If life is comfortable and easy, do not venture beyond your cognitive boundaries. Living within your own walls until old age can also be considered a decent life. But if you feel miserable, stifled, or oppressed within your walls, it's time to knock them down and step outside. Stepping beyond these walls, i.e., your cognitive boundaries, starts with admitting when you're wrong. If you always believe you're right, you'll never break free from those walls. The sufferings in this world are mostly created by those who think they're right. Those who endure suffering and hardship usually believe they are right. So, when you think you're right, you're already wrong. You've created cognitive boundaries, built walls, and constructed your own prison. For instance, for thousands of years, the Chinese people have anticipated the appearance of a wise ruler to save them. They now anticipate the arrival of an Eastern sage. This is a cognitive boundary. Without breaking this boundary, they'll forever remain in confinement. Instead of considering solving problems through legality and procedures, they perpetually hope for a wise ruler or an Eastern sage to save them. It's not just ignorance, it's sheer folly. Change the country or immigrate. This represents a major breakthrough in the cognitive boundaries of Indians. Currently, 32 million Indians have renounced their Indian citizenship to become citizens of other countries. How do these Indians who have relinquished their birth nationality for other countries fare? The current Prime Minister of the UK, Sajid Javid, is of Indian descent. In the US, many high-ranking executives in major tech companies like Microsoft and Google are of Indian origin. In 1993, in Zimbabwe, I noticed nearly half of the shops and cities were owned by Indians. Similarly, in various places like South Africa, Mozambique, Angola, Ethiopia, Botswana, Tanzania, I found numerous Indians engaged in business. In 2016, visiting Pacific Island nations like Fiji and Vanuatu, I discovered many shops were run by Indians. In 2017, coming to Canada and staying in various cities, I found that the owners and staff in the hotels I stayed at were mostly Indians. Even at the Walmart supermarket, the managers and most employees were Indians. If these dispersed Indians hadn't ventured beyond their cognitive boundaries and stayed in their homeland, they wouldn't have achieved such success. Breaking cognitive boundaries brought them opportunities, wealth, and a vast realm of life, ensuring a better future for their descendants. In our understanding, relatives are those connected by blood ties. Without blood relations, they are not considered family. Consequently, we end up with only a few relatives in our lives. However, if we break this cognitive boundary and consider everyone close and intimate as family, irrespective of region or race, without categorizing by status or position, we realize that we can have numerous relatives in this life. The life of someone with just a few relatives differs entirely from someone with many relatives. With only a few relatives, our scope, range, and life's boundaries are limited. But the more relatives we have, the broader our scope, range, and activities become. I have several strangers around me whom I treat as family, and as a result, I receive care and assistance from them, akin to family, even more effective than my own biological children. Graduate from school and find a job versus graduate from school and start a business represents two entirely different cognitive perspectives. If parents only intend for their children to graduate and secure a good job, then during technical school, college, or university, the focus will revolve around finding employment. But if parents intend for their children to start a business after graduation, their educational focus will entirely revolve around entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs tend to value practicality, while job seekers focus more on formalities. This difference, over time, results in a significant disparity in life experiences and perceptions, leading to different tastes in life. Without money, you cannot get things done is a cognitive boundary for some. With this belief, their entire life revolves around money, and over time, their thoughts and actions carry a sense of vulgarity, giving off a sense of superficiality, and they tend to ignore, even contempt the blessings like love, sexuality, morality, justice, the Tao, and spirituality. In fact, everyone lives within their own cognitive boundaries. For example, believing that death is the end of life. If someone holds this belief, they'll never find the door to heaven. It's hard for us to comprehend why some people choose to commit suicide. However, suicide occurs because within their cognitive boundaries, they cannot find reasons or opportunities to continue living. At this critical moment, if they could break free from these cognitive boundaries, they would realize, wow, life's path is so vast. Stepping beyond cognitive boundaries opens up a vast world.
创造和维护一片绿荫
Creating and maintaining a green oasis. Xuefeng, July 28, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. The 2023 Canadian wildfires are widely known, sparked by drought. If rain nurtured every place constantly, wildfires would cease to exist. This year, even at the headquarters of the Life-Genuine in Canada, the situation was no different. Drought had turned the 50-acre lawn from green to a dusty yellow, devoid of vitality. However, within 10 meters around the residential and guest buildings, there's a lush green area with blooming flowers, brimming with life. Why? There's no secret. It's just watering the lawn, using sprinklers to moisten it as rain would. Amidst drought and water shortages, the government restricts water usage. At our place, watering the lawn is permitted only between 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Watering the lawn is prohibited between 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. So, it's impossible to water the entire 50-acre lawn, only maintaining the greenery around the residential and guest buildings. Watering can create and maintain a green oasis during drought. Likewise, using spirituality can create an idyllic haven amidst restless and despairing hearts. To create a green oasis, plants need water. To maintain it, timely watering is crucial. Every day, in the morning and evening, I timely water the plants, maintaining the greenery. To create an idyllic haven, a spiritual paradise, injecting spirituality and nourishment into people's hearts is essential. To maintain this spiritual paradise, timely spiritual nourishment is imperative. Every day, every month, every year, I timely nurture the spiritual heart of Chanyuan Celestials, maintaining a green oasis, the second home on earth. Without water, lawns will lose vitality during drought, becoming lifeless. Without spiritual nourishment, homes will crumble amidst the chaos and fall into silence.
看看自己有多幸福
Take a look at how fortunate you are. Xuefeng, August 6, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. If every day you can bask in the radiant sunlight, feeling its warmth upon your skin, that's tremendous wealth, indeed, happiness. If every day you breathe in fresh air, surrounded by boundless clear skies and beautiful landscapes, congratulations, you're among the wealthiest in the world. Oh, what happiness! If your abode is graced by a clear river or a babbling brook, or if you have a serene lake to admire nearby, your days are enviable. Such happiness. If each day you have enough food to satisfy hunger and a sheltered refuge for peaceful sleep, allowing for dreams without insomnia, you are among those blessed by the heavens. Rejoice. Happiness. If you have a plot of land to cultivate or a pursuit that brings enduring joy, congratulations. You are a fortunate soul. If you have well-proportioned facial features, strong and agile limbs, healthy functioning internal organs, and a disease-free body, take pride. You are surely heaven's darling, among the luckiest in the world. If each day someone accompanies you for conversation, shares meals and work, you are blessed. If there are playful arguments, laughter, and jovial banter, my goodness, you must have had good karma in your past life. Your life is so fortunate. If you have a few opposite-sex confidants throughout your life who can share intimate moments with you, oh my, you are so fortunate. Your life is enviable, stirring envy and jealousy in others. If you possess all of the aforementioned conditions, then you are truly blessed with an abundant destiny. You must be a favored child of the greatest Creator. Do not seek happiness elsewhere. You are happiness itself, leading a blissful life. But if possessing all this leaves you dissatisfied, if you envy others or aspire to be a success, wanting fame and fortune, that's greed. It's being born amidst fortune, yet failing to recognize it, seeking trouble. Simply put, it's an ignorance of life, and you're a fool, an idiot, a blockhead. 人生24项才富你拥有几项? Life's 24 treasures. How many do you possess? Xuefeng. August 6, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. In life, there are 24 treasures. If you possess them all, you are the most affluent person in the world. Even if you have half, 12 of them, you are not. Take a look at how many you possess. Sunlight, 2. Blue skies, 3. Drinking water, 4. Clean air, 5. Land to cultivate, 6. The ability to hear rooster crowing and birds singing, 7. Salt, 8. Something to do every day, 9. Clothes to wear, 10. Shelter to live in, 11. Food to fill your stomach, 12. Someone cares, loves, helps, and remembers you, 13. 1 or 2 intimate friends, 14. Someone you care, love, and remember deeply, 15. Enjoying watermelon and peaches in summer, 16. Access to a phone and books, 17. Regular visits from friends and family, or there are relatives and friends available to visit, 18. A healthy body, 19. No debts or owing money to others, 20. Faith and ideals, 21. Life has objectives, and there's a direction to life, 22. A heart willing to serve others, 23. Cheerful, optimistic, romantic emotions and sentiments, 24. Having plentiful sexual partners. If you possess these 24 treasures, you're a magnate in this world. Henceforth, do not envy emperors, wealthy individuals, or government officials because you are the most blessed person in the world. 回不去的故乡. Unreturnable hometown. Xuefeng. August 9, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. Life's vicissitudes. Many places we long to visit can never be revisited. Many people we long to see can never be seen again. When we departed initially, if we knew that parting meant an impossible return or reunion, we would have taken another look, stored more memories of our hometown in the warehouse of our minds. Those easy goodbyes, back then, were never thought to be the final wave to those we yearned to meet. Each parting became a permanent farewell. Parting is easy, reuniting difficult. Life is long, but time and tide wait for no man. How priceless is this affection, yet what can be done about it? The wind and the moon mock me for being naive for every passing year. In the journey of life, things that once seemed ordinary, mundane, and commonplace were not cherished at that time, nor considered precious. However, upon realizing the inability to revisit or re-experience them, those experiences became incredibly invaluable. Year after year, day after day, moment after moment, we've always been amidst precious experiences. Yet, due to their apparent ordinariness, We neglected their value and significance. However, when the realization dawns that those experiences cannot be replicated, we discover the heavens and earth may last long, but sometimes emotions come to an end, yet this regret remains ceaseless. How much resentment in the west wind, unable to blow away the frown. Mutual hatred lacks trust. Mutual understanding reveals shallow seas. In the vast expanse of life's path, along with every acquaintance, there is a continual journey of fondness and regret. Once we recognize someone, before long, it turns into yearning, then resentment. How many deep affections and friendships have been severed across distant lands, yearning for reunions amidst landscapes of formidable mountains and flowing rivers, yet finding no way to come together again. Thus, we walk this road, leaving pieces of ourselves, journeying amidst longing, yearning to speak but remaining silent, truest when love cuts to the bone. Let's cherish moments by smiling when scolded by parents, for such chances are rare. Cherish those times when siblings tease, as sibling affection is deep as the sea. Once severed, the cost of regret is high. Cherish the moment when you meet someone, even if they complain. For someone you've been intimate with is life's blessing, the most worthwhile chapter of life, worth cherishing, worth growing old together with, sharing life's stories with. Cherish the friendships with neighbors, friends, and relatives. Endure when disagreements arise, for these moments constitute the landscape of our life's journey. What seemed insignificant in youth becomes the invaluable treasures of life when old age and sunset arrive. Life is sorrowful. The hometown we cannot return to, the people we cannot see anymore. Life is joyful. The countless amorous feelings and inexhaustible scenery along the way. Though the mountains are high and the waters vast, full of doubt for the road ahead, I have a way to avoid sorrow and embrace joy. If you wish to reunite with loved ones year after year and share endless moments of bliss on the journey of life, then embark on the journey of immortality together, leaving behind the bone-deep yearning. The path of immortality and celestial love is layered and vast. Rivers merging with rivers, peaks connecting with peaks. Flowers bloom on the hills, fragrance fills the path. Phoenixes echo in the valleys, forest murmurs. Small bridges overflowing waters, ancient pavilions on long roads, heartfelt conversations, hand in hand toward the horizon, extraordinary scenery awaits.
了解自然之力，借助自然之力。
Understanding the force of nature, employing its power. Xuefeng, August 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. The most sensitive, unimaginable, miraculous, potent, intimidating, and unchallengeable force in the universe is the power of nature. It permeates the operation of the cosmos and all human activities, both shaping and influencing the success, failure, destiny, and prospects of everyone. Nature's power comprises both visible and invisible elements. The visible includes phenomena like typhoons, hurricanes, earthquakes, torrential rain, among others. The invisible encompasses the seemingly commonplace forces that make seeds germinate and grow, keep the celestial bodies moving, sustain the cycles of the seasons, and even cause disasters in an instant. A person of integrity, though not actively seeking fortune, the heavens guide them unexpectedly to achieve their heartfelt aspirations. A devious individual, despite craftily avoiding misfortune, the heavens intervene at their cunning moments to seize their soul. The force behind guiding unexpectedly and seizing their soul is the unseen power of nature. A tiny seed can grow into a towering tree. A small fertilized egg can develop into an incredibly complex life. An ordinary person can become a world-shaking leader. A powerful empire can crumble. A prominent figure can be imprisoned or even executed. Behind all these occurrences lies the true power of nature. As one grows older, reminiscing about life, many pivotal moments are realized as beyond personal control, seemingly prearranged. No one wishes to face hardships and setbacks, yet they arrive unexpectedly. Some people suddenly rise to prominence only to fall abruptly, a sequence beyond their control, unexpected and unforeseen. Life seems to be governed by an elusive force that makes one sigh. The mysteries of heaven are divine, Human cleverness is of little use. The power of nature is enigmatic and unpredictable, but is there a pattern to follow? The Book of the Supreme Way's responsiveness teaches us, speak, see, and act in goodness. If 3 good deeds are performed in a day, blessings will come within 3 years. Speak, see, and act in evil. If 3 evil deeds are done in a day, calamities will come within 3 years. It truly reflects that misfortune and fortune are self-induced. This is the most straightforward and easily comprehensible rule of nature's power. Myriad complex phenomena teach us one principle. If you desire a fortunate, healthy, and happy life, do not invest in manipulation and adaptability, do not exert efforts in amassing wealth or networking. Instead, focus on nurturing your soul garden. Avoiding wrongdoing is the safest path to preventing stumbles in life. By dedicating oneself, accumulating virtues, bringing goodness, joy, and happiness to others, society, and nature, employing the power of nature, life becomes smoother and one can evade disasters. However, if one brings pain and harm to others, society, or nature, the force of nature will inevitably administer a corresponding punishment. Everything is born, grows, is punished, and eventually perishes by nature. In harmony with nature, there is birth and growth. In opposition to nature, there is punishment and destruction. Desiring to reach heaven, do not exert effort in gong, methods, techniques, or intelligence. Avoid investing in complex matters. Instead, focus on the simplest task, cultivating your inner soul garden. The force of nature will generously reward those who maintain a beautiful soul garden. 乞丐的启示 The Lesson from a Beggar. Xuefeng. August 13, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. What's the primary characteristic of a beggar? Rural beggars carry empty bowls, going door to door seeking food. Urban beggars occupy street corners, extending their hands for money. Their common trait, they seek alms from others. Anyone who extends their hand, seeking alms from others, is a beggar. This enlightens us. Anyone not creating or unwilling to serve others for sustenance will eventually become a beggar. Beggars are not destitute. Some are physically capable and able-bodied, while others possess great wealth. Their common psychological trait is stinginess. They are unwilling to utilize their abilities or wealth and seek to gain without effort. In life, one must persistently engage in at least one of these 4 activities. 1. Creating material wealth. 2. Cultivating spiritual wealth. 3. Nurturing soul wealth. 4. Serving others. If one engages in none of the above, irrespective of their status, be it an emperor or a commoner, wealthy or poor, official or common citizen, religious or non-religious, famous or just one among many, they are essentially beggars. The antonym of a beggar is a benefactor, someone who selflessly gives material, spiritual, or soul wealth without expecting anything in return. Those who offer service without anticipating a reward are benefactors. A benefactor is someone with the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. They are the truly wealthy ones. Those who, despite being materially poor, bring joy to others are not beggars but wealthy individuals. In conclusion, anyone who does not create wealth or offer service yet continuously depends on external resources and services from others is a beggar. Once reduced to a beggar, one loses the dignity of a living being and forfeits the eligibility to ascend to heaven. 让我们开始学说话. Let's start learning to speak. Xuefeng. August 18, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. Firstly, I repent to the greatest creator because I have uttered many improper words. From now on, I'll speak cautiously, avoiding creating suffering due to inappropriate words. Words spoken by the mouth have the power to revive life, to turn around situations, to bring light in the darkest times, to provide warmth akin to spring, to uplift the despairing, to comfort the sorrowful, to ignite passion in desolate hearts, to show the dawn to the lost to be inspired and live positively thereafter. Some words even lead to enlightenment, becoming Buddha or celestial. Conversely, words spoken from human mouths can subtly kill, distort truths, provoke chaos, shatter the hopeful into desperation, break friendships, blur right and wrong, slander the innocent, portray black as white, instill fear, crush people's belief and confidence in life, lead one astray from the righteous path, mislead to the point of confusion, and transform individuals into malevolent beings. If one cannot master the art of words, it not only harms others and society but also affects relatives and friends, leaving behind boundless karmic obstacles for oneself, making escape from the cycle of existence unattainable. There are 8 types of speech that should never be uttered: passive, negative, and pessimistic, sowing discord and creating rifts in relationships, cursing others, complaining and grumbling, holding grudges, gossiping behind others' backs, sarcasm, ridicule, mockery, threats, violence, deceit, and tempting others to commit crimes, blasphemy against the greatest creator, spirits, masters, ancestors, or benefactors. Conversely, there are 8 types of speech one should wholeheartedly express: warm and comforting words, words that bring joy and happiness, uplifting and encouraging words, positive, optimistic, and constructive words, inspirational words fostering a longing for a better life, humorous and witty words that make people burst into laughter, praising and appreciating others and life itself, hymns and prayers to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Speaking is an art and a form of cultivation. Apart from speaking words that benefit oneself without causing harm, the tone, expression, and attitude are also crucial. A gentle tone, a friendly expression, and a soft attitude, even while criticizing, make it easier for others to accept. Conversely, a harsh tone, stern expression, a disdainful and aggressive attitude, or even hysterics, even if the words spoken are truthful and beneficial, make it challenging for people to accept and might incite resistance. In life, those unable to speak properly will face difficulties and setbacks. On the other hand, those who are articulate will have advantages and will be a breath of fresh air to others, paving the way for a bright future. Have you learned to speak well? 不同的路上看到的风景不同. Different sceneries along different roads. Xuefeng. September 21st, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. Yesterday, on September 20th, 2023, Huey and I traveled to Kamloops, which is 230 kilometers away from the headquarters in Canada, for a task. Having been there a few times before, I chose the familiar route that passed through 100 Mile House, Clinton, and Cache Creek. From Cache Creek to Kamloops, the landscape was characterized by desolate mountains and sparse human activity in the valleys. Occasionally, a few farms could be seen, mainly relying on sprinkler irrigation for grass cultivation. Along the way, there was a sense of desolation, only offset by the vitality sensed near the Kamloops Lake. Once, standing atop a hill in Kamloops, overlooking the city, I felt their predecessors had been somewhat short-sighted to establish a city in such desolate terrain. However, it wasn't until I traveled on Highway 5 that I realized my ignorance and limited perspective. The return journey was guided by navigation, initially following Highway 5, almost parallel to the Thompson River. The scenery along the riverbanks was picturesque, with dense population and diverse landscapes. The hills were lush with winding trees, while the Thompson River flowed clear and serene. Beautiful pastoral views with herds of cattle and horses and houses nestled amidst greenery embellished the riverbanks, almost resembling beaches made of fine sand. This wasn't just typical northern scenery, but a replica of New Zealand. I felt as if I had stepped into a utopian world like that of Tao Yuanming, exclaiming, "Canada is truly beautiful." Taking a left turn towards Highway 24 from Little Fort, we entered vast forests. With excellent road conditions and the mid-autumn season, the sky was high and clear, the air fresh. Bushes and poplar trees lined both sides of the road, their leaves turning golden. For nearly 70 to 80 kilometers, it felt like driving on a golden avenue, an awe-inspiring autumn landscape beyond words. From Highway 97 to Highway 1 to Kamloops, then from Kamloops onto Highway 5, and eventually onto Highway 24, the landscape seen on different roads were significantly different. This presents us with the following insight. If we always live in the same place, we may believe that this world is an exact reflection of our lives. Our understanding becomes fixed, our thinking becomes rigid, and our cognition shapes everything in the world based on our fixed perspectives. This can lead to inflexible thinking, a lack of adaptability, which causes conflicts and contradictions, leading to chaos, even wars, ignorance, and backwardness. Similarly, if we always travel on Highway 97 or 1 but never on Highway 5 or 24, we'll never know the scenery along these roads. If we immerse ourselves solely in a certain religion, political system, or cultural ethnicity, we'll never understand the essence of other religions, the merits and demerits of different systems, or the characteristics of other cultural ethnicities. In such circumstances, any conclusions we draw will surely not align with universal values. The more we insist we are right, the worse our future becomes. Likewise, if our consciousness dwells solely in the material world, our understanding and thinking will be confined to materialistic thoughts and commercial patterns. Consequently, we will never understand the mindset and realms of people living in the spiritual and soul worlds. We might think those living in the spiritual world, especially the soul world, are incredibly foolish or even mad. Conversely, those dwelling in the spiritual and soul worlds may perceive those living in the material world as no different from insects or animals. These are cognitive biases caused by not having traveled on highways 5 and 24.
人类生存的结构会导致人类灭亡。
The structure of human existence will lead to human extinction. Xuefeng, October 22, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. What will eventually happen when a train hurtles forward without brakes? Earth's rotational speed is 30 kilometers per second. Now imagine it accelerating to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 kilometers per second. What will eventually happen? Any object's speed has a limit. Once surpassed, it disintegrates. Similarly, when the Earth or a train exceeds its speed limit, it'll either break down structurally or burn out. Now, let's examine if human society's survival structure resembles that accelerating train without brakes. Firstly, consider human desires. Though religion and natural disasters act as braking mechanisms, human desires themselves have no limits. The fisherman and the goldfish story vividly illustrates the unending nature of human desires. It's inherent in human nature. Human society consists of individuals, and their unending desires prove that the current structure of this society, composed of people, lacks a braking system. Whether one becomes a department head, a governor, or even a president, there's no satiation unless they rule the universe as the greatest creator. Will embezzling or making $10,000 satisfy someone? What about $100,000, $1 million, $10 million, or even $100 million? Not really, unless they gather all the world's wealth. Next, the uncontrolled population growth and reckless exploitation of natural resources lead to diminishing forests, grasslands, and wetlands. The exploitation of coal, oil, and minerals has no limits, while the waste from human production and lifestyle severely pollutes the air, soil, and water sources. It disrupts the food chain, disturbs the biosphere balance, contributes to global warming, glacier melting, increased hurricanes, heavy rainfall and floods, frequent droughts, forest fires, and consistently extreme high temperatures. These facts reveal that human society's survival structure is flawed. If unchanged, humanity, like the accelerating train, will ultimately disintegrate towards destruction. What are the problems in the structure of human existence? The core factors are family and nation. If these structures remain intact, humanity faces insurmountable problems and crises. The traditional family structure is the birthplace of human selfishness, often for family benefit. Selfishness leads to wastage of resources and a surge in social crimes. If the traditional family structure disintegrates, many selfish behaviors would naturally disappear, easing tensions between people, society, and nature. The new second home model created by Lifechanuan community has substantiated this fact with ample evidence. The national structure functions as a machine for humans to vie for resources and mutually destroy each other. Presently, global military spending, divided among the world's 8 billion people, amounts to more than $300 per person annually. Redirecting this money towards improving livelihoods could save vast natural resources. Furthermore, The existence of a nation demands a large number of officials who contribute little to wealth creation but rely on the populace for support. In China, for instance, out of 1.4 billion people, around 80 million are financially supported by the state's tax revenue. Roughly, it takes about 12 working-age individuals to support one government worker. Globally, the working-age population, defined as individuals between 15 to 64 years old, faces similar circumstances. In China, the working age is 16 to 60 years old for men and 54 for women. Factoring in the unemployed, disabled individuals, and farmers with minimal income, it's estimated that around 5 to 6 individuals involved in material wealth creation support one government worker. Regardless of how much those creating material wealth earn, government employees' salaries are mostly fixed and obligatory. In reality, anyone who consumes pays taxes, and a substantial portion of this tax serves as salaries for government employees. Thus, the existence of the nation-state entails significant waste and places an overwhelming burden on its citizens. If all nations on Earth were to disappear, people could potentially lead relatively tranquil lives. In conclusion, if humanity continues on its traditional production and lifestyle path, it leads to destruction. If families disband and nations disappear, humanity can transform crisis into tranquility and embark on the road to happiness.
站在阴沟里，请仰望星空。
Look up to the stars while standing in the gutter. Xuefeng, November 11th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. In life's journey, there will be times when you find yourself living in the gutter. The gutter is characterized by its darkness, dampness, foul odor, and the presence of rodents, snakes, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Living in the gutter feels like being neither alive nor dead, unable to live well yet unable to die, trapped and unable to escape, enduring the torment of both physical and mental suffering. Have you experienced any of this? Local thugs and bullies harass you, disrupting your normal life, bullying you and your loved ones, smash your windows, shout loudly in front of your door at midnight, smear paint on your door, and frequently threaten you with phrases like, "If you do not something, I'll something you." Have you ever experienced this? You're bullied, but you have no recourse. You call out to the heavens, but receive no answer. You call out to the earth, but find no relief. There's nowhere to seek justice, nowhere to air grievances. You feel deeply troubled and contemplate hanging yourself. Have you experienced this? Being unemployed, having no savings in the bank, responsible for caring for family members, having no land for farming, no job prospects, seeking help from anyone possible but finding no one willing to assist. Have you experienced this? Your home being destroyed time and again, being repeatedly driven out of your own home, with nowhere to go in this vast world, nowhere to settle, wandering every day, struggling to survive in a state of disappointment, hopelessness, and despair. Have you ever experienced this? Once your home was filled with esteemed guests, there were no ordinary visitors. You were spirited, full of ambition, guiding and stirring the world with your words. Suddenly, one day, you became a prisoner. Your home was ruined, your possessions confiscated. Former close friends and those whom you once helped scattered. No one came to rescue you, not even to visit. Have you experienced this? You struggled immensely to escape the clutches, setting off on a journey toward your free homeland. However, along the way, you had to dodge police exploitation and extortion from the underworld, endure life-threatening jungle adventures, and traverse turbulent seas. As funds depleted, food supplies vanished, and illness struck. Have you experienced this? The person you trusted the most betrayed and deceived you, emptied your pockets, sabotaged your career, and spread a series of untrue accusations against you. You found no one to stand up for your justice. People looked at you with suspicion. Have you experienced this? Unknowingly, you fell into an organization or a trap. Initially, you tasted all the sweetness, thinking you were on the path to success and a superior life. But once certain conspiracies unraveled, you found yourself trapped with no way out and had to consider desperate measures. When any of these experiences happen, it proves you're currently living in the gutter. Living in the gutter is akin to standing on the cliff of death. One misstep and you'll plummet into the abyss, bidding farewell to life. Globally, approximately 1 million people commit suicide each year, with about 10 to 20 million attempting it. Those contemplating or committing suicide are those living in the gutter at that moment. If you're living in the gutter, here's some advice. Look up to the stars. The heavens have eyes, the earth has eyes, and everyone has a pair of eyes. When you stand in the gutter, the heavens, the earth, and people are all watching you, observing how you handle it. If you look up at the stars, there's a chance to escape the gutter. Angels and bodhisattvas are working among us, attempting to guide people to paradise. Only by looking up can you see and find them. Clearly express yourself. They can assist you. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Light your inner divine lamp. The more difficult the situation, the more crucial it is to seek truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, because the more beautiful things are, the less likely they'll be found in the gutter. If you pursue falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, doubt, and deceit, you'll never escape the gutter. Pray to the greatest creator, seeking forgiveness and a path to light. Invite the greatest creator into your heart. Believe that the greatest creator can help you escape the gutter. Don't bow to anything in the gutter. Do not believe anything in the gutter, and do not glorify the darkness in the gutter. Don't harbor any illusions about anything in the gutter. If you do not look up at the stars, but instead hold on to a false hope of gaining liberation by flattering and glorifying the gutter, you'll never escape from it. Never align yourself with the gutter. Everything that happens in the gutter is sinful. Don't attempt to escape the gutter using its ways, tricks, paths, or methods. Doing so will only cause you to sink deeper into the gutter, possibly beyond redemption. Believe that there are countless kind, hardworking, and willing to help people in this world. They are the ones you can trust and rely on, but the premise is to maintain your own good qualities. Only then will you have the chance to climb out of the gutter and never fall into it again. Remember two important sayings: the world is faultless. All faults lie within us, and the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero. Focus on what you can do for others and society, not what you can get from them. This attitude will bring salvation. Living in the gutter happens to be the best opportunity for a profound transformation, a chance to transcend the ordinary. It requires a complete reset. Since you're already standing on the edge of death, why not completely wipe out your past perspectives on life, values, beliefs, and worldview? Replace them entirely with a set of 4 perspectives that are completely different from your previous ones. However, the prerequisite is to look up at the stars. Don't waste time and energy complaining about everything in the gutter, and above all, do not compromise and collude with anything of the gutter.
扎根自然之道，笑看风云变幻。
Rooted in the way of nature, laughing at the changing world. Xuefeng. November 12, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. Everything that has occurred in history, whether magnificent or dark, now seems like a passing cloud or a fleeting moment, as dew and lightning. Thus, you should meditate upon them. All that's happening today, be it tyrannical or democratic, all conflicts are like compete for the space of a snail's antler or contend for a flash of light. All conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. The awakened ones play the game within the game. The ignorant ones are played by the game. Crying out to the heavens stems from not understanding causality. Rejoicing in the heavens comes from not comprehending the plot. Only the enlightened ones can be free and unfazed, like bamboo swaying in the wind, which, when the wind passes, leaves no sound, or geese crossing the cold pond, which, when the geese are gone, leaves no trace, and they can laugh at the changing world. Ensnared in the plot, deluded by illusions, hence anxious for wealth, distressed by poverty, like ants on a hot pan, restless and anxious. Stepping out of the storyline to observe the world's vicissitudes is simply witnessing the ebb and flow, the blossoming and withering of seasons. Quietly observing the turbulent world, the changing climate, scrutinizing discussions on social media and various information platforms, where mixed truths and falsehoods clash, is like watching the rise and fall of waves, the struggle between black and white. From presidents to commoners, generals to soldiers, experts to armchair critics, from masters to servants, Everyone is deeply engaged in the play, mistaking vinegar for ink and writing a lifetime of sourness. How much effort is worth spending on the fleeting moments of life? Is it worth fighting for every inch of the vast world we inhabit? The full moon and waning moon ultimately reduce us to a handful of yellow earth. The rising and setting sun swiftly turns the landscape into desolate plains. Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Where is the constancy in rise and fall? Where does strength or weakness lie? Amidst change, there's consistency, and within chaos, there's order. We can perceive the constancy and order in the cosmic life drama through the three verses of Shinshio, Huineng, and Deiform Buddha. Shinshio. The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind a clear mirror standing. At all times diligently wipe it clean and let no dust alight. Huineng. Bodhi is not a tree, and the clear mirror is nowhere to stand. Fundamentally, there is not a single thing. Where could dust arise? Deiform Buddha. Our heart, mind, can perceive the material world, Bodhi tree, and our soul, consciousness, is like a bright mirror which can observe how the heart responds to all kinds of phenomena. When reaching a state of enlightening and perceiving the intrinsic nature of life, consciousness can create millions of things and phenomena by itself. Thus it transcends all dust on the mirror and reaches the other shore of true freedom. The Bodhi tree and the mirror stand represent constancy and order, while dust represents change and chaos. Shinshio warns against attracting dust. Huineng suggests that neither constancy nor order exists, nor does change or chaos, while Deiform Buddha says that by rooting consciousness in constancy and order, one can transcend change and chaos. What is constancy and order? The way of the greatest creator is both constancy and order. It is eternal, unchanging laws and principles. Adhering to constancy and order, one can transcend dust, no longer perplexed by the vicissitudes of society and nature. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. Only by rooting oneself in the way of nature can one laugh at the changing world, unobstructed by illusions. Hence, one can navigate gracefully through the vast transformations of chaos, freely, without being swayed by appearances, continually ascending toward the eternal realm of immortality.
大事由天，小事由人。
Great matters are decided by fate. Small matters are decided by people. Xuefeng. November 13, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. The folk saying goes, at 3, you can predict how they'll be in old age. At 7, character is set for life. Despite the importance of upbringing and education, a person's future is fundamentally shaped at birth. While efforts post-birth are crucial, a duckling can never transform into a swan no matter how hard it tries, just as a cabbage can never become a peony no matter the effort. During my time as a high school class teacher, I observed a phenomenon. After a semester of observing nearly 60 students, I had a basic understanding of each student's future, those who might attend college, those who might join technical schools, those who might only graduate from high school and engage in manual labor, and even those who might take to criminal activities. Though I didn't conduct follow-ups, I knew that the probabilities of development rarely deviated from my assessments. Great matters are decided by fate, small matters are decided by people, and a person's life is mostly predetermined from birth. Those familiar with fortune-telling through birth dates know that a person's fortune, happiness, longevity, and misfortune are determined at birth. Changing or altering them is nearly impossible. While Liao Fan's 4 Lessons tells us that people can alter their predetermined fate through certain means, such occurrences are rare, and for most, fate remains unchangeable. Understanding this truth holds several uses for us. If you encounter misfortune, do not regret or resent it, for it was bound to happen, just like death is inevitable. Dwelling on it is unnecessary. If you achieve success, do not become arrogant or boastful, for it's not entirely your doing but a plot already scripted by fate. Don't imitate or learn from anyone. No matter how hard a crow tries to imitate a parrot, it cannot replicate the parrot's grace and voice. Be yourself. Don't harbor wild ambitions. The traits of great deceit or great compassion are inherent in one's genes. If born as a fierce tiger, it will surely become the king of the mountains. If born as a lamb, it will never turn into a wolf. Life's journey seldom has a smooth path throughout. It's bound to encounter setbacks, lessons, and even Waterloos. At such times, harboring resentment is futile. It's best to smile because evading it is impossible. Facing it and accepting it calmly can alleviate much of the harm. Direction and purpose outweigh effort. Persistently walking toward a direction is better than frantic efforts in the same spot. Once standing on the wrong side for the sake of interests, there might be futile efforts or even risks to life. When the greatest creator sneezes, the entire world benefits. On a macro scale, receiving the greatest creator's favor ensures a peaceful and prosperous life. Losing it, no matter how frugal one is, might lead to mere survival. Hence, focus on the big goals and do not mourn the loss of petty gains. The best way to change fate is to consider contributing something for others, society, or nature rather than seeking something from them. Rendering others hopeless will eventually leave oneself with no way forward. When young, one strides with confidence, feeling that their future is entirely within their control. It's only when they reach 60 or beyond that they realize in the world, one's destiny is not entirely one's own. The things they want to do become impossible, and the things they do not want to do must be done every day. Often, it's not that one desires to fall into decadence or idleness, but rather the surroundings and people force them into such a situation. Eventually, they understand that great matters are decided by fate, not by individuals. Small matters are under our control. Whether to utter a cold remark, what to have for lunch, rice or steamed buns, decides on our own, although sometimes it feels like we cannot decide. Choosing the information to explore on WeChat or YouTube, deciding whether to shower in the morning or at night. All these minor decisions are in our hands. We must take charge of and decide on all these little things ourselves, without passing the responsibility to fate. Never underestimate the significance of small matters. Sometimes, even a single spoken sentence can alter the trajectory of destiny. A careless remark may lead to a downfall, while a well-chosen one can brighten the darkest moments.
到底做自己对还是放弃做自己对？
Should one adhere to being oneself or give up being oneself? Xuefeng, November 15, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. On March 24, 2021, I wrote an article titled, "Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation," explicitly stating to give up being oneself. On November 13, 2023, I wrote another article titled, "Great Matters Are Decided by Fate. Small Matters Are Decided by People," clearly stating to just be yourself. So, should one be oneself or give up being oneself? Which viewpoint is correct? First, let's examine whether the viewpoint of being oneself is correct. My logical reasoning is, each species can only be itself because it cannot transcend its own kind. For instance, a crow wanting to become a parrot, a sheep wanting to become a wolf, or a fly wanting to become a bee. All these desires are unattainable. No matter how hard they try, wanting to become another species is impossible. Therefore, just be oneself. Even within the same species, such as ants or bees, the ant queen and the bee queen are predetermined. Ordinary ants or bees aspiring to be queens, despite their learning and efforts, is also impossible. So, one can only be oneself. Similarly, among humans, some are naturally gifted while others are not. Some have melodious voices while others do not. Some are born into privilege while others struggle from birth. Some are handsome, and some have a more modest appearance. Each person is unique. No matter how hard one tries to imitate others, they cannot become someone else. Similarly, in business, doing the same thing in the same era can result in profits for some and losses for others. Learning and effort are crucial, but one should never plagiarize or imitate others. This viewpoint, is it wrong? Now, let's examine whether the viewpoint of giving up being oneself is incorrect. I directly brought over the main content from "Giving Up Being Oneself is the Superior Way of Cultivation" for everyone to contemplate. Christ Jesus taught us, "If any want to become my followers, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. Buddha Shakyamuni taught us, if a bodhisattva thoroughly understands the dharma of no self, he is a true bodhisattva. Celestial Laozi taught us, is what we value and what we fear within ourselves. We have fears because we have a self. When we do not regard that self as a self, what have we to fear? Therefore, he who values the world as his self may then be entrusted with the government of the world. And if he who loves the world as his self, the world may then be entrusted to his care. Only by being unselfish can one fulfill one's wishes, and only by being selfless can one accomplish himself. How does it feel? Isn't the viewpoint of giving up being oneself correct? Given that being oneself is right and giving up being oneself is also correct, it creates complete contradiction, leaving one unsure. Hold on, let's understand it this way. Telling a 5-year-old child, go play, and letting them freely play is appropriate, right? However, if we tell a 30-year-old adult or an 80-year-old elderly person, go play, would that be suitable? Certainly not. Likewise, telling an ordinary person, be yourself, do not fantasize about being someone else, is correct. But for a wise person, aware of transcending worldly desires and aspiring for heaven, instructing them to give up being oneself and wholeheartedly following the teachings of gods and saints, adhering to heavenly standards without becoming fixated personal insights. Isn't this right approach? Any qualified teacher or master must tailor their guidance according to the aptitude of the disciple. Beams need guidance according to the beam standards, pillars according to the pillar standards, and rafters according to the rafter standards. A uniform standard cannot be imposed on everyone. Hence, guiding the general public should entail telling them, be yourself. Guiding exceptional individuals like saints and Buddhas must caution them to give up being oneself. 生命禅院对巴以冲突的解决方案 Life Genuine Solution to the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. Xuefeng, December 11, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. Purpose: to ensure that every Jewish person lives safely and happily, and that every Palestinian lives safely and happily. Jews and Palestinians share the same ancestor, Abraham. Hence, the conflict between them is like a dispute between brothers, family feud. The land where Palestinians and Jews reside belongs to the Promised Land. It does not exclusively belong to either group. Therefore, the best solution is reconciliation and joint management between Palestinians and Jews. The desire of either side to eradicate the other from this Promised Land is a fallacy and will only lead to greater catastrophes. How can Jews and Palestinians reconcile? Firstly, let's determine who should govern the Promised Land. The premise should be whoever can ensure the safety, health, prosperity, and happiness of every citizen. If Palestinians can manage the affairs of the Promised Land better, let them govern. If Jews can do it better, they should manage. The fact remains that Jews have managed the Promised Land better economically, technologically, and administratively than Palestinians. Therefore, the best approach is for all Palestinians to integrate into Israeli society, considering themselves Israeli citizens. Palestinian elites with wisdom and capabilities can participate in the national governance. If Palestinians refuse to integrate into Israeli society, or if Jews refuse to accept Palestinians as Israeli citizens, consider the following alternatives. In the recent Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we've seen support for Palestine from at least 30 countries, condemning Israel. Since these countries care for the safety and well-being of Palestinians but militarily, Palestine is unable to surpass Israel, let's relocate the 6 million Palestinians currently living in Palestine to these countries. Each country can accept 200,000 refugees. This would resolve the issue. If the countries supporting Palestine only pay lip service and do not genuinely care for Palestinians, unwilling to accept them, then the third option comes into play. Isn't the United States supporting Israel? Then accept all 9.7 million Jewish people as Americans. Your country is vast and resourceful enough to allow 9.7 million Jews to move to the U.S. This would make the United States stronger. Moreover, I've observed many in the U.S. showing support for and standing by Palestine through protests. Let these sincere individuals, who genuinely care for Palestinians go to Palestine and aid in its development. I believe those supporting and advocating for Palestine in the United States genuinely care for and cherish Palestine. They would certainly be willing to go to Palestine to participate in its construction. After all, once the Jewish people leave, there will be numerous houses available to live in and plenty of modern facilities to use. Why not take this opportunity? This would completely resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and relieve Palestinians of any future concerns. If the 9.7 million Jewish people are unwilling to immigrate to the United States, or if the U.S. lacks the courage and openness to accept them, then, considering the good relations with Israel and the concern for Palestinians, Russia, with its vast territory and insufficient military manpower, could accept 6 million Palestinian immigrants. Accepting 6 million Palestinians to Russia could both develop the vast land resources of Siberia and enhance Russia's influence. This would be a beneficial scenario for Israel, Palestine, Russia, and the entire world. If Russia refuses to accept Palestinian immigrants, or if Palestinians are unwilling to go to Russia, then the Israeli-Palestinian conflict will continue. Life Genuine provides these three solutions: reconciliation between Israel and Palestine, 30-plus countries supporting Palestine to accept Palestinian refugees, all Jews migrating to the U.S., or all Palestinians moving to Russia. If none of these works, the last resort would be war using the most brutal means directly. As history has shown us, where civilization fails, barbarism becomes the most direct and effective way to resolve disputes.
人类不会灭绝的三大支柱。
The Three Pillars Preventing Human Extinction by Xuefeng, January 8, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. The talk of doomsday is prevalent, with fears that humanity will become extinct. This is an unnecessary worry. Humans will continue to exist for billions of years until the solar system enters the long axis segment of the Taiji ellipsoid. Here are the reasons why humans will not become extinct. A cattle farmer who raises 10 cows will not slaughter all 10 cows for meat, nor will he let them starve, fall ill, or be eaten by wolves. The earth is that farm, the God who created humans is that cattle farmer, and humans are those cows. Therefore, God will not let humans become extinct. However, if a farm's grass can only feed 30 cows, and the number of cows on the farm exceeds 30, then the surplus cows will be dealt with. If we believe there is a farmer managing this earth, then we do not need to worry about human extinction. Those who have studied the solar system know that the entire solar system serves the earth, and the earth serves humans. If there are no humans on earth, the earth loses its value of existence. If the earth disappears, the solar system will collapse. Without the solar system, the Milky Way would be like a person missing a finger, imperfect. Therefore, for the perfection of the Milky Way, humans cannot become extinct. Because I do not want humans to become extinct, there will be no doomsday and humans will continue to reproduce. And this I might be you, the reader, or him or her. The above, farmer, solar system, and I are the three pillars preventing human extinction. Ridiculous? Far-fetched? Nonsense? You can have 10,000 reasons to question or overthrow my three pillars theory with factual, scientific, philosophical, and logical reasoning. But what I want to say is that my simple words are talking about the most profound laws and rules of the universe. The future of humanity is beautiful. In another 20 years, everyone will live a happy, joyful, free, and blissful life in a paradise isolated from the world.
人需要终生学习和接受教育。
The necessity of lifelong learning and education. Xuefeng, January 13, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Do people need to continue learning and receiving education when they reach the age of 80? The answer is affirmative. Because the journey of life is still long. At 80 years old, one is still just a child. Because learning and receiving education are the primary factors leading to maturity and a better future. Once one stops learning and receiving education, the trajectory of one's life becomes fixed, and one's troubles, pains, and resentments will continue. Therefore, as long as one is alive and the mind is clear, one should not stop learning and receiving education. If one knows that they are going to die in the afternoon, should they learn and receive education in the morning? The answer is also affirmative. If in the morning I were to gain knowledge of the correct path in life, I would be able to die at sunset without regret. If the morning's learning and education can make the confusion of one's life suddenly clear, one will not be attached to the world and will leave the world peacefully. Leaving peacefully will open the door to a better future. Looking back on my life, if I am not creating, I am learning and receiving education. Creation brings me joy. Learning and receiving education make me understand the truth and also make me open-minded. Doing nothing and pure enjoyment actually leave me with regret and pain. Only creation, learning, and receiving education make my life full of joy and satisfaction. What should we learn? In adolescence, learn knowledge. In youth, learn skills. After middle age, learn philosophy. In old age, learn Tao. Why should we receive education? Because of ignorance, or we are not omniscient and omnipotent. From my cognition, even the presidents of various countries in the world today, billionaires, scholars, and professors, none of them are perfect, and none of them understand life and life. As for the general public, there is even more lack of knowledge, and their non-material structure of life is too defective, which will not only lead to their own unhappy future, but also lead to disharmony and disasters in nature. I also found a problem, that is, 98% of people did not receive good education from their parents when they were young, and they can be said to be underdeveloped. The reason is that parents neglect to educate and guide their children, and the other is that the parents' own outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview have problems. Parents are like molds, and the products poured out of defective molds will be branded with the defects of the molds. If you didn't establish a correct outlook on life, values, outlook on life, and worldview when you were young, you will be affected by it for the rest of your life. Apart from the influence of innate factors, the education and guidance received when one was young is very important. Many people's willfulness, stubbornness, short-sightedness, narrow-mindedness, and selfishness are caused by the cultural environment when they were young, and that kind of character is difficult to correct for a lifetime. There is also a very serious problem, that is, almost all the knowledge taught in primary schools, middle schools, and universities around the world is how to survive, lacking the teaching of knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature. Even if some countries' school education includes some knowledge about being a person and the relationship between people and nature, it is still not comprehensive, even one-sided. Who will implement education and guidance? Parents, kindergarten, primary, middle, and university school teachers are the most critical factors. Craftsmen and masters and virtuous people in all walks of life, saints among human beings should all participate in education and guidance. Undoubtedly, these people have their own subjectivity and one-sidedness, so they cannot make the educated person sublimate in all aspects of body, mind, and spirit. Therefore, the ultimate education and guidance still have to rely on the gospel in the New Testament of the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching. In short, life is not easy, and one should use a lifetime to learn and receive education.
如何让人生简单点、轻松点？
How to simplify and lighten life. Xuefeng, January 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. The following are merely my personal views, for reference only. Wearing a 3 yuan electronic watch versus a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch, which one simplifies and lightens life? Obviously, since the purpose of wearing a watch is to keep track of time, and since the time displayed by a 3 yuan electronic watch and a 30,000 yuan mechanical watch is the same, why spend 30,000 yuan to wear a mechanical watch? Carrying a 97 yuan bag or 970,000 yuan Hermes bag? If you want to carry a 970,000 yuan Hermes bag, can life be simple and relaxed? The most expensive necklace in the world costs 95 million yuan. If you want to wear it, will your life be simple and relaxed? Can't you live without wearing a necklace? Why wear a necklace? Isn't it beautiful without a necklace? The above 3 points tell us that once a person seeks vanity, life cannot be simple and relaxed. There is a director who, in order to maintain his position and for the sake of promotion, what will he do? Flattering and fawning over superiors is inevitable. Intrigue among peers is inevitable. Fooling subordinates is inevitable. Can his life be simple and relaxed? There is a rich man who has a family treasure, has millions of dollars in the bank, and also runs a factory with thousands of employees. Compared with an ordinary teacher or doctor, is his life simple and relaxed? Or is the life of a teacher or doctor simple and relaxed? There is a moral celebrity who is praised by society for his harmonious marriage and happy family. He is a good person, a moral role model, and a role model for people. Is his life simple and relaxed? In order to preserve his reputation, will he do? Will he pretend to be a gentleman? The above 3 points tell us that once you have something, whether it is status, wealth, or fame, life will inevitably not be simple and relaxed. A person was hired to work in a certain government unit, and a month later he was dismissed because he found loopholes in the management of the unit and suggested that the person in charge of the unit plug these loopholes. A person went to a factory to work. During the work, he always kindly pointed out the shortcomings and deficiencies of the workers around him, often warned them to be careful, and if anyone did not improve their words and deeds according to his suggestions, he would get angry at them. After a while, he couldn't get along because the people around him ignored him. He couldn't stand the loneliness and solitude, so he had to leave. There is a rural person who, due to his frugality and good housekeeping, lives a decent life. One year, he noticed that many families in the village had bought houses in the city, so he felt that he was falling behind, not keeping up with the times. So he smashed the pot and sold the iron to borrow money and also bought a house in the city. After buying the house, he found that he needed to decorate, pay property fees, and repay the loan plus interest. At this time, he realized that the stable days of the past had disappeared, and he needed to rack his brains to make money to maintain the basic life of the family, and life could no longer be simple and relaxed. The above 3 points tell us that once a person blindly worries, meddles in other people's business, and compares with others, life cannot be simple and relaxed. Well, just the above few points, we find that once a person loves vanity, has status, money, fame, worries about things that should not be worried about, manages things that should not be managed, often compares with others, then his life will definitely not be simple and relaxed. So, how can one have a simple and relaxed life? Give up vanity. Everything is based on practicality and usefulness. Live an ordinary day. Do not seek status, power, money, fame. Do not compare with others. Do everything within your ability. Don't worry about things that shouldn't be worried about. Don't manage things that shouldn't be managed. Don't think you're always right and argue with others. Do not participate in gambling, stock trading, financial management, and other speculative businesses. Everything has a price. Don't want to take any advantage. Don't try to fool anyone with your cleverness. Although simply following the above suggestions may not necessarily lead to a completely simple and relaxed life, at least it will bypass some dangerous beaches and traps and make one's life simpler, more relaxed, and more comfortable.
精神贵族才是人类的希望所在。
Spiritual aristocrats are the hope of humanity. Xuefeng, January 15, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Firstly, the aristocrats discussed in this article are not those defined in the traditional sense or in dictionaries who inherit titles, possess a large amount of wealth and power, and enjoy different rights from ordinary people under the law. Instead, they refer to those who are noble in spirit, rich in soul, not manipulated by the power, capital, cultural customs, and trends of the real world, independent, noble in character, and elegant. When we observe human society, more than 95% of people are swept away by power, money, customs, and trends. That is to say, as long as people worship and pursue power and status, chase material wealth, follow the rules and regulations of traditional customs and rules, and chase the tide of the times, then they are vulgar people, and their personality cannot rise to the temperament and realm of aristocrats. In the traditional definition, the opposite of an aristocrat is a commoner. In my understanding, the opposite of an aristocrat is a beggar. The reason why an aristocrat is that he has no demands on the outside world, no flattery, no fawning, no bribery, no kneeling, no compromise, no expectations, no confrontation. The reason why a beggar is that he has demands on the outside world. As long as there are demands, he is a beggar. For example, a rich man. If he has demands on government officials, this rich man is a beggar. A president. If he has demands on the people, this president is a beggar. For example, An entrepreneur can apply for a loan from a bank through regular procedures, but if he obtains a loan by bribing or winning over bank employees, then this entrepreneur is also a beggar. A university professor, if he bows and scrapes to the principal or the board of directors in order to keep his job or get promoted, then this university professor is a beggar. No matter who it is, as long as one has demands on the outside world, has expectations, and tramples on one's own dignity, personality, freedom, and independence, then he is a thorough beggar. Why do I say that Chanyuan Celestials should all be spiritual aristocrats? Because in the 20 years since the birth of the life of Chanyuan, we only walk the way of the greatest creator and the path of Chanyuan. We do not rely on others for survival. We never bribe those with power and influence. We do not envy power and status. We do not care for luxury cars, luxury houses, yachts, luxury goods. We do not chase gold, silver, jewelry, and material capital. We treat presidents, rich people, celebrities, masters equally. We only rely on our own diligence and wisdom to seek survival, rather than relying on fawning, flattering, bowing and scraping, compromising. Seeking survival even more will not rely on speculation, violation of the law and crime, and harm to life, harm to others, harm to society to seek survival. If you want to suppress us to make us submit, there is no door. If you want to threaten and tempt us to conquer us, there is no door. If you want to buy us with money, there is no door. If you want to force us to submit through various restrictions and blockades, there is no door. Even within the life of Chanyuan, no one should impose his will on others, even if it is a tour guide. You only have to be a tour guide for tourists. You have no qualifications and power to impose your will on any Chanyuan Celestial, unless I am willing, otherwise, I still ignore you. Similarly, any crown of Chanyuan Celestial should not threaten or kidnap and restrict the tour guide. If you think the tour guide is fun, play together. If you think the tour guide is not fun, the tour guide doesn't want to play with you. We look at the fisherman. He hangs the bait that the fish likes to eat on the fish hook. If the fish thinks it's easy and cheap and feels that it's a waste not to eat it, once swallowed, its life is over. We look at the devil and his son and grandson. They use money, power, fame, status, beauty, and various small favors to fish for people. People are rushing to these baits. Once hooked, their small lives are over. These baits are like a whirlpool. Once you whirl in, you can no longer get the joy, happiness, freedom, contentment, and dignity of life, and you can no longer step into the gate of heaven. May there be more and more spiritual aristocrats born in the world. The history of mankind for thousands of years tells us that material aristocrats and power aristocrats will not bring freedom, peace, dignity, and happiness to mankind. Only spiritual aristocrats are the hope of mankind.
格局和境界发源于理想。
Patterns and realms originate from ideals. Xuefeng, January 16, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. The grandeur of one's ideals determines the breadth of one's patterns and the depth of one's realms. The ideal of U.S. President Donald Trump was to make America great again. The ideal of the former Japanese Prime Minister Kono Fumimaro was to establish the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hitler's ideal was, I want to stand at the highest point in the world and shout to all the people in the world, attention. Here, we first put aside the personal qualities and the harm their ideals have caused to humanity and only talk about the role their ideals have played for them personally. The reason why Trump became the President of the United States is not because his ideal is to marry 10 more wives and have 100 more children, but to make America great again. Hitler's ideal is not to become a billionaire and glorify his ancestors, but to become a world leader. His ideal made Hitler. There is a joke that says Thief A is studying fashion, and Thief B asks, are you going to buy fashion? Thief A says, I'm studying where the pockets of the fashion are. Studying the location of the pockets of clothes is for stealing wallets. Such a smart person can only become an invincible thief at most. Readers, please think about it. What is your ideal? Let's take China as an example to look at some data. Since the 18th National Congress, nearly 5 million corrupt officials have been punished. From 1988 to 2021, 33.48 million criminals have been arrested. At present, Online information says that there are 780 million people in debt in China, with an average debt of 140,000 yuan per person. On average, nearly 300,000 people commit suicide each year. These data, along with those who are plagued by diseases, often quarrel and fight, etc., a large part of people live a hard and bitter life. The above data show the tragedy of life, and the root cause of the tragedy lies in their ideals. The ideal of 5 million corrupt officials is to have as much money as possible. The ideal of 33.48 million criminals cannot be separated from individual selfishness and ego. The ideal of nearly 800 million indebted people cannot be separated from satisfying vanity. The ideal of 300,000 suicides cannot escape the lack of correct faith. From this, we can gain an insight. The lower and closer the ideal, the harder the life. The higher and farther the ideal, the more glorious the life. Let's compare to see if this prediction is accurate. There are 8 people. Person 1's ideal is to have a house in his lifetime, give birth to 3 children. Person 2's ideal is to become a civil servant and get a secure job. Person 3's ideal is to glorify his ancestors and become a superior person. Let relatives and friends, classmates, colleagues, neighbors envy. Person 4's ideal is to open a shop with a monthly income of 20,000 yuan. Person 5's ideal is to run a listed company, famous all over the world. Person 6's ideal is to be president. Person 7's ideal is to become a Buddha. Person 8's ideal is to let everyone live a happy, joyful, free, and blessed life. From the life ideals of the above 8 people, we can basically draw a conclusion that the grander the ideal, the more fulfilling the life, and the ideal determines a person's achievement. We can also draw a conclusion that the probability of person 3 and person 5 turning to crime is relatively high, while the probability of person 7 and person 8 being corrupt and committing crimes is almost zero, and the possibility of person 6 becoming Hitler is relatively large. At present, this era is an era of money, capital, and power operation. People have basically given up their ideals. As long as they talk about ideals, people generally think that it is a void thing. Because people no longer talk about ideals, there are contradictions, conflicts, and confrontations everywhere. The confrontation of consciousness between the East and the West, the confrontation of interests between countries, conflicts between many countries and nations, the survival confrontation between people and nature, the cognitive confrontation between people and people. We can't see the beautiful prospect of human civilization. We can't find a few people with grand ideals. Of course, we can find people who have the ideal of realizing the great harmony world on the internet. If we carefully examine it, their great harmony world is just a slogan and a cover, without specific content. A great harmony world without specific content may turn the whole earth into a prison. Imagine if a dictator who does not allow people to have personal freedom, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought rules the whole world and realizes the great harmony world. Isn't that scary? So, I hope that more and more people with saintly thoughts and grand ideals will be born among human beings.
正负能量之何为零法则适用范畴
The scope of application of the law of positive and negative energy, summing to zero. Xuefeng. January 26, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. While exploring the origin of the universe and the balance of cosmic energy, especially the principles of natural law, the mechanism of nature, and the principle of justice in Tao, I discovered this law, namely, the sum of positive and negative energy is zero. If there is a positive universe, there is a negative universe. If there is positive energy, there is negative energy. If there is a positive electron, there is a negative electron. If there are people, there are anti-people. If there are gods, there are demons. If there is heaven, there is hell, etc. This law indicates that what is given and what is gained are equal, or in other words, giving plus gaining equals zero. This law is the balance mechanism of the universe, ensuring that the development of anything does not go to extremes. This balance mechanism is the natural law and also embodies the justice of Tao. Understanding and applying this law, we will know the mechanism of nature. Now a question arises, since the sum of positive and negative energy is zero, then, is happiness plus pain equals zero? Is love plus hate equals zero? Is cruelty plus kindness equals zero? Is enjoyment plus suffering equals zero? Etc. There is a very obvious fact that seems to prove that this law only applies to the category of energy and does not apply to other categories. This fact is that the super-celestial beings in the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world can enjoy eternity without worries and pains, and they will not suffer or be punished, while many lives trapped in hell are irretrievable and have to endure eternal pain. From the perspective of a single life form, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero is not established, and there is no formula of happiness plus pain equals zero. This means that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to the macroscopic, not to the microscopic. It applies to the whole, not to the individual. Is this really the case? Let some life or lives enjoy a good life forever for no reason. Let some life or lives suffer pain and torture forever for no reason. Is this possible? If it is possible, where is the natural law? Where is the justice of the universe? If it is not possible, where is the principle? Is it necessary to go through suffering and torture to enjoy a good and happy life? Do you have to endure hardship before you can go to heaven? What I know and understand is that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy being zero applies to all fields, both macroscopic and microscopic, both the whole and the individual. There is no unprovoked blessing to enjoy, and there is no unprovoked sin to suffer. If you want to enjoy the benefits of heaven forever, you must meet the standards of heaven for life. This standard mainly depends on the following three items. The quality of life must meet the standard. Have enough merit, that is, capital. No worldly ties, no debt. To meet the above three standards, it is actually a very difficult and painful process. In this sense, happiness plus pain equals zero is established. Once the standard is met, you can enjoy eternal happiness, but the possibility of meeting the standard is very small. It is a miracle if 1% of humans meet the standard. If you do not meet the standard, you will inevitably suffer endless suffering and torture. Reincarnation endlessly, there is no end in sight, because we will find that we are suffering from pain and torture, but we are enjoying short-term happiness and joy. This is like a person. Every day go to work to make money, spend all the money you earn every day. You can't save a penny in the bank of heaven. Where is the money to enjoy a good life in heaven? Some people complain that the greatest creator is unfair, saying that the common people are suffering pain, enduring hardship, and bearing sins. Why doesn't the greatest creator relieve the suffering of the common people? I asked, who among the common people is willing to heed the call of the greatest creator and walk the path of the greatest creator? Can you find one? While disregarding the call of the greatest creator and complaining about the perceived injustice of the greatest creator, can you really blame the greatest creator? Perhaps someone might ask, how is it that the law of the sum of positive and negative energy becoming zero fails for those wealthy individuals who, without enduring much pain or torment, enjoy a life of luxury? The law has not failed. The perceived failure of the law is due to two reasons. 1. You have not seen the pressures and trials they have endured. 2. You have not seen their future. They have shouldered more risk and mental strain than the average person, experiencing psychological and spiritual torment. Therefore, they are entitled to enjoy material wealth, but their future is bleak. The wealthier a person is, the greater their responsibility for the destruction of nature, the more money, the greater the sin. The more material wealth a person possesses, the heavier their sin, and the more severe their future punishment. Therefore, one should never envy or admire the rich, but rather pity them. In summary, the law of the sum of positive and negative energy applies across all domains.
一个小资本家论雪峰式共产主义。
A small capitalist discusses Xuefeng-style communism. Xuefeng, January 30th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. I was born into poverty and, through hard work, became a minor capitalist for a time. After becoming a capitalist, I employed 2 workers in my home. One was a young girl responsible for washing clothes, cleaning dishes, and maintaining indoor cleanliness. The other was a middle-aged man responsible for maintaining flowers, trees, lawns, swimming pools, keeping vehicles clean, and feeding 2 large wolf dogs. The gate didn't require management because it was a remote-controlled electric gate. This comfortable and leisurely life lasted for over a decade, and I have the following insights. For society to progress, There must be wealth disparity, and there must be upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper tier thinks, the middle tier understands management, and the lower tier serves the upper and middle tiers. This is an ideal social situation. Equal poverty or common prosperity will result in everyone not being able to live a comfortable and leisurely life. There are a small number of people in the population who are good at thinking and taking risks. If they are asked to do management or service, they cannot do it well. That would be a waste of a lot of resources in society. The middle tier is good at and understands management. They don't think long-term. Letting them do service work would make them feel unwilling. The lower tier doesn't want to think and doesn't understand management. It's very suitable for them to do service work. In this way, everyone is happy. I employed 2 workers in my home. Because I got rid of the trivial and time-consuming housework, I could have plenty of free time to study and improve my ability to manage things and handle more important work. And the 2 workers, because I employed them, not only had food to eat and a house to live in, but also could take care of their families. So I was happy, and they were satisfied. If a society no longer has class differences and everyone's living conditions are the same, then it is equivalent to punishing diligence and rewarding laziness. The result will definitely lead to the poverty of all people. A society without wealth disparity and class existence is definitely the worst society. At the same time, the better the social welfare, the higher the taxes on capitalists, the greater the power of unions, and the higher the minimum wage standards for workers. This society is a society that deviates from the natural way. It is a very unjust and unfair society. Its direction is bound to collapse. From this, let's examine the so-called Xuefeng-style communism. If this Xuefeng-style communism is what we understand and envision about the concepts and practices of communist society throughout human history, then undoubtedly, Xuefeng-style communism will certainly be a flash in the pan. It is purely utopian and will inevitably fail as it progresses. The reason why Xuefeng-style communism has existed for over a decade under challenging conditions and is still operational is that it is definitely not the type of communism we think and imagine. It must meet the following conditions. It must allow those who think, are good at management, and provide service to feel satisfied and happy. Every member must be wealthy in terms of spiritual and mental wealth, and there cannot be a parasite who benefits without working. Every member must be selfless, without an ego. There must be a goal that is more beautiful than the enjoyment of being human. The soul garden of every member must be beautiful, and there cannot be any emotions of jealousy, comparison, greed, resentment, etc. Its management system cannot be autocratic and centralized, nor can it be a democratic central system. It must be heavenly. Its founders and successors must not have a penny of personal property. It must be against human nature. If the above 8 points cannot be achieved, Xuefeng-style communism will definitely be a fleeting, colorful wave that rises in human society. Can it be done? The difficulty is greater than landing on Mars. Let's wait and see.
讲道理者不懂道理.
Those who argue about reason do not understand it. Xuefeng, January 31st, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. A bee and a fly got into a dispute. The bee stated, "The most delicious thing in the world is the fragrance of flowers." The fly retorted, "The most fragrant thing in the world is dog feces." Neither could convince the other, leading to a fight. 3 individuals, A, B, and C, got into a conflict that lasted for 2,000 years without a clear winner or loser. Person A argued, "The most important thing in life is money. Money can make the impossible possible, buy the best services in the world, afford luxury houses, cars, yachts, and enable travel around the globe. Money can work miracles, allow people to live with dignity, and its benefits are endless. People perish for money, birds perish for food. Hence the most crucial thing in life is to devise ways to earn money." Person B countered, "The most important thing in life is affection. Money is as worthless as dung, while affection is priceless. Where there is affection, there is warmth, peace, and beautiful weather. Where affection is absent, there is chaos and turmoil. When affection exists, love flourishes and marriages last a century. When affection is absent, families are destroyed, and lives are lost in an instant. Money without affection is like a haunting ghost, while affection without money is akin to a divine deity. Therefore, the most important thing in life is to nurture, maintain, protect, and cherish affection. Person C interjected, the most important thing in life is neither money nor affection, but the pursuit of truth. Truth enlightens the mind, keeps people on the right path, enriches the heart, and leads people to a brighter future. Persons A, B, and C could not convince each other, leading to daily arguments and occasional physical fights. The chairman, general manager, and secretary started fighting. The chairman declared, "Sell all the company's stocks." The general manager objected, "It's a bull market, a golden opportunity to make money. We can't sell." The secretary added, "The overall market situation indicates that the economic crisis has not yet arrived. There is still profit to be made. It is right not to sell. However, gray rhinos and black swans may appear at any time. It might be wise to sell now." The chairman and the general manager each had their own reasons for selling or not selling. The secretary added fuel to the fire by playing both sides, leading to heated arguments that left the company's prospects in jeopardy. So, who is right, the bee or the fly? Persons A, B, or C? The chairman, general manager, or secretary? The answer is that each has their own reason. Thus, we find that everyone in the world has their own reason, and everyone's reason is right. If anyone wants others to accept their reason, it just proves that they don't understand reason. So, we can draw a revelation. No one should impose their own reason, but simply let their own qualities shine. So, how can we avoid quarrels, arguments, and even fights caused by reasoning? The answer is, whoever is responsible, whoever bears the consequences, they have the final say. My understanding of happiness. Xuefeng, February 4th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Let's first look at the following 4 phenomena. When I was a child, there was no electricity, running water, radio, television, or mobile phone in my home. There were no ready-made clothes for sale in the stores. Clothes were made by hand from fabric bought from the store. In winter, the water we drank was spring water carried from 2 kilometers away in wooden buckets. The most vivid memories from my childhood are of spending all day playing or catching fish by the canal or river in the summer, herding sheep on the river beach, playing hide and seek or poker with a few friends, pulling pigweed in the cornfield, or carrying a dozen eggs in a basket to the store to exchange for kerosene and salt. I can't remember wearing any new clothes, but every time I recall, the scenes I can remember are all filled with happiness. I lived in Zimbabwe, Africa for more than 10 years and spent nearly 2 years in many remote rural areas. In the countryside, people seem to do nothing all day, gathering together to chat or listen to music and dance. I have been to many poor thatched houses. Inside the house, apart from a pot and a few bowls, a blanket spread on the ground, and a few hanging clothes, there are no other furnishings and utensils. But they seem to be born optimists, laughing and dancing all the time, seemingly without any worries or anxieties. I stayed in a primitive tribe in Vanuatu, Oceania, for 2 months. I lived in a guest house provided by the tribal chief. This guest house was drafty on all sides, the ground was sandy, and the roof was thatched. There was a rat's nest in the thatched roof, and from time to time, baby rats would fall onto the bed. A pair of pants and a shirt hanging on the grass wall were bitten by rats after a few days. The water we drank was rainwater collected from a bucket under the eaves. There was no electricity, so I bought a solar panel from the city to charge my phone and provide lighting. At night, I often heard people shouting, probably singing and dancing. During the day, I saw people sitting or lying under a thatched roof with no walls on all sides, on an old carpet. A kettle was placed on a stove made of stones, and steam was coming out of the kettle. They were drinking tea. I don't know what kind of tea. Anyway, it was the leaves of a plant. Drinking tea, 3 or 5 people chatting and laughing together. I occasionally received some food sent by people nearby, either papaya, bananas and mangoes, or occasionally they would kill a cow, and I would also buy some to eat. Apart from salt, there were no other condiments. There are clear rivers here. Bathing is done in the river, and clothes are washed in the river as well. I've been living in rural Canada for 7 years. The area is vast and sparsely populated, and every household lives in a villa. Apart from going to the supermarket in town and the annual garlic festival, people rarely gather together. Each family lives alone, which is probably why people like to go to church on Sundays, because only by going to church can people have the opportunity to interact and communicate. For 7 years, no police or government department staff have ever come to my house. Occasionally, I would go to Vancouver for a few days, lock the door, there are no anti-theft doors and windows, and leaving things like lawnmowers and small carts outside at will. The gate is never closed. After a few days, I came back and everything is as usual, with no signs of thieves. I hardly see any Chinese people all year round, and I have little contact with my neighbors. On Sundays, when I want to sleep, absolutely no one will come to visit and disturb me. Although the winter is a bit long, the interior is still warm. In winter, there is nothing to do. For several months, apart from surfing the internet and using the phone, all that's left is eating and sleeping. So, what do these four phenomena illustrate? They illustrate the essence of happiness.
选最艰难的那条路走.
Choose the hardest path. Xuefeng. February 13th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Let's consider the following 8 paths, and we choose which one to take. Herding sheep, selling sheep, building houses, marrying, having children, and letting children herd more sheep. Farming, selling harvested grains or vegetables and fruits, earning some money to build a house, marry, have children, let children go to university, and let children leave the countryside. Working for a boss year after year, earning a monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Striving to be a civil servant, working for the state, receiving a decent monthly salary, and maintaining the livelihood of the whole family. Opening a shop, whether it's reselling clothes, shoes, socks, hardware, electrical appliances, groceries, or engaging in catering or repair. The monthly income is higher than working for a private boss or the state, and you can live a comfortable life. Running a company and doing business, no matter what you do, as long as you employ more than 8 people to work for you, that's a company or enterprise, and you can live a moderately comfortable life. Engaging in finance, opening a bank, letting other people's money circulate through your hands, extracting a bit of commission, and you will have a steady stream of money, and you can live a very comfortable life. Being an official, a high-ranking official, using power to control more resources, you will benefit infinitely, and the benefits are endless. The above are 8 paths in traditional industries, and the following are 8 paths in non-traditional industries. Live streaming to sell goods. As long as you can live stream on the internet, whether it's preaching Buddhism or showing nudity, maximizing traffic, the more fans, the greater the value, not to mention selling goods. Collecting advertising fees can bring in a lot of money. Running study classes, based on your own fame and knowledge or professional qualifications, seize people's inner desires to run study classes, let people pay fees, the bigger the fame, the more expensive the fees, you will get rich quickly. Creating a platform, in the era of mobile internet, as long as you set up a platform on the internet, let some people with needs achieve their goals through your platform. Each time a goal is achieved, collect a commission, money will flow into your pocket like a stream. Reselling information and resources, any information, as long as it is not public, can be converted into money. Steal information from somewhere, and then sell it to people who need information. You can make money. The more confidential the information, the more valuable it is. Obtain some kind of resource, and then sell the resource to people who need it. You can get a large or huge amount of money at once. Being a master. According to scientific research, 20% of people are brainless. In today's era, knowledge in any field can be obtained instantly from the internet, especially with the birth of ChatGPT-4. Whatever knowledge you want, it can push it to you instantly in this way, as long as you pretend to be a master, and then show off the knowledge given by ChatGPT. People will believe you and become your followers. Making money from followers is a business with no cost and high profit. Creating communication software. As long as you can program, you can create a large amount of software programs, from enterprise data management to games to social networking, from cloud computing to national defense, big data to dating between men and women. As long as you design and create it, people will buy and participate, and there is money to be made. Being a hacker, invading the internal information library of others or an organization, retrieving information, and then converting the information into your own income. such as retrieving someone's bank information, you can easily transfer the money in someone else's bank to your own hands, retrieving the corruption information or loot information of a high official. You can use this to blackmail the high official to meet your own needs. Establishing an invisible empire. Anyone, from the president to the billionaire, from the Nobel Prize winner to the celebrity, has their own weaknesses or worth. As long as you pinch the weakness, they can obediently obey. As long as you offer enough benefits, people can sell their souls. Of course, this is something that people with extraordinary high IQ can do. So, which of the above traditional and non-traditional industries is the easiest and which is the hardest? The answer is, the first one is the easiest, the eighth one is the hardest. From the first to the eighth, the difficulty increases gradually. We will find that the easier the thing is to do, the less promising it is, the more likely it is to survive at the bottom of society, the more fragile its living conditions are, the more likely it is to be restricted and hit by the survival rules of the human-animal circle. Just like a pyramid, the lower you are, the greater the weight and pressure you bear, the harder it is to survive. This enlightens us that the lower you are in society, the harder the path you should choose from a young age. Never choose the easiest path, because once you choose the easy path, the result is that you will suffer and be tired all your life. At the bottom of society, in addition to the exploitation of the upper class, the harm at the lower level is even worse. Just like a poor family, the quarrels, conflicts, and confrontations between family members are more than those between members of a wealthy family. So, what is the hardest path in human society? The answer is, surpass the president and billionaires and enter the kingdom of freedom. 生命禅院导游2024告白 Confession of Life Genuine Guide 2024 Xuefeng February 18, 2024 Translation edited by Yu. Apart from understanding and knowing the path from the mortal world to the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, I confess that I lack knowledge in all other areas. Therefore, I have the following confessions. I will not collaborate with any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. Therefore, do not seek collaboration with me. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. Your actions will not affect me, and my actions will not affect you. I do not seek assistance from any individual, group, organization, political party, religion, or country. My affairs are matters of the greatest Creator. I rely solely on the greatest Creator, not on others. Therefore, no one should harbor thoughts such as, I want to help the guide, or I am helping the guide. You handle your affairs, and I will handle mine. What and how you choose to do is your business, not mine, and my business is not your business. No one should offer me advice or suggestions, nor prompt or instruct me on what to do and how to do it. I have a clear understanding of what I am doing, what I want to do, and how I will do it. I do not need anyone's prompts, suggestions, or ideas. My only concern is how people can live to become celestial beings and how life can ascend to heaven. I do not concern myself with the affairs of any country, government leader, religion, or political party. I am not a saint, nor am I a good or bad person, neither kind nor evil. Therefore, I do not concern myself with the world's pain and joy, nor with anyone's basic needs, birth, aging, sickness, and death. I will neither help nor harm people. Anyone who studies the Chanyuan corpus and Xuefeng corpus does so voluntarily, not because I require or force them to. Anyone who propagates the Chanyuan values and the second home lifestyle does so consciously and voluntarily, not because I arrange or require it. If you benefit from the corpus and its propagation, that is your blessing and the result of your efforts. Therefore, do not praise or extol me, because your benefit has nothing to do with me. Similarly, if you suffer, sin, and tire from the corpus and its propagation, that is your own doing, and it has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for guiding Chanyuan celestials, and I am not responsible for anyone who is not a Chanyuan celestial. The rise and fall of the world may be the responsibility of every individual, but it has nothing to do with me. The so-called guidance of Chanyuan celestials is merely writing articles. As for how Chanyuan celestials act and what they say, it all depends on their own enlightenment and voluntary action. I will not arrange or require anyone to do or say anything. What Chanyuan Celestials want to say and do is entirely their own business, not mine. If my previous statements and actions contradict the content above, that is entirely my mistake. This will be the standard moving forward. The above confession is intended to inform everyone, including Chanyuan Celestials, that anyone wishing to communicate with me should only discuss life and life. Avoid discussing any other topics as this can minimize communication costs and greatly save time and energy. Apart from life and life, I do not comprehend the rest, nor do I wish to. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
人无目标必平庸。
People without goals must be mediocre. Xuefeng, February 27th, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. The difference between mediocrity and excellence lies in one's goals. The grander the goal, the more exceptional the life. The smaller the goal, the more mediocre the life. The grander the goal, the richer the resources. The smaller the goal, the scarcer the resources. Being at the top, overlooking all the small mountains, when your goal is to be at the top, all other beings appear mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what will you see? You will realize that kings, presidents, and billionaires are all mediocre. Once life reaches the top, what resources are available? All resources in the world become accessible, not just natural resources. Even countries, political parties, religions, people become usable resources. Even gods, demons, celestial beings, monsters, ghosts will become usable resources. Once life reaches the top, there is only room for games and entertainment and nothing else to do. Even if you could become the president, you wouldn't want to undertake such a strenuous task. Even if you had a mountain of gold and silver, you wouldn't dig. Even if you had a palace, you wouldn't live in it. Anything else, even if it could bring you $1 million income every day, you wouldn't do it. Only enjoyable games and entertainment are worth participating in. Once life reaches the top, everywhere in the world becomes home. A thatched house can provide shelter. The world's wind and cloud are all dramas. Planting vegetables and raising chickens become wonderful tunes. Once life has a small goal, everywhere becomes a battlefield. Always a time of crisis. Being scared and anxious and not sleeping well becomes the norm. Running around every day and being upset becomes a daily routine. Once life has no goal, you become a pawn on the social chessboard. You become the meat to be cut on the chopping board. You become the leeks growing in the field. You become the things that can be swept into the trash can at any time. People with ambitious goals will know where to go, what to do, will not waste life, will understand what the hardships and difficulties along the way mean, will get out of the rough and go to the flat, will understand what is human, what is celestial being, what is Buddha, what is God, what is demon, what is the animal world, what is human society, will clearly see the truth. Otherwise, you are just a mediocre being.
内心有苦无外诉。
Do not speak of inner suffering. Xuefeng, February 29th, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. All beings suffer. Who is without suffering? Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death are all sources of suffering. Suffering from life, old age, sickness, death, suffering from love and separation, suffering from resentment and hatred, suffering from unfulfilled desires, suffering from the burning of the 5 aggregates, and then there is the suffering of mortgage and car loan, the suffering of reluctance, and the suffering of, though there is surplus of wealth and power, it's hard to maintain a stable life. The elderly are often easily moved, and the autumn rain is hard to clear. It's often easy to start things but hard to accomplish them. It can be said, the whole family's suffering is hard to express. The sadness is heartbreaking. Everyone has suffering in their hearts. If you internalize the suffering, people will become strong, clear, rational, and open-minded. Once you tell people about your inner suffering everywhere, people will become weak, confused, willful, and pitiful. There is a phenomenon worth thinking about. That is, in human history, those who have achieved something are mostly not complainers, and the more people live at the bottom of society, the more complainers. In fact, the real situation is that the more successful people are, the more suffering they have in their hearts, but they never complain to others. The boss's suffering is actually more and more complicated than the worker's suffering. The president's suffering is more and more complicated than the common people's suffering, but the boss and the president do not complain. Suffering is a seed. If you suppress it in your heart, it cannot grow and sprout. Once you say it, it begins to sprout and grow, and you can no longer control it. Everyone has this kind of experience. Once you speak out the suffering in your heart, you will feel a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable. But then, the listener will start to feel uncomfortable. This is called the transfer of suffering, meaning that you transfer your own suffering to others, although the suffering is transferred out. But there is a sequelae, that is, the complainer becomes a suffering plague. Source in the eyes and hearts of others, suffering plague is similar. To the nature of the plague, people will avoid you in the future. So, your days will become more and more bitter. So, if you have suffering in your heart, bear it, don't ever speak out. As long as you don't speak out, you are a strong person. People will be willing to interact with you. Once you speak out, it signifies that you are a weak person. People will not want to interact with you. If you suffer for a long time, you will get sick. Your body will get sick. Your spirit and soul will also get sick. So you have to internalize the suffering in your heart. There are 3 ways to internalize. One is to learn to be grateful. Another is to actively and optimistically do things. The last one is to seek help from experts, for example. If you have spiritual suffering, then go to a psychiatrist. If you have psychological suffering, then go to a psychologist. If you have physiological suffering, then go to a physician. There is no need to tell people who are not experts, because even if you say it, it's useless. Since it's useless, why bother to say it? In summary, the more you complain about suffering, the more you suffer, and in the end, you will complain yourself into a dead end. Sweetness symbolizes heaven. Suffering symbolizes hell. People all want to move towards heaven. No one wants to move towards a person who often complains to others.
殖民的价值和文化入侵的益处。
The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Xuefeng. March 25, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. The merits of colonization and the benefits of cultural assimilation. Advocating for colonization and cultural assimilation is often seen as politically incorrect and even rebellious. I am aware that many people may criticize and denounce me for this. Although my knowledge is limited, I respect the facts. I spent a full 15 years living in Africa, during which I visited countries such as South Africa, Mozambique, Botswana, Angola, and Tanzania. I also experienced Zimbabwe's unprecedented inflation and currency devaluation. Around 1998, I noticed a trend. Across Africa, the earlier a nation gained independence, the worse its situation seemed to be. The independence of the developed nation of South Africa also confirmed this pattern. Around 2005, I asked my black gardener, was life better when you were ruled by the British, or after you gained independence and were ruled by your own people? He responded without hesitation, life was certainly better when we were ruled by the British. This leads to a discussion. For ordinary people, the pursuit of a comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy life should be paramount. In life, the pursuit of happiness, joy, freedom, and contentment should be prioritized. As ordinary people, it is a cognitive error to prioritize concepts, ideas, positions, and spiritual pride. In other words, it doesn't matter who rules, as long as they make my life comfortable, relaxed, wealthy, and healthy, and as long as they make my life happy, joyful, free, and contented, they are a good ruler. Conversely, if they make me live in anxiety, sorrow, fear, and poverty, they are not a good ruler. Since life was better under British rule, why strive for national independence? After independence, life became even harder. So what's the point of national independence? Britain once had more than 70 colonies, which have now all gained independence. What has been the result of this independence? There have been some success stories, such as the United States, but the vast majority of nations have seen their economies and the lives of their people deteriorate after independence. Countries such as Zimbabwe, Burma, South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, Sudan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Libya, Afghanistan, and others are examples of this. Who benefits from the independence of a colony? Only a few people benefit. For the majority of people, independence has led to poverty and backwardness. Now, let's discuss cultural assimilation. I lived in Canada for a full 7 years. This period of my life can be described as comfortable, free, relaxed, and calm. To exaggerate a bit, it felt like a paradise for ordinary people. I never experienced even a hint of discrimination. The police never visited my workplace or residence. I never experienced theft or robbery. No government department ever came to my workplace or residence for inspection or inquiry. I am currently running a small inn, and over the past 7 years, I have accommodated at least 5,000 guests. There has never been any trouble. All the guests have been respectful and civilized. In Canada, as long as you abide by the law and pay your taxes honestly, the rest is up to you. This is a reflection of Canadian culture. The healthcare, education, and retirement systems are all superior. So, for ordinary people who want to live a good life, who wouldn't like this kind of culture? Therefore, I pose a question. Isn't it beneficial for a civilized culture to invade a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished? Between a barbaric war invasion and a civilized cultural assimilation, which would you choose? In fact, the term cultural invasion itself is problematic. It should be called cultural education. If a civilized culture invades a place that is barbaric, ignorant, backward, and impoverished, ordinary people should celebrate and embrace it with open arms. 避免碰撞. Avoiding collisions. Xuefeng. March 27, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Fruits, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, among others, should not be allowed to bump into each other, as the areas of impact are likely to rot. Vehicles such as cars, ships, and airplanes should avoid collisions. Once a collision occurs, they will suffer deformation and damage. Tribes, nations, and countries should avoid conflicts. The outcome of such conflicts often results in mutual defeat, or one party being dominated by the other. Even hard materials like stones and steel can fragment or even break when they collide with each other. From this, it's clear that in human interactions, people should also strive to avoid conflicts. Conflicts inevitably lead to harm, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. Any part of the body, once injured due to a collision, can lead to disability and lifelong consequences. When people resort to name-calling, belittling, insulting, and attacking each other with harsh, vulgar, and negative words, it damages both their spirits and souls. As the saying goes, hatred sown in the heart will sprout. This hatred can last a lifetime, and given the opportunity, revenge is almost inevitable. Quarrels, arguments, and debates between people are essentially forms of conflict. While bystanders may find inspiration or even benefit from them, the party who loses in these disputes can end up feeling defeated, much like the losing rooster in a cockfight, leading to depression and difficulty recovering. This is a form of harm. One of the differences between earthly life and the life in heaven is that on earth, people are constantly in conflict with each other, whereas in heaven, conflicts among people do not exist. Therefore, to determine whether a person possesses heavenly qualities, observe whether they are constantly in conflict with others. Even occasional conflicts suggest a lack of these heavenly qualities. Those who are constantly involved in quarrels, arguments, and debates have no place in heaven. Behaviors such as condemnation, nitpicking, belittling, criticizing, questioning, cursing, insulting, and attacking others are all forms of conflict that can hurt the other party. However, the principle of every action has an equal and opposite reaction applies here, and the person initiating the conflict will also inevitably suffer an equal amount of damage. Therefore, on the journey of life, especially on the path to heaven, it is essential to strive to avoid conflicts.
诊断一下看自己是不是有精神疾病。
Diagnosing whether you have a mental illness. Xuefeng. March 30th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Last night, I watched a video from Below 56 Degrees, titled Immigrating to Canada and Encountering Degenerate Chinese Individuals. My husband and I were given the ultimate immigration penalty. The female leads firmly advised to leave the Chinese community and stay away from Chinese people. She also stated, Chinese people remain Chinese, even when they are abroad. This morning, I happened to watch a video from Brain Hole Utopia discussing Lucerne. Lu Sun wrote an article called Diary of a Madman, in which he described his view of Chinese history as follows. I opened the history book to check. This history has no chronology, and each page is filled with words like benevolence, righteousness, and morality. I couldn't sleep, and after carefully reading for half the night, I saw words between the lines. The entire book was filled with two words: cannibalism. In 1882, the U.S. Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which strictly prohibited Chinese from entering the United States. Without proper documentation, all were deported, and henceforth, no place was allowed to grant U.S. citizenship to Chinese people. In 1923, the Canadian government issued the Chinese Immigration Act, which is essentially Canada's Chinese Exclusion Act. The main content is to completely prevent Chinese from entering Canada. 5 months ago, a Chinese person in the below 56 degrees program advised to stay away from Chinese people. Lu Sun discovered that Chinese history is a history of cannibalism. Both the United States and Canada have enacted laws to resolutely prevent Chinese from entering their countries. I am not discussing the right or wrong of these views. I am just thinking. Regardless of whether the criticism and condemnation of others are correct, self-reflection is always beneficial. 3 years ago, when I entered the elevator at Kamloops Royal Inland Hospital in Canada, a Caucasian woman around 50 years old next to me said, "There are not many gentlemen like you nowadays." Why did she call me a gentleman? Because when I entered the elevator, I simply bowed slightly, placed my left hand on my chest, and extended my right hand in a "please go first" gesture. Now, let's diagnose ourselves to see if we have a mental illness. If one's mental state exhibits one or several of the following phenomena, it indicates that one has a mental illness. Once there is, then being discriminated against by others is inevitable. Feeling superior or inferior in one's heart. Feeling secretly happy when seeing others suffer, sin, be abused, and die. Enjoy bullying people weaker than oneself, flatter, and compliment people stronger than oneself. Arbitrarily judge others and qualify others based on hearsay and online comments. Always have doubts about everything, no trustworthy people. Indifferent to public affairs, everything starts from maintaining and expanding one's own interests. Only consider one's own feelings, not caring about others' feelings. Always complain and condemn others, never looking for reasons from oneself. Always in a state of anxiety, worry, fear, and resentment. Other medically recognized conditions such as delusional disorder, depression, schizophrenia, etc. If you exhibit any of the above 10 items, be careful, because you may have a mental illness. If you exhibit many items, it indicates that the mental illness is severe and requires treatment. 拥有100个妻子或100个丈夫之路. The path to having 100 wives or 100 husbands. Xuefeng. April 7, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Do you aspire to have 100 virtuous and charming wives, or 100 noble and competent husbands? Theoretically, this seems impossible, but in practice, it is entirely achievable. First and foremost, you should understand that this desire cannot be fulfilled through power or wealth. The wives and husbands you acquire through power and wealth may not necessarily be virtuous or competent. The golden key to having 100 or even more wives and husbands is, you must be on the path to heaven. What does it mean to be on the path to heaven? Your soul garden must be beautiful. In your soul garden, there should no longer be any weeds or poisonous plants such as jealousy, complaints, comparisons, accusations, nitpicking, greed, resentment, etc. Instead, it should be filled with flowers like gratitude, diligence, sincerity, trustworthiness, optimism, romance, humor, contentment, cleanliness, and so on. You must be selfless and possess nothing, willing to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. Your life's efforts should not be for yourself, but for others, and you should understand that the more people you serve, the greater your value becomes. You must live openly and honestly, exposing all aspects of yourself to the sunlight, even your psychological activities. You should be willing to reveal them to the public without any concealment. If you can achieve the above 3 points, having a beautiful soul garden, being selfless, and living openly and honestly, I can guarantee with 100% certainty that you will have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands. It's not just 100. In fact, there could be 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000, or even more. Imagine when you have 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, tens of millions of wives or husbands, what depth, breadth, and height will your perspective and state of mind reach? Are you already living in heaven? A word of caution for you is that you should have, not possess. Once you desire to possess, once you treat the other party as your private property and restrict their absolute freedom, then you will not have even one in this life, and you will wander on the edge of hell life after life. Is it difficult to have 100 virtuous wives or 100 competent husbands? If you are on the right path, it's not difficult at all. If you are on the wrong path, that's just a dream.
不想结婚就到生命禅院来。
If you don't want to get married, come to Life Chuanyuan. Xuefeng. June 17, 2007. Translation edited by Jiejing. Possession narrows the heart. Marriage is a product of selfishness, its motive and purpose being to eternally possess the other person. Marriage is a fishing hook baited with fragrance. Once hooked, you will leave the freedom of the vast ocean and can only soak in a small pond, gazing longingly at the expansive sea. It's easy to get hooked but hard to get off. Once hooked by marriage, a person is drawn into a program called family. Once inside this program, everything is beyond your control, and you will be a slave to the family for life. There are no marriages or families in heaven. Jesus said that in the kingdom of heaven, people neither marry nor are given in marriage. Buddha demonstrated that to reach the Elysium world, one must break free from the family. Why get married? Why put a rope around your own neck? Why turn your precious life into a mess, neither human nor ghost? Is there really no other way to live? Human values hold that getting married and starting a family are natural and right. The Bible created Eve for Adam, and the two became one. Since then, no one has questioned the rightness of marriage and family. This belief has persisted from ancient times to today. And what is the result? Who is truly happy? Who is truly free? In the 1,000-year world where I have lived, there are no marriages or families. The happiness and freedom people enjoy there are incomparable to those on earth. That is the true human life. By comparison, Earth's people live as if in hell. The family is the main source of human suffering. As long as families exist, humanity will never reach an ideal state. Only selfish people want to get married and start a family. Only incompetent people look forward to marriage and family. Only sick people want to get married and start a family. Why should a free and lively fish leave the rivers and seas to suffer in a small pond, neither living nor dying? Is it sick? Why get married and start a family? For sexual enjoyment? Can't you enjoy sex without marriage and family? As long as both parties consent, do as you please. What does it have to do with others? What right do others and society have to deprive people of the sacred rights given by the greatest creator? What moral standards are there? If any, bringing happiness and satisfaction through sexual activity is the moral standard. Why get married and start a family? For a stable life? Is life necessarily unstable without marriage and family? Has humanity experimented with this? Should freedom and happiness be sacrificed for stability? If so, lying in a coffin buried in the ground would be supremely stable. Why get married and start a family? To continue the lineage? Can't the lineage continue without marriage and family? Those who want children can have them, those who don't can choose not to. Consider all children as your own, and won't the lineage continue? Why insist on biological offspring? To monopolize the earth? Why get married and start a family? For support and care in old age or illness. Don't worry, I have a solution. If 1,000,000 people do not marry and start families, they can form a society, a large family of non-married individuals. When you are unwell, there will be someone to care for you. When you are old, there will be someone to support you and see you off. Why get married and start a family? Is it because your parents are pressuring you and you don't want to disappoint them? This can be tricky but also manageable. First, ask your parents a few questions. Parents are the first teachers in life, so requesting answers to a few questions should not be seen as disrespectful. Questions like, why get married? And then what? What comes after that? Where do people go after they die? If nothing remains after death, why get married? If people can be reincarnated after death, I'd rather reincarnate into a better place first. So why get married? Is the purpose of life just to get married and have children? What is life? Just because humans have been getting married and starting families since ancient times, does that mean I must do the same? Humans have suffered and toiled since ancient times. Should I follow in those footsteps and suffer as well? And so on. In short, parents should be respected, but asking them to answer a few questions is reasonable. If they cannot answer and still insist on you getting married, then you might have to comply. However, since they are the ones insisting, it is fair to expect them to provide housing, a car, and wedding expenses, and to help care for the children. If the couple has marital issues, the parents should help resolve them. Since parents are insisting on your marriage and family, they should take full responsibility. They should also live long enough to take care of their grandchildren, as they are the ones who wanted them. The grandson is what you want. The safety issue of the grandson going to college and working and getting married and starting a family should be properly arranged by the grandparents. If you don't want to get married and start a family, come to Life Genuine. As long as everyone lives according to Life Genuine values, I have thought of and resolved all potential issues you might encounter. Why love only one person? Love more people. The more, the better. Why must you propagate your lineage on earth? Spread it in the heaven. Still want to get married? Go ahead. Endure a lifetime facing a critical face. If you end up with someone with peculiar habits, you'll have to swallow your suffering silently. Want to read and meditate in your spare time? No way. Today, a distant cousin is getting married. Tomorrow, an uncle's sister-in-law is in the hospital. The day after, a distant Uncle Lou is having a funeral. You must attend all these events. You used to have just one set of parents. Now you have two sets. The number of relatives and friends has multiplied, and you must manage all these relationships. If your partner has a chronic illness, you can forget about having any leisure time for the rest of your life. If you want to give your parents some money, you need to apply for approval first. If it's not approved, you'll have to act like a thief, always on guard for those prying eyes behind you. Once caught, don't expect to be in a good mood for at least 3 days. When an old flame or a dear friend of the opposite sex calls after a long time, you might want to exchange sweet words, but you can only manage a few stiff sentences because someone is listening in. At a class reunion, you might want to express your heartfelt sentiments and let loose with old classmates. But with your spouse nearby, you have to behave to avoid misunderstandings and subsequent interrogations or scolding when you get home. Have a child, and if it's a prodigy, congratulations. But if the child is disabled, it will consume your worries for life. Remember, marriage and family are not novels filled with romantic plots. They are composed of numerous complicated and confusing details. Crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang oneself, cursing, hitting, and wielding a knife are common and inevitable. Why get married? If you don't want to get married, come to Life Genuine. Let's figure out the best way to journey through life together. 近30次搬家的启示 Revelations from nearly 30 moves. Xuefeng. May 10, 2024. On April 28, 2024, after living for over 6 years in Lac La Hatch, I drove nearly 5 hours to move to the shores of Anaheim Lake, a vacation paradise. The snowy coastal mountains are clearly visible, and Anaheim Lake is vast, tranquil, and serene. Facing the lake and snow-capped mountains, backed by the vast primeval forest, I purchased this place, which includes 8 wooden houses that can accommodate 30 people, and leased the management rights to 800 square kilometers of forest land, establishing a secluded haven for the Chanyuan Celestials. Looking back on the places I've lived, I realized I've moved nearly 30 times. Anaheim Lake, Lac La Hatch, Vancouver, Vanuatu, Lijiang, along the banks of the Peacock River in Korla, Luntai, Kuka, Nanjing, Kunming, Anning, Chuxiong, Linsong, Mablerain, Belvedere, Mount Pleasant, Eastleigh, Marlborough, Greendale, Chitungwiza, Mbeer, Avondale, Yuzhong, Zhangye, Zhochuan, Xiaheking. In some areas, I moved 3 times, such as in Mount Pleasant, so in this life, I have moved nearly 30 times. What are the benefits of moving? Moving to a new place always fills one with curiosity and a sense of novelty, allowing one to appreciate different environments, house structures, and the ambience different spaces provide, and the joy of rearranging and setting up everything anew. It's an opportunity to discard many items that are seldom used or not needed, simplifying life. One can get away from troublesome environments and people. What are the downsides of moving? Moving is exhausting. Many things need to be repacked and upon arrival, unpacked and arranged again. Sometimes, one can't handle it alone and needs to ask for help. From vacating the old residence to finding a new place, a series of procedures must be handled, and new addresses must be registered with relevant departments, companies, and individuals, which is not an easy task. The new place requires planning and development, including planting flowers and trees, so one is often busy creating a new environment. The most memorable revelation is that after becoming a Chanyuan Celestial, moving has become extremely easy. For example, when I moved from Lac La Hatch to Anaheim Lake, everything was left intact for other Chanyuan Celestials to live in, and I only needed to drive a car with some personal belongings to the new place. This is somewhat like moving in the thousand-year world. Just speaking of moving, becoming a Chanyuan Celestial is indeed a great blessing and fortune. 人没有选择权. Humans have no choice. Xuefeng. May 17, 2024. In our youth, brimming with energy, we perceive life as a canvas of choices, people to meet, things to do, and paths to explore. Yet, as we age and reflect upon our past, we come to realize that we have no real choice. What we once thought were decisions of our own making were, in fact, orchestrated by an unseen force. These were the experiences we were meant to have, the paths we were destined to walk. Gazing up at the night sky, countless celestial bodies, present for decades, during my father's time, my grandfather's time, and even my great-grandfather's time, have been there, each moving rapidly in its assigned place, absolutely without the power to choose. Amidst the teeming masses, people rush about daily, seemingly making choices, aspiring, longing. But as one nears the twilight of life, it becomes apparent that our existence is choreographed by destiny. We have no choice. Who can choose their parents? Who decides their birthplace and time? Who selects their ethnicity or race? Who determines their gender and appearance? Who picks their siblings? Who has a say in their DNA? Even the circumstances, timing, and location of our death are beyond our control. Did we choose our spouse? Our children? Did we opt for the illnesses we endure? The people we encounter on life's journey, are they of our choosing? Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that while some events appear to be choices, they are actually preordained arrangements. Rice or noodles, coffee or tea, Chinese or Western cuisine, a night out at the market or scrolling through TikTok at home. In the face of such decisions, we feel empowered with choice. Yet, when we delve into history, we discover that all choices are influenced by cultural history, habits, preferences, tastes, and values. The so-called freedom of choice is but an illusion, with invisible forces having long since laid out our paths. We are but puppets, guided by the hands of fate, mere programs within an intricate network. To grasp the principle that humans lack choice is to ascend to a celestial state. No matter our circumstances, we should face life with clarity and equanimity, feel content no matter where you are or what you are doing. The diversity and stratification of species are nature's design, as is the social stratification within human society. If there are villains, there must be heroes. If there are philanthropists, there must be agitators. Thus, we should live true to our nature, finding peace in our inherent being, clear-minded, without regret, living with grace and elegance. Concerns about success and failure, wealth and poverty, fame and infamy. These are self-imposed shackles, the torment of the mundane. Shatter these chains, and one discovers boundless optimism and freedom, with paradise at every turn. Why haven't regions like China, India, the Middle East, or Africa birthed technological civilizations, while Europe consistently leads the charge? The origins of different races reveal a grand design, not a question of intelligence or a desire for progress or regression. It's the narrative needed for humanity's grand play. With this understanding, every phenomenon seems logical, every twist entertaining. Immersed in nature's wisdom and masterful design, we see the folly in all man-made values. Marriage, family, kinship, nationhood, reputation, inheritance, glory, wealth, or poverty, all are but human fabrications, needless worries that cloud our existence. Only then do we uncover the joyous paradise of living in harmony with heaven and earth. What to choose? Choose nothing. Let the wind blow and the rain beat down, seasons shift, and the world transform. I will dance to my own rhythm, sing to the tune of fate, bloom spontaneously, and wander freely. Some fret over humanity's future. Fools! Do you believe humanity's destiny lies in our own hands? Do you think the future of livestock is in their control? We need not worry about humanity's future. Higher beings orchestrate and arrange it. Humans have no choice. The wise focus on living each day with ease and joy, embracing life's elegance and flair. History has settled in the riverbed, the present is etched by the past, and the future is already aligned with reason and the divine arrangement. There's no need for worry, no reason to struggle tirelessly, nothing to defend or protect, nothing worth risking life for. To bloom naturally is to earn the divine reward. Since we have no choice, all the better. We can take things as they are, associate with others by following natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Our hearts, like clear mirrors, reflect the universe. Our spirits, like sprites, dance between heaven and earth, finding paradise wherever we go. 理性思维批判 Critique of Rational Thinking. Xuefeng. June 27, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Using a large number of facts and phenomena as a basis to observe, compare, analyze, and summarize things or issues, then finding patterns through synthesis, and subsequently abstracting, generalizing, and determining the development direction or solving problems is rational thinking. Rational thinking is the thinking of wise people and belongs to advanced human thinking. Most humans do not possess rational thinking. Most people think based on instinct, focusing on wealth, power, reputation, and status. The reason humanity has not yet entered a civilized society is that the masses' thinking is too materialistic, while the wisest thinking is too rational. One could say that rational thinking is a significant obstacle to humanity's entry into a civilized society. Rational thinking, as a human thought process, has its limitations. No matter how meticulous and objective a person's thinking is, their understanding of the vast world and human nature is still like viewing a leopard through a narrow tube. It is not comprehensive and can easily neglect one thing while attending to another. Therefore, relying on human intelligence alone cannot establish a civilized society. Hence, planned economies are bound to fail. The stronger the government, the deeper the disaster. The core reason is that human rationality is limited and cannot consider the universal interconnectedness of things, which involves 64 factors. Just like scientists attempting to establish a unified field theory of the universe, it cannot be done because science only acknowledges 4 types of forces, ignoring the other 4. How can a unified field theory of the universe be established? Humans do not know what will happen tomorrow, so how can they plan? Locke regarded life, liberty, and property as the 3 main elements of natural human rights. Hayek believed that property rights are the core of market order and individual freedom. The primary reason countries like the UK and the USA have become relatively civilized and powerful is that they legally guarantee the sanctity and inviolability of private property. Even a thatched cottage is sacred and inviolable. The wind can enter, the rain can enter, but the king cannot enter. The essential characteristic of capitalism is to ensure the sanctity and inviolability of private property. It is almost impossible to build a system superior to capitalism based on human rationality or ideals. Therefore, the pursuit of communism and utopian ideal societies cannot be achieved. Not only that, but it will also cause disasters. Thus, the sanctity and inviolability of private property are a very just principle in human society. Ensuring the property of people like Musk is inviolable is certainly a blessing for the entire human society. However, the sanctity and inviolability of private property do not conform to the standards of the heavenly kingdom, nor do they meet the psychology and needs of the proletariat. This means that to elevate human character, soothe the minds of the proletariat, and lead humanity into a more advanced state of civilization, the sanctity and inviolability of private property cannot become a legal principle. However, infringing on legitimate private property is absolutely wrong and cannot be justified under any pretext. To make 99% of people live happily, freely, and joyfully, it cannot rely on a planned economy or a market economy. Relying on human rational thinking is definitely not the way. It is absolutely impossible to design an ideal social system with human wisdom alone. The so-called invisible hand of the market regulating things would mean returning to a jungle society where the strong prey on the weak and only the fittest survive. Can humanity enter a higher state of civilization by abandoning rationality and the market? Yes, it can. This can be achieved by simply copying and pasting the heavenly life mechanism. The second home created by Life Genuine is a copy of the production and living model of the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom. This copying model avoids human rational intervention and the jungle law mechanism of the animal world.
为什么不让人在全球自由流动和迁徙？
Why not allow free global movement and migration? Xuefeng, June 27, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Some people believe that allowing free global movement and migration would lead everyone to rush to wealthy and developed countries, leaving the poor and underdeveloped regions empty. Others argue that free movement and migration would facilitate criminals, making it easier for them to evade legal sanctions, leading to increased global criminal activity. I want to ask, is the scenario you describe based on your imagination or reality? How did you reach this conclusion without trying it? Have all Chinese people moved to Shanghai? Have all Americans moved to New York? Have all citizens of the 27 Schengen countries moved to Switzerland? Do you think tourists will crowd only famous attractions? Where there is a drop, a waterfall forms. Once the drop disappears, the waterfall ceases to exist. When food is scarce, people scramble to buy it. When food is plentiful, no one rushes to buy it. The more restrictions there are, the more coveted and harder to obtain something becomes, the more it stimulates people's desire and impulse to break through and obtain it. Once restrictions are lifted, there may be an initial chaotic situation, but it will quickly ease and gradually become calm and stable. Once a person is full and satisfied, can they eat more even if a grand feast is presented to them? Have you seen all the birds in the world flying to places with abundant food? Have you seen all the fish in rivers, lakes, and seas swimming to the Indian Ocean? Have you seen all the mosquitoes and flies in the world migrating to the tropics? Do you still believe that everyone in the world will crowd into New York or Tokyo? As for crime, who believes that increased freedom will lead to more crime? Will places with high government control and tight surveillance have no crime? Furthermore, wouldn't reallocating the resources used for border checks and visa restrictions to crime prevention and combating be more cost-effective? In conclusion, free movement and migration have countless benefits for the public, but no harm. So why are the freedoms of global citizens still restricted? The core reason is, the personal interests of those in power would be harmed, so they do not allow ordinary people to be free.
种什么收什么.
You reap what you sow. Xuefeng, June 29, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Nature gives us a simple and direct lesson. You reap what you sow. When we plant wheat in the field, we harvest wheat. When we plant corn, we harvest corn. For thousands of years, humanity has never observed a phenomenon where planting carrots yields watermelons or planting potatoes yields tomatoes. Can this lesson apply to other areas? For example, if we plant hatred in our hearts, will we harvest love? If we sow stinginess, will we reap generosity? If we plant anger, will we harvest joy? Moreover, if we consider human society as a field, what should we plant? If we sow selfishness, will we harvest selflessness in return? If we plant theft and robbery, will we reap living and working in peace and contentment? If we sow dishonesty and breach of trust, will we harvest trust and fidelity? Additionally, if we view the universe as a field, what should we plant? If we plant the belief that humans are the most intelligent beings in the universe, or humans can conquer heaven, or humans are the rulers of all things, or My fate is controlled by me, not by heaven. Will we reap health, safety, freedom, and happiness? If the principle of you reap what you sow does not hold, why not do as you please? If the principle of you reap what you sow does hold, would you dare to act as you please? Human society has many negative phenomena, such as disease, hunger, turmoil, war, displacement, helplessness, hatred, infighting, deception, misfortune, and so on. If we consider these phenomena as fruits, are these fruits of our own making? We can analyze each specific phenomenon, tracing back its origins. For instance, someone has a headache, someone is in a car accident, a village is flooded, a family is exterminated, someone is imprisoned, one dynasty is overthrown by another, or current conflicts like the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine conflict. I may not have the ability to conduct such in-depth analysis, but I believe that in the greatest creator's field, the principle you reap what you sow holds true. In the devil's domain, it might be sow melons, reap beans, sow beans, reap melons. But one thing I can be sure of is that when we sow beans but reap melons, we are not far from misfortune, suffering, and hell. Dear reader, what have you sown in the past? What do you plan to sow in the future?
高维解决低维难题易如反掌。
Effortlessly solving low-dimensional problems with high-dimensional solutions. Xuefeng, July 1st, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. There are no insurmountable problems. Just raise the dimension. For Earthlings, immigrating to Mars might seem like a challenge, but for a high-dimensional being like Elon Musk, it's not a problem at all. Playing with a smartphone effortlessly in remote mountains without electricity or signal seems difficult for humans, but high-dimensional beings like Musk can solve it with ease. With the help of intelligent navigation systems, people can drive to unfamiliar big cities without a map, without getting lost, and without wasting time. Is it possible to have a face-to-face chat with someone thousands of miles away? From conventional thinking, it seems impossible, but today's smartphones have solved this problem. There is no such thing as impossible. There are only things that are not yet understood or beyond our current cognitive abilities. Once AI's IQ exceeds 200, all the world's nuclear weapons would automatically become inoperative. This is called a dimensionality reduction strike. Once the brilliance of the past is crushed by higher dimensions, decline is inevitable. When decay sets in, there will be no more crying or shouting. We once believed that marriage was a conventional aspect of life. Men marry and women marry off. However, with the advent of the second home, we have discovered that traditional marriage and family structures are an endless sea of suffering. Today, we see how ignorant and foolish all the teachings and efforts to maintain family harmony, guide parents in raising children, and so on truly are. Marriage and family are destined to decline, and any attempts or moral teachings to save them will only be futile struggles and helpless cries. The second home, being higher dimensional, makes traditional production and living modes look pitifully outdated. Humanity has struggled for thousands of years with problems such as corruption, theft, robbery, fraud, bullying, exploitation, gambling, prostitution, drug abuse, hunger, inequality, jealousy, conflict, turmoil, and war. Life genuine values and the second home model easily resolve these issues. What about countries? Countries that have seemingly existed for thousands of years and appear strong and stable will quickly crumble when AI arrives, becoming nothing more than a fleeting memory. Living through this era of transition, with daily exciting high-dimensional information emerging and witnessing earth-shaking changes, makes this time truly worthwhile. Experiencing such a spectacular era, a visit to this world is indeed worth it.
强势者不会有完美结局。
The powerful will not have a perfect ending. Xuefeng, July 9th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Laozi said, "Nothing in the world is softer and weaker than water. Yet, for attacking the hard and strong, nothing can surpass it, because nothing can take its place. That the weak overcomes the strong, and the soft overcomes the hard, everyone in the world knows, but no one can practice it." He also said, "The strong and violent will not die a natural death. If a person is excessively domineering, it is not a good sign. Examples include Hitler, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, Ceausescu, and Stalin. If a father is domineering, his children and grandchildren will suffer, as often seen in family tragedies. If a mother is domineering, her children may become depressed, their spirits wounded, and their health compromised. If a husband is domineering, his wife will endure unspeakable suffering throughout her life. If a wife is domineering, her husband will live a life of unfulfilled aspirations and will die with regrets. If a neighbor is domineering, it will lead to discomfort for those around them. If a neighboring country is domineering, there will always be threats and invasions. If a colleague is domineering, disputes and conflicts will arise. If a leader is domineering, subordinates will become submissive and eventually face repercussions. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth mutually generate and restrain each other, achieving harmony. The flourishing of all things relies on mutual coexistence and mutual prosperity. The dominance of any single side will lead to the withering of the others, and eventually, the dominant side will be left unsupported and face its downfall. As a father, inspire your children, but do not take over their lives. Allow them to have their own thoughts and plans, and do not suppress their ideas and pursuits under the guise of fatherhood. As a mother, provide love and nourishment but avoid excessive criticism and guidance. Do not make choices or decisions for your children. As a husband or wife, no matter how right you think you are and how unreasonable you find the other person, this tangled mess will never be untangled. The ancients couldn't untangle it, people today can't, and people in the future won't either. Give your partner as much space as possible. Do not be forceful. Being forceful will only exhaust you mentally and physically. From a dialectical perspective, forcefulness stems from a lack of self-confidence and inner weakness. It is an attempt to cover up internal frailty with strong words and actions. In reality, those with true inner strength are gentle and approachable. Forceful individuals harm those around them. When they hurt those around them, their endings will not be perfect. When faced with a domineering person, our approach should be, let him be strong. The breeze brushes the hill. Let him be fierce. The moon shines over the river.
对私有财产神圣不可侵犯的存疑。
Doubts about the sanctity and inviolability of private property. Xuefeng, July 10, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. Private property is sacred and inviolable is a hallmark of developed capitalist countries. It is a sentiment shared by famous Western philosophers, thinkers, and sociologists. Some even equate private property with life, suggesting that both are bestowed by heaven and thus need protection. I support the view that private property is sacred and inviolable, as it is much more civilized than the brutal laws of the jungle. Any act of infringing upon someone else's property is a crime and a trampling on that person's dignity and life. Without protection for private property, society would devolve into a state akin to the animal world, making it impossible for humanity to enter a civilized society. However, I have doubts about what constitutes private property. My understanding is that things a person is born with are considered private property, such as eyes, nose, limbs, and body. Everything else is public property. Some might say that if someone catches a fish in a river, that fish becomes their private property. If someone harvests 400 kilograms of wheat from 1 mu of land, that wheat is their private property. If someone builds a house in a certain place, that house is their private property. I agree with this perspective. But let's examine if these are truly private property. A virtuous magistrate for 3 years, 10,000 taels of silver. Is this silver his private property? If a thief secretly steals $100,000 and uses it to build a villa, is that villa his private property? If someone forcefully takes over a coal mine and earns $1 billion, is that billion their private property? If a company manufactures and sells counterfeit drugs and earns $10 billion, is that $10 billion their private property? Under the doctrine, all the land under heaven belongs to the king. Does this mean that everything in the world is the king's private property? Here is the tree I planted. Here is the road I built. If you want to pass, you must pay a toll. If the tree and the road are the property of the person who built them, is charging a toll in line with the principle of private property is sacred and inviolable? Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Similarly, money comes from power, violence, trickery, extortion, and deception. Do the power and wealth derived from these methods count as private property? Private property is sacred and inviolable, is a cornerstone of civilization, a necessary condition for social development, and a vital factor in promoting productivity. However, the definition of private property must be clearly defined. Land can be bought and sold. Mineral resources can be bought and sold. Can lakes and rivers also be bought and sold? If someone buys a piece of land, a mineral resource, or a body of water, does that make it private property? Can they prohibit others from using the water or catching fish from these resources? Is this also in line with sacred and inviolable? If one day someone with extraordinary abilities claims the moon and then imposes a tax on moonlight for everyone on Earth, is this reasonable? I ask those who advocate private property is sacred and inviolable. If you are married, is your spouse your private property or public property? If it is private property, does this mean that people can be considered private property, making slavery completely correct and reasonable? If it is public property, would you agree to your spouse being considered a public spouse? The body is a person's inherent private property and should be considered sacred and inviolable, right? So, if a prostitute chooses to use her body as she pleases, why interfere, stop, or even criminalize it? If even a person's own body, which is an inherent private property, is not allowed to be freely arranged and is subject to moral condemnation and legal repression, isn't this ridiculous and hypocritical in the context of private property is sacred and inviolable? Absolute fairness is impossible. Absolute fairness hinders the development of social productivity and inevitably leads to widespread poverty and despair. But consider this. A farmer works hard all year but still struggles to make a living, while a financial speculator can earn tens of millions or even billions annually. Is this fair? Stop proclaiming private property is sacred and inviolable so loudly. If you truly care about the public and the advancement of society, think more about how to ensure people's well-being and happiness. For those living in a dilapidated house with a worn-out quilt, you should not insist on the sanctity of your tattered house and quilt. Once the principle of private property is sacred and inviolable becomes a universal moral and legal standard, your decrepit house and quilt will be instantly obliterated. This is because you will not be involved in the making or enforcement of laws, and your descendants will be impoverished. Private property will have no relevance to you. I'm a little envious of trees. Xuefeng, July 10, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. Sitting by Lake Anahim and gazing at the lush trees along the shore, I suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Damn it, I'm alive and yet, I'm not as unrestrained and free as a tree. I couldn't help but feel envious of the trees. Trees don't have personal relationships or the troubles and pains that come with social interactions. Trees don't worry about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, aging, illness, or death. They simply grow naturally. Trees don't need to worry about or pay for electricity, taxes, water, land tax, internet fees, oil, or gas. Trees don't have to deal with any complicated and distressing administrative affairs. Trees don't worry about winter, nor do they need to think about heating. Trees don't argue with neighbors or distant trees about right or wrong. Trees quietly observe everything around them, leisurely enjoying and savoring the beauty of nature, almost like celestial beings. Trees have no sense of national borders, ethnicity, political parties, or religions. They seem almost like Buddhas. Trees don't wear pants, don't go to school, don't have to manage the emotions of parents, children, spouses, or worry about socializing with relatives and friends during holidays. Trees are cared for by nature. They just need to calmly enjoy their existence. They don't need to consider buying a car, getting a driver's license, or applying for an ID card or passport. Damn it, living as a human isn't as good as being a tree. How tragic. Will hitting a wall lead to enlightenment? Xuefeng, January 2nd, 2024. People often say, one doesn't turn back until hitting a wall, one's heart won't give up until reaching the Yellow River, and one won't shed tears until seeing the coffin. However, I would say that even after hitting a wall, people still won't turn back. Even after reaching the Yellow River, they still won't give up. And even after seeing the coffin, they still won't shed tears. Here's the evidence. Someone may divorce due to marital discord, which is like hitting a wall, but before long, they get married again, continuing to hit the same wall. Many people work hard all year and make very little money, like reaching the Yellow River, but the next year, they continue working, diving back into the river. Wars result in death. War is a coffin. Yet for thousands of years, people continue marching into wars. Not only do they not cry when they see the coffin, but they also don't shed a tear even after entering it. Let me ask you, dear reader, have you ever argued with someone? Arguing is like hitting a wall. But did you turn back? Next time you argue again, especially in marriage, where disputes are common, haven't you repeatedly hit the wall without turning back? Have you ever lost money at a casino? That's hitting a wall, isn't it? Yet, why do you keep going back to the casino? Even if you're battered and bruised, you still go. Is the wall made of cotton? Must one truly drown in the Yellow River before giving up? Have you ever been deceived while trying to take advantage of a situation? After being tricked, did you stop trying to gain the upper hand? Why then do you get deceived again? It's just a case of falling for one trick after another, with only slight variations. Have your prayers at temples ever fulfilled your desires? If not, why do you keep burning incense and bowing? Do you believe that if Temple A doesn't work, Temple B or C will? You keep hitting the wall, time after time. If you haven't broken through the wall yourself, you encourage your children and grandchildren to keep hitting it. When will it ever stop? Some people speak beautifully, but their actions have nothing to do with their words. Believing them once is understandable, but why do you continue to pin your hopes on them? You've already hit the wall once. Why keep hitting it? Look at many elderly people. Have they changed any of their bad habits from their youth? Not at all. Decades have passed, and they remain the same. Is there any introspection? Any awakening? None. They hit the wall daily without turning back, jump into the Yellow River without losing heart, and lie in the coffin without shedding a tear. Human society has advanced, but aside from the changes in production methods brought by scientific and technological progress, human nature hasn't fundamentally changed much from thousands of years ago. The conveniences of transportation and communication, and the abundance of goods haven't elevated human nature by much. The person riding a bullock cart 100 years ago and the person flying a plane today are essentially the same. The person in a long gown a century ago and the person in a suit today are also the same. So, take a look. Keep observing. Every day, countless people keep hitting walls without hesitation, flocking to the Yellow River without losing heart, and seeing the coffin without shedding a tear. They come one after another, endlessly. Alas, humanity.
无助状态下应保持的心态和行为。
Mindset and actions to maintain in a helpless state. Xuefeng, January 14, 2024. No matter who you are, whether a president, billionaire, expert, professor, entrepreneur, famous figure, or ordinary person, there will inevitably be moments when you find yourself in a state of helplessness. At such times, pleading to anyone, even praying, proves useless. You find yourself in a situation where the heavens do not respond to your calls, and the earth does not heed your cries. No matter what you try, you cannot escape the predicament of helplessness. Even emperors may hang themselves, presidents may be assassinated, wealthy entrepreneurs may jump off buildings, and experts and professors may drown themselves. These are true reflections of the helpless state, and ordinary people are no exception. Everyone has dreams and hopes for a life filled with joy, happiness, freedom, and fulfillment. Yet for thousands of years, only a few have truly achieved these aspirations. The vast majority either struggle in the bitter wind and rain or are overwhelmed by turbulent waves, leading to eventual sinking. People do not have the right to choose their parents, the era or environment of their birth, their appearance, or their ethnicity. They are powerless to change their circumstances, being pushed by the tides of the times from peaks to valleys and swayed by those around them. At times feeling excitement, at other times despair. When a landslide engulfs their loved ones, they are powerless. When floods come and submerge fields and homes, they are helpless. When struck by illness with no one to care for them, they must endure. When caught in a war zone, escape is impossible. And when debts become unmanageable, they are physically and mentally exhausted. What can be done? Do not blame heaven, earth, or others. Accepting fate is the best mindset. Only by accepting fate can one hope to change it. Blaming heaven, earth, or others will only worsen the situation, while thanking heaven, earth, and the Creator may offer a chance of escape. Resentment will only make things worse. Gratitude is the best remedy for overcoming hardship. Why accept fate? Because there is no alternative. Why accept fate? Because everything is self-created. It is the result of choices made over multiple lifetimes, as well as the outcome of one's haphazard and misguided efforts. When we explore the mysteries of the universe, we find that everything follows laws and principles. Everything that happens is neither accidental nor random, but inevitable. Understanding this helps us realize that our situation is of our own making. Heaven does not spare anyone nor unjustly harm anyone. Understanding this allows us to see the path our lives should take. The conclusion is that when we are in a helpless situation, the first step is to accept fate without blaming heaven, earth, or others. Maintain a calm and peaceful mindset, joyfully accept reality, and keep a heart full of gratitude, free from resentment. Finally, take action. Do your utmost to find a way out of the helpless situation. By doing so, there is hope of escaping from helplessness. In this way, heaven may guide us out of our troubles, perhaps even sending someone to help us along the way. Acceptance, gratitude, and action are the mindset and behaviors to maintain when in a state of helplessness.
集体潜意识和个人显意识的关系。
The relationship between collective subconscious and individual consciousness. Xuefeng. May 9, 2023. We observe a phenomenon. The younger a person is, the better they are at using computers and smartphones, while older individuals struggle with the terminology and functions of these devices. We must ask, how do younger people, with less knowledge and shallower understanding, acquire the skills to operate computers and smartphones? The apparent explanation might be that the older a person gets, the harder it becomes to comprehend new knowledge and procedures. Their existing knowledge becomes an obstacle to learning and accepting new technologies. Conversely, younger people, with fewer ingrained barriers in their consciousness, are more open to understanding and adopting new knowledge and technologies. From this, we can infer that those with more knowledge may become obstacles and resistors to societal progress and the evolution of civilization, much like how a nation or ethnicity with a long history tends to have weaker innovation capabilities. According to the principle of entropy, the more closed a system is, the more rigid and resistant to change it becomes. Conversely, the more open a system is, the more flexible, dynamic, and vibrant it is. Let's look at another phenomenon. One dog barks at a shadow, and 100 dogs bark in response. In a village at night, if one dog starts barking, all the household dogs join in. The first dog may have seen a stranger, but the others are merely responding to the noise. On the street, if one dog bites a person, other dogs may join in, indiscriminately attacking. When mainstream culture dominates, any non-mainstream culture that emerges is instinctively criticized and attacked. In a group, if a few people kneel and begin to worship a certain figure or object, others will often follow without thinking. These observations demonstrate that the power of the collective subconscious far exceeds that of individual consciousness. Do people think for themselves? The answer is yes. However, reality shows that true independent thinkers are 1 in 1,000. The vast majority merely echo the collective subconscious. If the collective subconscious is selfish, any act of selflessness will be viewed as rebellious. Conversely, if the collective subconscious is selfless, any selfish behavior will be suppressed. When we make choices and decisions, we often feel that they are the results of our own thoughts. But in truth, if we trace our choices back to their origins, we'll find that they never truly escape the boundaries of the collective subconscious. They are entirely controlled by it. This brings to mind the warning from Jesus Christ, "Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." In simpler terms, the path that the majority follow leads to death. The path followed by the majority is driven by the collective subconscious. While it seems relatively safe, the result is ultimately tragic. From this, we can predict the outcome of our actions. If our behavior aligns with the will of the majority, the journey will be smoother, safer, and easier, but the destination is destruction. On the other hand, if our actions consistently diverge from the masses, encountering more resistance and difficulty, the destination will be life. When facing great resistance, difficulties, and disdain from others, and we begin to doubt ourselves, let's listen to what Celestial Laozi said. The common people are bright. I alone am dull. The common people are clear. I alone am confused. He also said, know the male, but keep to the female. Become the ravine of the world. Know the white, but keep to the black. Become the model of the world. Know honor, but keep to disgrace. Become the valley of the world. In simple terms, when others go to the city, I go to the countryside. When others focus on the practical, I focus on the abstract. The key is to not let the collective subconscious dictate your choices and decisions. Now, let's analyze why younger people seem to be naturally adept at operating electronic devices like computers and smartphones. This phenomenon is not driven by the collective subconscious, so what is the cause? It is caused by universal consciousness. The emergence of any phenomenon must involve an invisible hand guiding it. Since this phenomenon is not driven by the collective subconscious, there must be a force beyond human collective subconsciousness at work. This force is universal consciousness. Fully exploring the concept of universal consciousness would require extensive discussion, which falls within the realm of academia, so I won't delve into it here.
与人和睦之道大船，让小船大人让小人。
The way of harmony with others. Big boats yield to small boats. Greater individuals yield to lesser ones. Xuefeng, June 5, 2023. On the ocean, when a big boat and a small boat meet, the big boat should take the initiative to yield to the small boat. If they collide, those on the small boat are at much greater risk of harm, while those on the big boat are relatively safer. Cars should yield to motorcycles, motorcycles to bicycles, and bicycles to pedestrians. All vehicles should give way to pedestrians. The stronger and safer party should always yield to the weaker and more vulnerable. This is humanitarianism. In the societal realm, the wealthy should yield to the poor, officials to the public, celebrities to the common folk, teachers to students, and doctors to patients. This, too, is humanitarianism. In interpersonal relationships, greater individuals should yield to lesser ones. Who are the greater individuals? Those with a broad perspective, high level of understanding, good manners, cultivation, self-restraint, deep moral integrity, and who are reasonable and empathetic. And who are the lesser individuals? Those who are narrow-minded, short-sighted, petty, vengeful, lacking in manners, cultivation, and self-restraint, and who are unreasonable. Therefore, when interacting with others, if the other person's cultivation, knowledge, and moral character are not as developed as yours, you should yield to them and avoid causing them harm. Under the same pressure, those with a broader perspective and higher understanding can bear it more easily, while those with a narrower perspective and lower understanding cannot. For instance, 100 yuan may be just a tip for a rich person, but could be a lifeline for a poor person. Losing 100 yuan might not matter to the rich, but for the poor, it could mean going hungry that day. If you are spiritually and emotionally rich, you will always yield to others. If you are spiritually and emotionally poor, you will argue fiercely, stand your ground stubbornly, and leave others with no room to maneuver. If you see someone endlessly arguing with a pig, there's no need to analyze further. The person who is arguing with the pig shares the pig's consciousness and understanding. Celestials and Buddhas always yield to others and never engage in arguments. Anyone who argues with others is certainly not a celestial or a Buddha, but a mortal, or even a worldly person. Those who yield to others are sure to be sages, celestials, or Buddhas.
睁眼看世界，闭眼养实力。
Keep your eyes open to observe the world. Close your eyes to cultivate strength. Xuefeng, April 22, 2023. The more information a person absorbs, the more developed their mind becomes, the wiser they become, and the more solutions they have for dealing with problems. Even a genius, if their intake of information is limited, will have narrow thinking, restricted cognitive abilities, and will make short-sighted decisions. The more complex a structure is, the stronger its consciousness. Cabbages have consciousness, earthworms have consciousness, as do tigers, leopards, wolves, and monkeys. Humans rise above all other creatures because they can learn, absorb information, and draw conclusions from experience. This is why the human brain is more complex than that of other animals and plants. ChatGPT is smarter than humans because it has absorbed far more information. From this, we can see that whoever absorbs the most information possesses superior wisdom and ability. This tells us that we must keep our eyes open to observe the world and absorb as much information as possible from all fields: philosophy, science, religion, politics, culture, art, customs, and beyond. We must also stay updated on the current natural and social dynamics around the world. Only by doing this can we hope to make the best judgments and choices. Are the Life-Genuine values and the second home model the best? Only through comparison can we determine this. How do we compare? We compare them with similar communities and ideas that have existed throughout human history, with the values and models established by all religions, and with the concepts and systems created by political figures and groups across history. Only by comparing can we differentiate, and only by differentiating can we make accurate analyses and judgments. If we discover values and models superior to those of Life-Genuine and the second home, we must either thoroughly study and emulate these other systems or abandon our own completely and integrate into the new. We must not remain stuck in our ways, nor blindly believe that ours is the best. Therefore, our thinking must remain open, not closed off. Close your eyes to cultivate strength means that after widely absorbing information, we must sift through it. We need to swiftly respond to urgent information while deeply exploring the essence and truth behind it. At the same time, we must cultivate our ability to adapt to the constant changes in the external world. This ability is our strength. Without the capacity to adapt, no matter how much information we take in, we won't be able to cope with the ever-changing world. For Life-Genuine, our strengths are the Life-Genuine values, the second home model, and the Chanyuan Celestials. Our goal is to make Life-Genuine values universal, to establish the home model as the future of human production and lifestyle, and to enable Chanyuan Celestials to become transcendent celestials. These are the strengths we need to cultivate. As our strength grows and deepens, Life-Genuine will become unstoppable. Having advanced values alone is hollow. Having the home model alone is unsustainable. Having the Chanyuan Celestials alone would lead to disorder when challenges arise. However, when the values, model, and Chanyuan Celestials are integrated into a single, harmonious system, they create a powerful and profound strength. As long as we keep our eyes open to observe the world, avoid blind arrogance, continuously refine our values, and constantly improve and perfect our production and living model, remaining flexible and adaptable rather than rigidly adhering to dogma, and as long as the Chanyuan Celestials continually correct their misunderstandings and mistakes, we should not underestimate ourselves, even if we are just seedlings now. One day, this seedling will grow into a towering tree, providing shade to many and bearing fruit to feed and nourish those in need.
什么是应对世界信息变化的能力？答疑先问。
What is the ability to respond to changes in world information? Answering Yixian. Xuefeng. April 22nd, 2023. Any external information stimulates brain activity, and the brain responds by devising a plan to handle that information. For example, when a mother calls, "Child, it's time to eat," this is an informational stimulus. A child who is playing or doing homework must immediately decide whether to continue playing or studying, or to stop and go eat. This demonstrates a person's ability to respond to changes in information from the outside world. A slow or sluggish response indicates poor responsiveness, while a quick response indicates strong responsiveness. Currently, the internet is flooded with news about young people struggling to find jobs, particularly university graduates who are unable to secure their ideal positions, or even struggling to find work delivering food. This is external information. How should one respond to it? Some choose to lie flat, do nothing. Some rely on their parents. Others tirelessly search for jobs. Some opt to pursue graduate studies. Some seek alternative paths, and a very few resort to suicide. This illustrates people's varying abilities to respond to changes in external information. When ChatGPT swept in like a tsunami, even Elon Musk, the Iron Man of Silicon Valley, seemed somewhat shaken, calling for a 6-month halt to the development of ChatGPT 5. Many countries have legislated against its use, with many people fearing that the rapid evolution of AI could lead to widespread unemployment. Some even fear that robots might eventually wipe out humanity. Meanwhile, some are very excited, hoping the storm intensifies even further, and many are taking advantage of the ChatGPT wave to develop software that solves problems in specific fields and earn money. This demonstrates how people respond differently to changes in external information. Currently, the internet is awash with information about inflation or deflation in China's economy. Some say that 2023 will be the best year of the next decade, while others claim that China's economy is on the brink of recession with an economic crisis imminent. How should an ordinary person respond to such information? This concerns one's ability to respond to changes in external information. Those with strong abilities will take preventive measures to safely weather the economic crisis, while those with weaker abilities will suffer, with some possibly feeling so trapped that they contemplate extreme actions. Moreover, as unemployment continues to rise and people struggle to make a living, looting and various forms of fraud will become increasingly pervasive and difficult to defend against. How should ordinary people respond? Should they also resort to cheating and stealing? Should they rebel, hide, or flee? Ultimately, everyone must devise their own response to the information they receive. Recently, there have been predictions that a world war will break out on May 12th, and a few months ago, there were predictions of a major earthquake in the seas around Japan in June, with a tsunami surpassing the one in Southeast Asia, potentially causing catastrophic damage to the Pacific coastal regions. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, it at least stimulates my brain. Since I believe that false information is still information, I must develop a response plan for such external stimuli. The so-called guiding dreams are mainly about responding to this kind of information, and how one responds depends on their ability. Unless we close our eyes and ears, our brains are bombarded daily by vast amounts of information. We need to filter through it. Some information can be ignored, some requires heightened vigilance, and some demands an immediate response. This is what it means to have the ability to respond to changes in external information.
99%的人走着走着会背离初衷。
99% of people deviate from their original intentions. Xuefeng, April 21st, 2023. There is no shortage of people in human society who strive for their ideals. However, when we look at the outcomes, we find that 99% of those who pursue their ideals eventually stray from their original path, becoming the very kind of person they once sought to overthrow and despise the most. Looking at all the peasant uprisings throughout Chinese history, their initial slogans were often about equalizing wealth, encouraging poor farmers to rise up against the exploitation of feudal taxes and forced labor. But once these revolts succeeded, those who had once advocated for equalizing wealth, including their leaders, hoarded resources for themselves. They quickly forgot their original cause and became the very people they had once sought to overthrow. When someone hasn't yet held an official position, they may deeply resent corruption and the bureaucratic behavior of those in power. But once they attain office and climb the ranks, they gradually become the very person they once despised, often even worse. Those at the lowest rungs of society, frequently bullied and oppressed, long for fairness, justice, and equality. But once they put on a police or urban enforcement uniform, they often turn cruel, treating those still at the bottom, who were once just like them, with even more brutality. Poor couples may be deeply loving toward each other, but once the husband or wife finds success and their financial situation improves, the balance of their relationship is disrupted and the love often fades. They might even wish to kick their partner off the face of the earth. People detest those who speak in empty platitudes, boast, lie, or spout cliches and nonsense. They despise those who present a virtuous facade but are vile at heart, and those who exploit legal loopholes for personal gain. Yet, once they themselves attain power, status, fame, or wealth, they begin to transform into hypocrites, acting moral while speaking grand but hollow words, and behaving in ways that are inconsistent with their words. Those who pursue spiritual cultivation initially follow the teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and sages with utmost obedience. But as they accumulate knowledge and attract followers, they often start mystifying things, seeking to elevate themselves above others. Now, imagine a group of 100 people who have been carefully selected for their ideals, ambitions, and for being well-educated, cultivated, and restrained, people pursuing a heavenly life, and practitioners of high moral standards. Without the constraints of a structured system, it wouldn't take long before these 100 individuals devolved into a highly intelligent group scheming against each other, competing for resources, deceiving and harming one another. For instance, if there were 50 women and 50 men, a heavenly life could be achieved if there were no mutual possession or control. However, human nature would inevitably drive them to compete for sexual resources, resulting in one-on-one and one-to-many relationships. Without strict monogamy, chaos would ensue, leading to emotional struggles and battles. The same applies to power. Everyone would be scheming to seize it. History teaches us that people are unreliable and change according to shifting natural and social conditions. Today's hero may become tomorrow's failure. Today's contributor may turn into tomorrow's criminal. Today's progressive thinker may become tomorrow's reactionary. Today's helper may transform into tomorrow's harmer. Heavenly life is within reach, easily attainable, but who can truly maintain their original intentions unchanged?
中华文化中的瑰宝是文字、音乐和山水画。
The treasures of Chinese culture, characters, music, and landscape paintings. Xuefeng, March 24, 2023. Chinese culture lacks a scientific spirit and elements of science, but its characters, music, and landscape paintings are unique and profoundly rich in meaning, and they possess a remarkable magical charm. In Chinese culture, each character carries a wealth of meaning. Each one is like an essay, a landscape, or a principle. Take the character Shen, Xian, meaning celestial being, for example. On the left is a person, and on the right is a mountain, implying that a celestial being is someone who lives in the mountains. In other words, one cannot become a celestial being while living in a bustling city. Another example is the character Huan, meaning marriage, where the left side shows a woman and the right side a scene that suggests dimness or confusion. This tells us that a woman who marries is in a state of confusion, as a clear-minded woman would not marry. If you ask most people who have been married for a lifetime, many will realize in their later years that they were in a muddled state of mind when they got married. Another example is the character Fua, meaning Buddha. On the left is a person, and on the right is Fu, which means not or no. Therefore, Flo means not a person. If a person retains human form, thoughts, and consciousness, they cannot be Buddha. From this, we can realize what Buddha truly is. If we go to a temple and see a statue, thinking it is Buddha, we are deeply mistaken. Seeking Buddha through form will not lead to Buddha, as Buddha has no form. Some say that Buddha has kind brows and kind eyes, but this is nonsense. Kind brows and kind eyes are merely forms, and form is not Buddha. Another remarkable aspect of Chinese culture is its music. Whether it's the moon reflected on the second spring river in the flower moon night, three variations on plum blossom, or the butterfly lovers, the melodies are graceful, with emotions that are delicate, profound, subtle, beautiful, and elegant, possessing an aesthetic that is hard to find in other cultures. The most outstanding element of Chinese culture is its landscape painting. This art form is a unique cultural phenomenon that other cultures find hard to match. Through depictions of mountains, water, clouds, birds, waterfalls, thatched cottages, small bridges, and vegetation, these paintings create scenes of exquisite beauty. They evoke visions of a paradise beyond this world, filling one's heart with serenity and a sense of vast vitality. The ethereal charm of these celestial realms brings a sense of peaceful leisure, making it hard to tear oneself away from such beauty. Hanshio Celestial has created over 100 landscape paintings, all imbued with the celestial grace and charm, earning widespread admiration. In fact, contemplating each Chinese character, listening to each piece of music nurtured by Chinese culture, and appreciating every landscape painting are all forms of self-cultivation. These experiences elevate one's life and have a wondrous effect in purifying the soul.
一生只盯着一个目标走。
Focus on a single goal for life. Xuefeng, March 3rd, 2023. Life, at most, lasts only 30,000 days. Every day we live is one day less. How we spend each day is the dividing line between an ordinary and an extraordinary life. If we live each day without a clear goal and allow randomness to dictate our actions, then mediocrity is inevitable. However, if each day is spent working toward one's own chosen goal, regardless of whether we are rich or poor, facing ease or hardship, the final outcome will be extraordinary. Why did Sakyamuni become a Buddha? Because he dedicated his entire life to one goal, tirelessly and unwaveringly for over 40 years. Even if he had to lean on a cane and beg for food every day, he never diverted his focus toward pursuing a business or making money. Similarly, many Nobel Prize winners have also devoted their entire lives to their chosen fields, moving forward toward a single goal throughout their journey. The life of genuine celestial has only one goal in life: to become a celestial being and enter the celestial realm. Once a goal is set, don't waste time and energy on things that are inconsistent with or even opposed to that goal. The journey of life is filled with countless temptations, and without a strong will, it's easy to stray from your direction and goal, ultimately ending up with nothing but loss and regret. A tiger will never grow wings. Fantasizing about gaining all possible benefits is unrealistic. Wanting power, wealth, and fame, while also desiring to be surrounded by a loving spouse and many children, and on top of that aspiring to become a celestial being or a Buddha, wanting both a carefree life and to indulge in all the world's delicacies and beautiful sights. Where can one find such a perfect scenario? Focusing on a single goal for life requires extraordinary perseverance, unwavering willpower, and the wisdom and ability to resist various temptations. It demands silent dedication and a state of spiritual emptiness, the strength to endure food scarcity and inadequate clothing, and the magnanimity to remain joyful and unregretful even when mocked and insulted. It also requires a clear mind and a well-defined path toward the goal. Without these, the hardships, suppression, and temptations along the way will inevitably break you down. Reaching the destination might take a few years, several decades, or even an entire lifetime. It may even be unattainable in this life. If, after years or decades of persistence, you find yourself empty-handed and filled with regret, you could fall into a bottomless abyss of despair. Therefore, once you've set a goal and begun the journey toward it, you must ensure you remain free of regrets, no matter how long it takes or whether you reach the destination in this life. In this way, you've already reached the other shore. The life of a Genuine Celestial is very simple. Become a Chanyuan Celestial, uphold its values, sever worldly ties, strive to live in the second home, and follow the guide's path to reach the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. This is the goal and ultimate purpose of becoming a Genuine Celestial. Seek nothing else, and don't engage in anything that doesn't align with this goal. Even if forced by external circumstances or pressure, keep the inner light alive, and once the external forces dissipate, immediately return to the path leading to the predetermined goal. Life must have a goal, especially an ultimate one. With direction and a clear target, life becomes clear, simple, and light. Otherwise, life will be filled with confusion, chaos, delusions, and countless worries and pains, akin to an endless sea of suffering. 人生的 ABC. The ABCs of Life. Xuefeng, February 27th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. The most beautiful life is like this. Life comes into the world, embarks on its journey, enjoys all the scenery along the way, and finally reaches the destination safely, abandoning the vehicle and stepping onto the other shore, heaven. To achieve this ideal life, the key is to avoid driving the vehicle into mud, deserts, or traps, to prevent collisions and overturns, and to avoid the car being wrecked and lives lost. The aim is to reach the destination safely and smoothly. So, what should we pay attention to during the journey? No matter your parents' methods of educating or raising you, their qualities or abilities, they are your best protection in childhood. Even in youth, they remain your most reliable support. So, listening to your parents, not quarreling with them, not opposing them, And not angering them is crucial for ensuring a smooth journey through childhood, adolescence, and youth. Entering the workplace. Avoid conflicts with your boss. Obey your boss's orders and show respect in words, expressions, and actions. This is the core factor for smooth career progress. Avoid gambling. From a young age, stay away from casinos, speculative businesses, stock trading, and financial schemes. Don't dream of getting rich, as these are traps on the journey of life. Avoid joining political or religious organizations. Any organization carries significant risks. When thriving, it's easy to become complacent. When declining, it can end in ruin